Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NACE Star League Spring Playoffs 2023 edition. I am Succulence, joined by Powder. We are jumping into two best-of-7 series here today. Powder, we are already all the way down to 8 teams, and these teams want to make it to that top 4 bad.
Right, they are ever so close to getting there. Just 2 more matches away from clinching their way to the grand final, but it's 2 huge ones. Of course, single elimination. Round of 8, your chances are limited now. Mistakes cannot be made. It all comes down to this weekend.
And there's a lot of teams that we see and we'll often talk about, okay, game 1 and 2 can be a little rough and they start to climb back. But in a moment like this, you can't be showing those signs of weakness. You can't be able to do that. And we've got a lot of teams, like we talked about, getting ready to fight. We can take a quick look at the schedule and see what these teams are trying to do. Who's got one of the easier or one of the harder matchups. Starting things off, West Virginia versus Bruton Parker, and then Boise State versus Grand Valley. So, Powder, those are the 4 teams we have to deal with today. Jumping into game number 1, though, these are 2 kind of lower upper pack teams.
Right, and we've gotten to see both of them this semester. West Virginia, we've seen blow multiple teams out of the water. Bruton Parker, still a top team in their own right. CRL last season, not so in the fall, but still an opponent that really can go toe-to-toe with a team like West Virginia. So, although I think I've got West Virginia a little more favored in this one, I really think Bruton Parker can put up a good fight against this team.
I think I'm right there with you, Powder. I think I'd be surprised if we end up getting a 4-0. I think Bruton Parker can find a couple of punches above the belt and punch above their weight class a little bit, but West Virginia is a dominating force in the world of Collegiate Rocket League, and they're going to try to prove that here. I mentioned earlier, doesn't get any easier, right? But let's see which of these players are willing to try and take this Herculean task. Angel, Deceps, and Rots from West Virginia, with Antics, Soul, and Sino from Bruton Parker. So a lot of familiar names and faces, and unfortunately, Powder, for this season, this is the last time we're going to see one of these teams.
Right, and that's the tough thing about this kind of format, is that both of these teams are top contenders in NACE, but unfortunately with this format, it is brutal. You're going to have to go through each other in order to make it to the semifinal and eventually the grand final. So for both of these teams, like we said earlier on, not a lot of opportunity to make mistakes. You have to get off on the right start in this kind of series, especially if you're Bruton Parker against West Virginia. They are such an offensive heavy team that if you let them get going, you're going to be in for it the remainder of the series.
Yeah, to be Bruton Parker in this situation, to be the team that does have something in that loss column, you're not coming in with the 7-0. That already kind of puts a chip on your shoulder, right? West Virginia hasn't lost to a single team. You're going to be setting history here if you're able to do this. If you can take down this giant, you put yourself in the top 4, and you put yourself 1 series away from making it to grand finals. But of course, that's all hypotheticals. And I think the first kind of staple, the first true statement about that hypothetical comes from that game 1. And game 1s are some of my favorite things to watch, Powder, because they can be so important, but can be just as unimportant depending on what exactly is done in those first 5 minutes.
Exactly. We sometimes see the better team come out and maybe play a little bit slow, and that can be extremely dangerous. You let a team like Bruton Parker slide in there, take a few goals away, steal away game 1, you're suddenly on the back foot for the rest of the series. So for West Virginia specifically, they want that hot start, which they usually can take care of, but against a tough opponent like Bruton Parker, maybe they'll fall behind early, and that can give Bruton Parker the momentum they need for the rest of the series.
Momentum is the name of the game in a game like Rocket League, and it's up to Bruton Parker to find some earlier. People probably think, wow, they're talking about BPC a lot, but that's because we know what West Virginia's about to do. We know West Virginia very well. The undefeated team going to try to come in and do exactly that to stay undefeated. And I think West Virginia is kind of one of those slow burn teams we've seen before that I've talked about, where sometimes game 1 doesn't end in their favor, but if game 1 isn't theirs, games 2 through 5 traditionally are. And this time, of course, it'd be 2 through 6 if they have to win 4, but it's all about running that marathon instead of the sprint. So game 1, there's a lot of things to keep an eye out on. Who comes out with early momentum? Who comes out with over aggression? Who comes out expending all of their resources in game number 1? Because it's the teams that overextend in our first game that often don't make it through the 5th.
Right, and to your point earlier on, this longer format of the best of 7 ultimately is going to favor West Virginia. So, like you said, Bruton Parker going to have to run a marathon. There's less opportunity for quote-unquote randomness, not randomness when you're still a good team, but when you're against a tough opponent like West Virginia, sometimes you need luck to go your way, and that's just not really the case when it's a longer series. So Bruton Parker, like you said, got to run the marathon here to take this series against West Virginia. Otherwise, as we predicted, West Virginia is probably going to walk away with this not too easy, but still pretty dominating.
And one of my favorite things that I like to see at this kind of echelon of play, when you get to the top 8, we're looking at the best of schools here in Collegiate Rocket League, is you can no longer go for those textbook plays, right? Those because everybody knows them. You can't use the textbook because these wrote the textbook. So this is the time you really have to become unpredictable and increase liability in ways that aren't traditionally seen in a game like Rocket League. Virginia tries to do that early and get ball control in their favor. A possible goal on the horizon, but Seoul gets it away. Sino has to play defense again, and already, 12 seconds in, West Virginia hunting for a goal.
Yep, this is what we see so often that the Mountaineers will do, is the hot start on offense. Bruton Parker does a good job of maintaining their defensive wall, get the stops when necessary, but they can't break out for long. Deck is waiting in the midfield for Seoul's touch. He actually leaves it back for Antix, but Deck's still waiting upfield to steal it away, and now finally broken out. Not for long, though. Rots off the back wall. Seoul needs the touch and gets it out to the corner. West Virginia, 40 seconds in, piling on the offense, a demolition to open things back up, and they will go back on the offensive side once again.
And if you're Bruton Parker here, it's not a huge problem that they're piling on the offense because your defense has been there to boot. Now, unfortunately, I may have just cast a curse to them. No, Seoul still got this under control. And it's interesting how West Virginia, they're trying to pepper it down, but Bruton Parker is playing exactly how I wanted to see them. The underdog play is you try to find goals when you get the chance, but overall, it is your goal to make sure they score as few times as possible. Now, over a minute, nearly 90 seconds into this, West Virginia still at 0, the same way as Bruton Parker. They can block this one away, clear it down like they were just able to. They really keep themselves in a neck-and-neck scenario. They want to keep West Virginia at this 0 for as long as possible. Can it remain? It can. Phenomenal job from Antix.
West Virginia consistently using the wall and the ceiling to get passes to one another, and although it's working, it's not working out for super high-quality shots as Antix has a breakaway. Angel can't get up for the flick. Luckily for him, though, shot is high. And Dak will get it back the other way. West Virginia still going back to just dumping it in. Will use the wall for passes. But again, the shots haven't been super high quality just yet. A slow roller will find its way to be saved as Angel will try to keep it on. Another midfield pass, just trying to dump it into the corner again. Not really working out. Offense been being slowed down a little bit as Dak will come up on it again. A back pass over, but Ross is too far away. Bruton Parker breaks out.
Half the game has already come and gone. Bruton Parker with ball control. A great setup into center field, but nobody's there to catch it. The pass down to Sino falls short as they go for the boost. They fall out of the way, and Rots takes that moment to strike. Like a cobra, finds the perfect entry. Knocked away, though. Dak can't get the line up for West Virginia, and all of a sudden, Antix has ball control all over again. We've officially entered the second half of the game. Will the Septilion's patent-pending second half buff kick in for one of these teams right now, or will it instead be another 2.5 minutes of absolutely nothing? Great lineup for West Virginia. Where's the follow-through? Up and off Sino. Drops down into a waterfall shot, the block away. I cannot believe the defense we are seeing from Bruton Parker here. However, this is near flawless.
It is, and West Virginia's passing is getting crisper throughout this game.
Yes.
Yet, Bruton Parker still maintaining the defense. Getting hunted down, though, as Seoul, he squishy saves it out of the net. Breaks out again for Bruton Parker, but they are still being pressed upon. Antix breaking out. Oh, Dak can't get the read. The shot is put away by Rods in the corner. Both of these teams going as fast as they possibly can, yet nothing has broken through.
Nothing has broken through at all. I mean, we're looking at two defensive walls of absolute titanium right now. Unbreakable. 90 seconds remaining. Most of the game has already come and gone, and nobody's been able to find that opening goal quite yet. Bruton Parker tries to find a defensive blockade, but West Virginia's goal from Angel falls just too high. The wings cut off, and all of a sudden, Bruton Parker ball control. The tap in from Antix. The spike towards center field. Seoul has a lineup. Can they find a double tap? It's a spike downward, and even that isn't going to be enough. Angel takes Seoul out of the way, and can't fly too close to the sun if Angel is constantly creating a shadow.
The play was written up correctly. You could see the first man up for Bruton Parker chasing after the demolition and net. Unfortunately, just could not land that second touch. As 1 minute is left, and Seoul's chipping it off the back wall. Angel deep in the net, getting onto down. Shot is wide, no double to be found. Rots cannot break out. Suddenly, Bruton Parker heavier on offense. The save is made at the goal line. West Virginia out into the midfield. A miss for one as Sino will be able to keep it going. A double into the corner gives Deck time on it. He finally breaks the pressure that West Virginia has been holding on to for the past 50 seconds. A tiny flick from Deck just enough to catch the defender off guard. 31 seconds remain. West Virginia takes the first lead.
A devastating blow there. A demolition into a soft bump from Deck, sinks it into the top right corner, and West Virginia finds their first goal here in game number 1 with only 31 seconds left, Powder, here. It is statistically improbable that Bruton Parker is going to be able to find something, but let's see if Sino can do it with the top of this kickoff. Takes it in off the goal. It's disrupted by West Virginia. There's no follow-through. Sol has to go for a sloppy hit to keep ball control. Antix spikes it down. Nobody's there to catch it. Another close goal, but close is never going to be enough. You've got to get it 100% across that goal line. Set up from Sino. Nobody's there for the follow-through, and West Virginia's double defensive commitment. No way! Antix maybe!
Fake.
No, it did! Sol has it! The fake is beautiful, and with 7 seconds left, we are almost guaranteed to go to an overtime.
What an incredible play. Antix fakes out the shot, dishes it over to Sol in the midfield, and with mere seconds on the clock, gets the game tied up. The reset off kickoff worked out perfectly for him. Can they do it again? Sol, neutral challenge to the other side. It's Sino banging it forward. Will be wide and stays on the ground to head into overtime.
Gotta respect the hustle here from Bruton Parker. It's not often we see a team score with that little amount of time left on the clock, but they are playing every second like it's their only second. Deck has ball control for West Virginia early, trying to get a set up there as Sino clears it down toward WVU's goal. Comes Deck towards center field. Sol with the disruption. That's a beautiful shot, but the aerial disruptor is there in the form of Angel. Deck demo Sino 3v2 for WVU. They were looking good for this goal here, Powder. Can West Virginia find it?
Good 50 though from Deck. One coming in off the left side and just out. Sol with control. Makes the challenge neutral. Antix, same thing. And now finally Angel can break it out a tiny bit, but not far. Sol for the redirect. The Deck beats him to it. Dump in from Rotz, right into the hands of Antix. Goes underneath one, pinches it forward, wins out the challenge, fighting his way through to get offense set up, bumps into another player. It's off the corner. Antix doing everything imaginable to keep the offense on for Bruton Parker. Now Sino's turn, but finally cleared out by West Virginia. Deck to the back wall, easily cleaned up by Antix, over towards Sol for another clear, this time for Bruton Parker.
Bruton Parker has the clear. We're a full minute into game 1 overtime, and the clock will continue to tick up until somebody finds that first goal and puts it online. 77 seconds in. Off the wall, Antix might be able to find the double tap with a third try. Even the tertiary attempt isn't going to be enough. Sol desperate. Look, Bruton Parker in the lead. We talk about West Virginia needing a time to warm up as they traditionally do, but holy cow, are you getting all the overtime you need? West Virginia needs to put this game 1 down to 4-0. Unbelievably possible if they can, but I'm not convinced they're going to win this one, Powder. Bruton Parker is punching hard.
They've certainly turned things around from even how the beginning of the game started without any scoring. West Virginia held all the momentum, all the pressure, and finally they started to break through. They did give up the goal, but they got things tied up in the final seconds, and now they are controlling the pressure. No one in net after the demolition. One bump, it's off the top shelf. No! Angel with the stop, and Rotz will go to the air to try to relieve pressure. He can't do it for long. Antix is back in for the Barons.
You've got to be absolutely flabbergasted at the way Bruton Parker just cannot find this goal. The third attempt in overtime, and they all fall short. We are fully half of an extra game being completely played in this overtime, and Bruton Parker just cannot find the opener, or the closer, rather, that they need to do the deed. Sino finds a double demolition. It's a 3v1. Antix with the pass towards center. Sol misses the connecting hit. Antix can't even do it themselves as they are knocked away once again by West Virginia.
West Virginia looking for their first offense in minutes of this overtime. Rotz to the side wall. Sino will clean it up, pass it into the midfield, but can't do much with it. Antix, same thing, just has to go for the back wall where a West Virginia member awaits. Deck getting bumped out. Luckily for him, Rotz is right behind. Deck on the recovery, bangs it towards the net as Sino was taken off the field. That left Sol as the last man. Rotz to the air. Antix easily there in time. However, Deck will send it to the back wall where Antix will bang it right back the other way. Sol forward again, trying to set up Bruton Parker offense as things seem to have slowed down a little bit, and each team taking more time to try to set up their offenses.
More time and more patience, and you've got to respect the hustle here. They realize, we've essentially played a full second game. This is a best-of-7 series, and even Rotz can't put it away as cleanly as he wants to. I mean, this is getting a little silly, if I'm being honest. I cannot believe we've made it this far in and nobody's been able to put that goal down quite yet, but it really goes to show the dedication and the communication that these players have. They want this like they want their next breath, and a game 1 victory in a best-of-7 series could be critical, but They've got to end it here because they are burning reserves they didn't even know they had at game 1, Powder. We have a minimum 3 more full games if Bruton Parker can win all 3 of them. Antics finally putting it down nearly 4 minutes into the game 1 overtime.
West Virginia a little too eager to get that read. I think he just rushed it, and that left the last defender on the ground, caught upfield a little bit and not back post. The shot is slotted in, and Bruton Parker stealing away game 1. Remember, they went down 1-0 with 30 seconds left in that game. They still fight their way back, score in the remaining seconds of regulation, and finally, in a marathon of an overtime, take game 1.
I mean, truly a marathon of an overtime indeed. These teams pulled no punches through and through. We were nearly 5 minutes into overtime. That was almost a 10-minute game of Rocket League. If the rest of them go like that, we will be spending over an hour on this series alone. And that's assuming it's just 4 games. I think you guys get the point on how long this could truly be. 70 minutes in total if we go all the way to that 7th and final game. But I've got to wonder, Powder, you know, Bruton Parker winning game 1 in a 5-minute overtime. Does that kind of give West Virginia the information they need? Does that light a fire underneath them like we have not seen before? Because they've lost game 1 and it took them a long time. But the double edge of that sword is now Bruton Parker had to play full throttle for 9 full minutes. You've got to assume West Virginia absorbed all of that information, all of the gameplay styles, all of the preferred rotations into passing lanes. I mean, you got to feel like maybe the hand is overplayed a little bit from our lesser expected victor.
Right, because West Virginia, like you just mentioned, had 9 minutes of Rocket League to see what Bruton Parker can offer. And yeah, that's a lot that they can see that they now can take this minute to adjust to heading into games 2 through however long the remainder of the series takes. I think it does favor West Virginia a little bit. However, Bruton Parker just stole away game 1 in that overtime. That is a huge confidence booster, taking game 1 off of a team like West Virginia.
Angel goes for an early goal, not going to be able to find it as a minute almost is off the clock. Oh, Soul, yes, does find it with the help of Sino. You've got to respect the camaraderie and the team play there that those two had. Poor Soul flying too close to the sun itself, and they just could not get out of the way, but Sino sinks it in for the goal, and Daedalus, the master crafter, helps out the one with the wax wings to give Bruton Parker their first goal a minute into the matchup. They are truly going full throttle now.
Excellent start to game 2. However, Deck with the space tries to slow himself down and finds the angle, the mechanics to be able to get himself to slow down and double this in is incredible.
I mean, yeah, you've got to respect the mechanical understanding, the mechanical prowess this player brings to the table, giving us his best Thanos impression. I'll do it myself if I have to, and by golly, does he get it done. A minute off the clock, 1-1 on the board here in game number 2, and we are tied up. I mean, that's basically a 0-0, right? The next goal gives somebody an advantage, and hopefully we don't get another 5-minute overtime. I'd really like to see somebody start to take a true dominance in this series. Right now, though, it's up in the air. This is absolutely anybody's game. Plenty of game left.
I mean, yeah, we've spent, maybe 30 seconds total in this series where one team's been in front of the other. It's been so long. Seriously. Tied up 0-0, 4 minutes of overtime, now tied up again early on in game 2. Dak will punch it back in for West Virginia. Kind of catches Antics off guard. This will allow West Virginia to push their way back onto offense. Angels double allows them to keep it closer, keep the control. Dak wins out a challenge, pushing it to the side wall. So a slow read gives it right back to Rots. Net is open. Can Dak get this read midfield? He can, but it's right into the hands of Sino, who's bumped out of the way. Unfortunately, though, for Bruton Parker. Ball hits them, slows it down, still results in offense, though, but not for long as Deck to the other side, looking for a teammate to set up offense again.
Looking for a teammate, looking for truly anything, looking for that opportunity. Nothing yet, though. The half of game number 2 is already getting ready to come to a close, and neither of these teams have been able to establish that dominance. But West Virginia getting ready. A phenomenal double tap falls off to the right side. A great bump from Bruton Parker disrupts that free goal that West Virginia could have had just a moment ago. And now Rotz has to go from the offense to the defense at the drop of a hat. Sino in off the wall. This is a phenomenal angle, but the disruption is there. No free goal for Bruton Parker quite yet.
Bruton Parker still pushing up on offense. Around 1, around 2, but nobody on the left side of the field be able to shoot the ball in. On the back wall, it's Angel looking to send the Mountaineers out, but they can't quite do so yet. just passing the ball to one another, looking for space to break out, but they can't still do it. As Rotz runs out of boost, he still can muscle his way through. Sino over one. Should be an easy enough read for Angel, and it is. Carried along the corner. Up straight into the air. West Virginia finally breaking out and heading back onto offense. Dribble the ball low. Rotz coming in as a demolition takes place on the back line. Midfield pass perfectly placed, but Soul had it read the entire time. Cuts off the shot as West Virginia now an opportunity cut off by Antix. And Antix himself has to now try to maintain this wall. Sino will clean up behind him to try to break out.
Sino has it, like you said, looking for the cleanup. They're going to be able to block out that goal once again. What an amazing play from West Virginia, but Soul, right place, right time, blinding fast speeds, keep them into the momentum and disrupt West Virginia's secondary goal. 70 seconds left. We've gone 3 full minutes without a single goal on the board, and the overtime feeling more and more likely, but Angel says, I've had enough overtime here today in this series. I want to make it a 1-1 series and put us into a best-of-5 scenario, and with 64 seconds left, can Bruton Parker answer it back again? This is the team that came back from a sub-30-second loss. I believe this team can do anything with a minute left on the clock.
Right, so much time for Bruton Parker to build up again. We saw them reset after the kickoff to get the regulation goal to tie things up in game 1. Let's see if they do it again. They do head on to offense. They win out the challenge off the ceiling. Antix just waiting for it. Rotz passes it off to Angel, but they can't break out too far away. Not exactly what Sino was looking for. Antix needs to get up to it quick, and he can. Sino just straight into the air, but it is into the hands of Deck. Pushes it forward underneath one as Soul takes out a challenge. Not what he needed. Sino still breaks out. Angel quick to it, getting the read as 30 seconds left, and Angel finds the angle from the corner to give insurance late.
All of a sudden, things have gone from good to great for our friends at West Virginia. They are really giving us a masterclass example of exactly what we predicted, saying this team needs time to warm up. Occasionally, they can't just walk in and jump into the game. It doesn't end in their favor. Losing game 1 is almost a West Virginia staple. But in reality, I mean, they have found themselves looking at a 3-1 in game 2. They can make this a best-of-5 scenario. Antix tries to find something for BPC, but it's going to be blocked out by 2 defenders on the side of West Virginia. No progress yet with only 15 seconds left. I think it's comfortable to say that West Virginia should have game number 2 under their belt.
Especially with this offense just maintaining here in the final seconds. Good job of West Virginia to come back after the overtime loss, and they slot another one in just for good measure here late. But yeah, like we had mentioned in between games 1 and 2, Bruton Parker showed a lot of their hand in game 1, and it felt like West Virginia took that and was able to take advantage and shut down Bruton Parker as a result.
And that's kind of the fascinating thing of being kind of the better team, statistically speaking, is you kind of have that big brother opportunity to look at them and see the plays that they're making and see the opportunities they're taking. Unfortunately, West Virginia doesn't find their, 5th goal, but truly not the end of the world. That series staying so close, and in the last couple of minutes, West Virginia truly coming to life, being able to put 4 goals online in total. A critical play from them there, Powder, and now they've given themselves an opportunity to restabilize the series and disrupt their losing time.
Right, and they really won this game off of their maintenance of offense. They held it for the vast majority of that game. I mean, just looking at the shots, total, only 5 for Bruton Parker, and for West Virginia, 14. So holding on to that offense really the entire game did not allow Bruton Parker to feel comfortable with their own offensive set, which we saw them hold on to so much of game 1 with. So Bruton Parker got to find their way back onto the offensive side and find ways to maintain that offense, because West Virginia completely turned things around and did it to Bruton Parker in that previous game.
Absolutely. I know we said we weren't going to talk about this until the series is over, but I have to bring it up. We were supposed to have a different series right now, and that was going to be a 4-0. So I'm very glad that we've ended up here with a Game 3 scenario online, tied up 1-1 at least. So fingers crossed that this continues to be an incredibly close series, because when I found out we were getting this one, I got very excited because I told Powder right away. I was like, I think this is going to be a really interesting and very close matchup. And so far, that has told to be true, but that was only game 2. So if West Virginia comes out and kind of wakes up in game 3 early like they did at the end of game 2, well, fortunately, it's going to be a quick series, but I am truly hoping we get a full series on our hands.
I think Bruton Parker has an excellent chance of being able to find themselves back into the series, but you know what? West Virginia with another hot start, the goals starting earlier and earlier as we move throughout this series, might just be a sign of them picking up steam as this series rolls along.
Picking up steam here. I mean, like we talked about, game 1 unfortunately never seems to be West Virginia's, but games 2 through 5 or 2 through 7 even are what matters most. 15 seconds off the clock. West Virginia already up by 1. This team truly starting to kick butt and take names. They want that round 4 slot, Powder, and now they're only 3 game wins away from it.
Bruton Parker looking to do what they can to try to shut down the momentum that the Mountaineers have started to build upon. Sino down to the midfield. Antics gets the read, but Angel reads it immediately. Deck up and over 1. Soul's the last one back. It's a fake and a 50 coming off the wall. I cannot believe Deck finds this into the net.
That's incredibly well done. I didn't even react because my jaw just dropped on it. I mean, bounces it off of Soul, who in Soul's mind was doing everything right, but unfortunately he's in the right place at the wrong time to allow that goal for West Virginia. The 50 works well in their favor, and now going up 2-0, not even a minute off the clock, goes to show that West Virginia is looking to win this series in completion here, in fruition. They'll win this one. They'll be halfway done with their goal, but getting through Bruton Parker has never been an easy task. If I'm not mistaken, Bruton Parker is a CECC qualifying team. They are a CRL team beforehand, like you mentioned. This is a very high caliber team. While the game isn't theirs right now, it doesn't mean the series isn't theirs yet. Lose the battle, win the war. And unfortunately, Bruton Parker getting whooped in this battle right now.
Right, the steam really starting to pick up for West Virginia now. It seems like they took everything that went wrong in game 1, both in terms of maybe if there were mistakes that they made, if it was Bruton Parker just building that offense, and they have completely shifted things in games 2 and 3. And if I'm being honest, it's starting to feel like it's getting to the point where we might just expect West Virginia to hold on to this for the remainder of the series. Bruton Parker has not really played the same since they had in game 1, and a lot of that is a result of West Virginia getting the reads on the passes and shutting down Bruton Parker's offense.
I might jinxed it a little bit. That might be a little on me, but I definitely did expect West Virginia to be waking up like this, to be overperforming in a way like this, because this is what we expect from one of the best Rocket League teams in the country consistently. I feel like they're making top 10, top 15 borderlines of being as successful and as great as they are. West Virginia putting themselves in a really comfortable position. Only 2 minutes gone, over half the game left, and Bruton Parker has shown us they want to be a punch-up style team. They don't mind being in a deficit, but digging yourself out of a 3-point deficit with only half the game left is certainly not an easy task.
Certainly not. Running out of time too. Still half the game left, but with so little offense, it's going to take a lot more out of Bruton Parker. Maybe it comes here. The pass over to Soul, and what a read from him. Knocks it in, and finally they get their first goal of game 3.
Bruton Parker waking up, baby! 2:44 left on the clock. All of a sudden, being down by 2 feels so much better than being down by 3. And with over half the game left, the Zeppelins' patent pending second half buff doesn't even have to kick in yet, because you've still got 14 seconds of the first half of game left to play. 14 seconds has been Bruton Parker's lucky number today with a great pass into Antics. Unfortunately, Rotz is there to catch it. Soul has to play a hard defense, and all 3 members of Bruton Parker in their own back third. A bit of a get down, Mr. President play style here, trying to escort the ball. I liked that a lot, though, Powder. That's something we rarely see, 2 players committing to ball control and ball momentum, but unfortunately does not work well, and it leaves Antics as a sole goalie there, barely able to stay alive.
West Virginia continuing to build up this offense. Finally, Soul gets a breakout. Angel reads it, gets up to it quickly. Not breakout just yet. Deck, he can, however, straight up into the air. Soul is there first, slows it down, allows Sino to rotate into an empty corner. For Deck, up off the back wall, still with control. Antics goes to meet him. It's killed down, favorable for Bruton Parker. You punch it forward again. Back into the corner, though, is Angel. He is able to find a way towards the offensive side. A good challenge out from Soul. Unfortunately, a teammate starting to rotate back. However, it's still offense. A good pass in the midfield. Sino just wide. And Antics, the last man back, cannot aggress this too much. And he is caught up too far.
Oh, no way!
They sent everybody, and they paid for it.
That's exactly what happens, Powder, when you pay for things like that. You send all 3 defenders up forward. Antics tries to clear it into the corner, but Angel, right place, right time. Golden Wings flying in with 95 seconds left. West Virginia finding themselves in a 3-point advantage. That's 1 goal per 30 seconds right now, Powder. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? Probably not against a team of the caliber that West Virginia continues to bring to the table. This could be their second game win. That makes them halfway done with tearing the round of 8 apart.
So a good stop to put it onto the back wall. Bruton Parker's got to get back to offense quickly, start building up some offense, building up some goals if they want any shot of this game. Otherwise, down 1-2 in the series, which is still easily able to come back from, but against West Virginia, with the way that this offense is built up throughout the series, it's going to be difficult. They'll try to get back onto offense again. He does dish it out. Soul,
no, this one's got to be over.
Excuse me, can't get there. The shot coming in, nope, not able to be found. And as time continues to tick away, Bruton Parker gonna face themselves down in the series, except still giving themselves time with 42 seconds left after that one.
42 seconds left on the clock, 1 goal per 21 seconds necessary from Bruton Parker. Again, back to the possible, yes, probable no scenario. It's going to be easy to find maybe 1 goal in 42 seconds, but to put 2 back-to-back and then also not allow West Virginia to score, forcing a second overtime of 3 games so far, is the only possible win condition for Bruton Parker right now, unless we see 3 kickoff goals back-to-back, which in its own right would be nothing short of a miracle. Antic gonna be able to take it in further, but Angel does find that block out. 30 seconds remaining, 1 per 15 necessary for Bruton Parker, and I think we're seeing West Virginia play the most complicated game of keep away we've ever seen. You get the ball away, you clear things up, and you play the defense necessary to put another win on the board. 1 goal per 10 now, Powder, feeling almost impossible for Bruton Parker here in Game 3.
Right, that clear from West Virginia there just about sealed it, unless Sino can sneak in. He cannot. Cleared out one more time by West Virginia. They will find themselves up in the series 2-1. Maybe take one for the road. Antix will do anything he can to shut that down. Bruton Parker going to have to do a lot of adjustments here in between games because West Virginia is picking up the pace of this series. And Bruton Parker is struggling to catch up to that.
I wholeheartedly have to agree. I mean, we're seeing a situation in which Bruton Parker is keeping things close traditionally for the first half of the game, right? We're seeing them able to tie things up 2-2 or even take a 1-0 lead, but unfortunately, they're winning the sprint and losing the mile, right? That's the situation we're seeing them in right now, is they can punch blow for blow with West Virginia, but it's when they're falling down this slope and things are becoming a little muddier that they're not able to punch up any longer. It hasn't been as successful as Bruton Parker wanted, but the bright side of a best of 7 is there's 2 chances to strike back now, not just 1. So if they're able to tie things up 2-2, they can make this a best of 3 and put themselves into a very real possibility of forcing all the way up to Game 7. But Powder, it all depends on Game 4, which is the game we're hopping into right now. If West Virginia walks away with this one, I'm confident to say we're looking at a 4-1 series. But if Bruton Parker can punch back, even taking a 1-point advantage, even forcing an overtime and losing, I would still call that possibility of a Game 7.
Right, I gotta agree with you. This one is really the deciding factor in the match. Even if West Virginia wins this and Bruton Parker wins the Game 6, I don't see this going all the way and then resulting in a Bruton Parker victory. West Virginia's built up too much momentum over the past couple games to where I don't think they're going to give that away even in this game. So overall, I do think we're looking towards a 4-1 West Virginia victory. But you know what? Maybe Bruton Parker has some tricks up their sleeves. Maybe they'll be able to walk into this game, shut down the momentum like we saw in Game 1, be able to steal one away.
I mean, hopefully they've got a couple of tricks here, Powder, because you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. If you're holding on to any tricks at this point, by golly, you got to let them loose onto the table here. Angel finding an opportunity far into the left side of the field, but Soul is going to try to. No, will miss the ball. Rotates back for ball control towards center field. A great center for West Virginia, and all of a sudden, Bruton Parker has to play a triple defense. Thanking their lucky stars, but not long enough before that star turns into a supernova, and West Virginia finds an explosive goal 30 seconds into game number 4.
It's really just desperation from the Bruton Parker defense trying to break out, and instead of getting the clear, they give it right back into the hands of the West Virginia offense, and another early goal, this time in Game 4 for the Mountaineers. Again, that offense building up throughout the series. Sino with an opportunity, he'll place it off the back wall. Antix cannot take a challenge to keep it in. Soul can, but he pays for it with his life, which results in West Virginia going back the other way. Rotz off the side, slowly waiting for it. Now we got a 2-on-1 down the field. Sino using the corner to his advantage, but gives it away to West Virginia again. Soul does have an opportunity to get back for Bruton Parker, but unfortunately for them, just giving away too many opportunities on the offensive side.
Those opportunities are critical, and Angel going to try to double the odds of West Virginia. What a beautiful coast-to-coast backboard bounce. What is it called? I can't think of the double, whatever. Anyway, West Virginia looking really good right now. A minute off the clock. They're up 2-0, and Angel just, I mean, what a one-man show. Phenomenal performance there.
A great job from his teammate as well. You can see him underneath hunting down Soul, who was technically in net, but you could see him start to panic and throw it in reverse, trying to get away from the demolition. And even if he doesn't land the demolition, it's a wide open back wall for Angel. He is not going to miss a double tap like that ever.
Double tap. Thank you.
2-0 lead over towards West Virginia as Antix trying to pull out some tricks to find his way into the net, but can't quite do so yet. Bruton Parker facing down the barrel once again of this Mountaineer offense as everybody being taken off the field, sent to the other side, and Bruton Parker breaks out.
It is a full-blown demolition derby right now. We see players blowing up left, right, and center. Angel, speaking of center, that's exactly where they find themselves with ball control. Unfortunately, only a penny to grab, 7 boost on the table, and even that gonna fall too little too short in a critical moment. 3:15 remaining. Deck goes for the setup. No, there is a follow-through. Angel! Beautiful teamwork there. I cannot believe that goes in. What a beautiful goal from West Virginia to put themselves up 3-0 with 3:11 left on the clock.
West Virginia so fantastic at these passing plays. And Angel, the right mind to send it to the left side of the net with the defender right in front of him. 3 minutes remain in game 4, and it's looking like West Virginia is really starting to run away with this series. Bruton Parker has to find anything to give themselves momentum, but it's just not being allowed by the Mountaineers. So it comes in, and it's off the post. They cannot catch a break. And what we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast with the luck, sometimes in a longer series, you need luck to happen when you're the least or the less favorite team.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Bruton Parker, they don't get lucky there.
They do not get lucky at all for the time being. Never a situation you want to find yourself in, but unfortunately, that's going to be how the cookie crumbles here in a round of 8 single elimination bracket like this one. Half of game number 4 has already come and gone in West Virginia, finding themselves in a very comfortable position to put themselves on series point in just the next couple of minutes. Antix a phenomenal setup towards center field, but the goal is blocked away by WVU once again. And going into this, I don't want to call this game a GG go next quite yet, but we have yet to see Bruton Parker come back from a 2-goal deficit, let alone a 3-goal deficit. I think spending the rest of this game playing cautious and carefully to see what West Virginia is doing and find out how to break this curse is the only way Bruton Parker is going to find a next game success.
And at this point, it almost seems like Bruton Parker is playing too quick for their own good. We just saw Sino, not Sino, but somebody on Bruton Parker just race up the field desperate to get on offense, and the ball goes right past him, and it results in more West Virginia offense. They need to slow things down a little bit, and yes, that can be difficult when West Virginia themselves are a pace-setting team, but you have to make sure you're keeping control as another miss comes out. Antix, smart to play it slow there. However, he still loses the challenge. Oh no, sent towards his own net. But he uses the back wall to his advantage to break out with under 90 seconds left to play and still not a goal to be found. It looks like West Virginia starting to build everything up as Antix finally cracks through for the Barons.
Antix breaks through with only 80 seconds left. We're looking at 1 goal per 40 seconds here for Bruton Parker, and that is certainly a tough ask, to say the very least. It's going to be a circumstance in which they really need to overperform just to force an overtime. They have a 100% win rate on overtime so far against West Virginia. Can they make that happen once again? Great kick in from Antix here as the kickoff is going to end in favor of Bruton Parker. Back to catch though, and BPC just not enough boost to get there fast enough. Phenomenal centered play. Antix knocks it away, and with only 70 seconds remaining, Bruton Parker needs to act. This is quickly turning into now or never.
Angel off the corner, so a little bit of a tap. Try to keep the offense going. Angel just happy to play it slow and see West Virginia's way out. So to the air, he can follow it up, but right to nobody. As again, West Virginia breaking out. Deck looking for a double. Antix won't allow it to happen. But all this time spent on defense for Bruton Parker just gives less and less of a chance for them to be able to come back, try to tie up this series. Looking like West Virginia is going to hop out to the 3-1 lead in this series. In semblance, like we talked about, I don't think, and a close shot comes in. That might have been their last chance.
Yeah, that was it.
But I really don't think Bruton Parker is looking good for the remainder of this series. I think with this one, it's going to spell a West Virginia victory, even if not in Game 5, at least at some point this series.
Yeah, I think you're right, Potter. I think you made a pretty strong point earlier on, and it stands true here that Bruton Parker continuously, keeping it close, but West Virginia has laid down a strong enough foundation that I think this is one of those situations in which the series is simply theirs. There's so little to be done here, and unfortunately, it's not going to have the prowess or the impact that Bruton Parker wanted, but making it to top 8 may only be as far as they can make it this season.
Great game there from West Virginia, just doing really everything that they need to do. And to be quite honest, it's not even that it's that much. They're not pulling out anything insanely fancy. Sure, we see the double tap here and there. Dak had a miraculous challenge either in this game or in the prior to send the ball into the net, but it's nothing over fancy or anything like that. They are just playing really simple Rocket League. They're passing it to one another. They are setting up shots when necessary. And that's all it takes to shut down Bruton Parker, is just holding onto that offense so much and slowing down Bruton Parker's own offense.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting as well because we go into this talking about Bruton Parker being the underdog, right? And in reality, they only had one more loss than West Virginia. This was a 7-0 team versus a 6-1 team. But going into that, even that one loss can certainly shake kind of your own emotional momentum of, okay, they are undefeated, we aren't. You force yourself into this David versus Goliath mindset. And I do think that's unfortunately where Bruton Parker is finding themselves right now. I think we're seeing a little too much respect for West Virginia. And that's why these textbook plays are working. I think you said it best, Powder. West Virginia is not doing anything interesting here. They're not doing anything out of pocket or insane or high caliber. They are just playing Rocket League, and they're doing it well. I think Bruton Parker is being too respectful of this incredible team, and it's costing them because Bruton Parker isn't willing to take those demolitions, to take that boost route, to take that physicality, and it's cost them, I think, now 3 games in a row.
Right, Bruton Parker needs to play aggressive. They just can't play dumb. They can't just make an over-aggressive push. But to your point, even though you have, in a way, you have to respect what West Virginia can do, but at the same time, just disrespect them. Just go up for an ego challenge.
You've got to make them respect you.
Right. You've got to push West Virginia to a point where they are uncomfortable setting up these plays. If Bruton Parker can do that, they certainly have a shot at taking a couple games here. Unfortunately for them, they waited a little bit too long. You're staring down the barrel of a 3-1 deficit right now in the series. You need to play 3 flawless games against a tough opponent that you had to take 4 minutes of overtime in order to get a victory out of. It's going to be a tough road ahead for Bruton Parker, but if they can play a little bit more aggressive, I think they have a shot to at least try to bring the series back a little bit closer.
Aggression is absolutely going to be the name of the game, and that's going to be a high level of success for Bruton Parker. But I mean, they've got a tall ask ahead of them, right? We are in a circumstance in which they are going to need something to kick in their favor one way or another. And whether that's, I don't know, non-sponsored Gamer Liquid, whether that's Monster Energy, big shout out to Monster Energy, whether that's, a lot of things here that can be happening in favor of this team. But in reality, Powder, jokes and ad reads aside, it's important to note that Bruton Parker, this is their tournament life. This is their Star League life going into this 5th and possibly final matchup, unless they can give us the performance of a lifetime.
Right, so if you're Bruton Parker, really you just send everything at this point.
You gotta.
Yeah, you gotta play like it's your last game, and antics with a start just like it. What a double right off the kickoff.
I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling giddy for Bruton Parker. I mean, they have to throw everything out. They have to intentionally throw the baby out with the bathwater here. They have to throw everything they have at the wall and pray that anything sticks, because these final 4 minutes and 54 seconds will be the last time we see Bruton Parker on this NACE stage this season. This is their fighting chance. This is their swan song, and they decide when this song comes to an end. It all comes down to these 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and they're already up by 1. How far can they stretch out this single goal?
And 6. Losing out the challenge, tried to break through. It's slotted and it's in from
not
Angel.
Very long.
Lightning strikes twice from that same corner with an insane angle.
That is a devastating blow against this squadron, Powder. This is the opportunity that this team needed. Bruton Parker needed to find 2, 3, 5 goals before they could really feel comfortable. But unfortunately, they find 1, and it's immediately answered back by West Virginia. 25 seconds off the clock. Most of the game left to be played, and we are reset back to 0-0. The next goal decides who the speed lead is in this. Who carries the momentum further into this 5th and possibly final game.
Great demolition there from Seoul, opening things up for Bruton Parker's offense. So back down, but nobody aggressive enough for Bruton Parker. Both players rotating back for boost. They do get it back into the offensive side, but it's not going to result in much. Sol will do what he can to keep it on, but instead right into the hands of the Mountaineers. Angel seeing Deck in the midfield, dishes it over to him. Antics beating the pass perfectly over Rotz to continue this offense. West Virginia, Antics taken off the field, but Sol beats him out. Perfectly done. Sino now off the field. Antics last man back. It's just wide. Angel's shot could not find the mark, and instead Sino was able to break out for Bruton Parker.
Sino starting to say uh-oh a little bit as Bruton Parker unfortunately just can never find that opportunity they need, missing that lineup time and time again. 90 seconds have fallen off the clock, and they've kept it close, but close only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither involved in a game like Rocket League. Bruton Parker ball control here. Soul takes it up. Sino there for the tap in off the corner of an Angel, trying to catch it. A great tap into center field, but Sino's on the wrong side of the ball. Bounces into a no man's land. Here's the tertiary attempt, and even that isn't going to be able to find purchase. Cleared out by West Virginia, and unfortunately, Bruton Parker got to be furious that they just can't find that lineup.
They're starting to even work out passing plays to one another more than we've seen before. Unfortunately for them, not resulting in too many shots just yet. Rots right into the hands of Sino. Deck neutral on a 50. Soul will turn around on it, gets bumped off the ball, giving possession West Virginia, who just dumps possession right into the hands of the Barons. 50 back and forth. Soul's got to get around on this, and does at the goal line. Up and over Rots. Angel, a neutral challenge from him. Wins out the challenge against Sino. At halftime, West Virginia starting to get back onto offense as they look to regain this lead and seal away this series here in Game 5.
Bruton Parker now more than ever needs to find that Septilan second half patent pending buff, because holy cow, this team has kept it so unbelievably close that a 4-1 loss would never show how dominant, how dastardly this team could be. And a goal just like that brings them back to life. Soul pulling out the defibrillator and shocking every member of Bruton Parker right back into this matchup. West Virginia 2:11 left on the clock. They're down by 1. They've been here before, and they won both games where they lost the lead. Can Bruton Parker rewrite history, or does their series come to a close with a 4-1 loss?
The ground ball shot catching West Virginia off guard right off the kickoff. They look for offense. Beaten out though. Now Deck is the last one back high off the back wall. Angel cannot meet him to it. Six waiting in the corner. That is going to be on and in. Sino reading it in the midfield. A perfect pass. Bruton Parker gets insurance.
I'll be the one to say it. Welcome back, West Virginia. Welcome back, Bruton Parker against West Virginia, excuse me. This team really not starting to show up, but starting to show off in a critical, pivotal, some would argue, moment, as this was going to be the end of their Star League series, but they want to try and force at least one more game. And by golly, Powder, they're only 100 seconds away from doing just that.
Great job turning things around. Unfortunately for them, the West Virginia offense not going to slow down. Angel into the midfield. Rots use the sidewall to pass. Instead, it's a breakout again for West Virginia. Forced to go straight to the back wall is Deck. 90 seconds, they've got to reset. Pushed a bit more forward. Rots off the ceiling. Can anybody get the read? It's slow, and Angel gets beaten out by Soul, who got one little tap on the ball. Bruton Parker back onto the offensive side, where they are trying to hold on to it and waste time, prevent West Virginia's high-powered offense from getting the other way.
High-powered offense has been lethal from West Virginia so far. With only 60 seconds left, they're looking at 1 goal per 30 seconds. It's not going to be easy, but it just became possible as Rots puts it down. 63 seconds remain. We have yet to see West Virginia lose a game in which they had a point deficit, and this is not going to be any different, at least not yet. 63 seconds to score one time, Powder, to force an overtime and to keep the dream alive for West Virginia. It is Bruton Parker's job to play the defense of a lifetime. Soul goes for a cheeky kickoff goal, not going to be able to find the lineup, but it bounces in off the wall. 60 seconds, bounces down. Sino has it. There's nobody there for the catch. It's a no man's land shot. Even Soul can't find it fast enough, and that's an open goal for West Virginia. They've got to get there quickly. Sino makes it by the skin of his teeth to keep this 1-point lead for Bruton Parker.
Risky play from Bruton Parker to send everybody upfield. However, it does work out as Antics will take it slowly to the side now. Soul along the ceiling. Angel meeting him on a challenge. Soul has an open net in front of him. Rots will sweep in and clean it up. And he wins out the challenge too. Is that everybody for Bruton Parker? Antics up, looking for the double as Rots will put away to the side by Antics. Deck to the skies. West Virginia cannot maintain the offensive pressure. It's broken out the other way. A neutral challenge swept up by Angel. It's a flick, but it's not over anybody. Deck pushing it forward. Back in again by Bruton Parker, shutting down the offense. Now you got to go coast to coast with nothing on the clock. Opportunities, it's to the side. Sino into the midfield. It will fall to the ground, and Bruton Parker sends us to Game 6.
Bruton Parker taking us all the way to Game 6. Can they get us to that coveted Game 7? This was their 11th hour, and they chose their swan song to go on for an encore at least into this 6th and possibly final game. Each game could possibly be the final one until we get to the very end of the matchup, and right now, Bruton Parker does not want their story to come to a close. This is one of the strongest Collegiate Rocket League teams I have had the opportunity to see, and they are trying to prove that by taking down the Goliath known as West Virginia, taking down WVU Pure Powder. That, to me, is almost a larger success than winning a grand final at NACE Starling. West Virginia is the behemoth of behemoths, and part of me wonders if Bruton Parker can pull this off. I don't know, man. I want to see it, but I still can't shake the feeling that you might be right.
Right, it is tough to see because Bruton Parker played fantastic for that game. However, it still went down to the wire. West Virginia was able to get a goal to bring it close with about a minute left. Sure, they couldn't get the final goal to tie it up, but it shows how dangerous this team can be. Both games won by Bruton Parker are just a single goal going down to either the last second or overtime. The Bruton Parker, they've got to do this 2 more times against a team like West Virginia, who last time Bruton Parker won, walked away with 2 pretty easy victories. Yeah. So if you're Bruton Parker, keep doing what worked out. Shut down the West Virginia offense, catch them off guard, and surprise them, and you might just have an opportunity to send this to a decisive Game 7.
And not only are we at the top of Game 6, but Corsair is at the top of the latest innovations in peripherals. NACE Star League is powered by Corsair. Click the Twitch panel below or type !Corsair in chat to check out the latest gaming gear. Big shout out to Corsair for making NACE Star League possible. And right now, both these teams stoked to have them here alongside them for this victory. This is going to be a Bruton Parker now or never. We've got to remember David was only a stone's throw away from taking down Goliath, and now Bruton Parker is only a stone's throw away of forcing West Virginia to Game 7. They've got 4.5 minutes to make it work, and Soul desperate for that sink-in shot and just cannot get it. Powder, one of those close ones, but close. I'm going to count in hand horse and shoe grenades. 1 minute off the clock now, and Bruton Parker desperate to find a goal. West Virginia looking to sync up one of their own, and even that falls short.
Bruton Parker was inches away from a goal. You could see Angel earlier had barely gotten to stop to keep this game knotted up. Still at zeros. Angel the pinch behind everybody. It's just dumping it to the corner where Antics take his time. Rolling off the ceiling. Neutral challenge. Angel will come up on it. Antics again will try to play this one out, and he can do so. But not a lot of momentum and nothing in the tank either. Does give the Mountaineers offense again. Up to the ceiling goes Angel. Soul gets the challenge out the other way. Both these teams playing this Game 6 a little bit slower as Rod suddenly speeds towards it and whips. But luckily for him, doesn't cost them too much other than maintain Bruton Parker pressure.
Bruton Parker pressure has been the name of the game so far. With 90 seconds off the clock, still sitting here in silence. This feels so reminiscent of that Game 1 we had, what feels like moments ago, but in reality it was over half an hour ago. Bruton Parker was able to win that with a 5-minute overtime victory, and they won it by keeping West Virginia at that 0 points on the board. Are they going to be able to do that once again? That is the win condition right now, Powder. It's not about Bruton Parker scoring. It's about making sure West Virginia doesn't. They want to force this to overtime. They want to make this as long a game as they can because they have learned that BPC can win the war of attrition. Can they make that happen once again? Soul goes for a slow burn. The fake isn't found, but a demolition opens the goal once again. Deck has to be the hero, and they're going to be able to. Sloppy hit from Antics keeps West Virginia away. Half the game has already come and gone. How far can we go into Game 6?
Deck trying to slow things down to win challenges, and he can. That sends everybody for Bruton Parker. Antics trying to play it slow to give his teammates time to get back. Angel cannot land the double, but Deck comes in, low shot. Now his teammate, Rots, will come in to keep the offense up and going again. Ooh, a miss there from Deck. Angel will look for the back wall, swept up by Soul. Into the corner, nothing in the tank, can only push this forward and maybe look for a challenge. It's favorable for them. Sino off the back wall. So the whiff, or the fake I should say, is it caused the West Virginia defense to bite on it. Still can't find a goal though as we're pushing further into this Game 6. With one team, West Virginia, only needing one single goal to advance to the semifinal.
One goal to advance to the semifinal is amazing. It goes to show how close this team can be. With 100 seconds left, these 100 seconds can make or break the success for West Virginia. And by golly, are they getting close? Angel and Deck both going to be boxed out. Angel and Antics in a bit of a Rule 1. I think Angel technically broke it, but I'm not going to cause controversy. 90 seconds remaining, and there it is! Sino from Bruton Parker puts a point on the board, and with only 86 seconds left, can they stall out West Virginia to take us all the way to that 7th and final game?
Rots, I'm not sure if he saw the first man up for Bruton Parker racing in. He turns around, looks to get the challenge on him. Either he didn't see him or he thought he could beat him. No, he cannot. Instead, it's a Bruton Parker goal with under 90 left to play. West Virginia, can they tie it here? It's chipped straight into the air. When Rots on the miss. Now Angel, last one back for West Virginia. Soul with control, wins out again, has Sino in the midfield and Antics waiting back. Rots the clear out. It's going to be right into the hands of Antics as they push it forward again, looking to build up the offense and try to seal away this game to send it to Game 7.
Game 7 just around the corner, and with 48 seconds remaining, Bruton Parker just needs to play the hardest game of keep away they've ever played in their entire lives, because if West Virginia puts this into an overtime, that's where things can truly get scary. It's funny watching as viewers, as spectators, we're probably thinking, oh, 40 seconds? That's not that long. Wrong. That's nearly 20% of an entire game of Rocket League that can be played right now, and with West Virginia having 30 seconds remaining, Deck, this has the setup. Antics has to smack it out of there. If Sino can put one more goal down, that absolutely seals the deal here in Game 6 and could force us all the way to Game 7. Angel into Soul. Rots takes it up into the corner. The follow-through could be down in just a moment. And it's going to be knocked away by Bruton Parker. 10 seconds left, Powder, and we're going to round 7.
Deck will try what he can do to break out, but there's no momentum to be found. Angel, he does have a carry. Ever so dangerous in the air, pushed back. Deck cannot flip towards it. And Bruton Parker sends it to Game 7.
Game 7 here, West Virginia pulling in Icarus. You've got to wonder if they have flown too close to the sun, too close to the soul. If you know, you know. Anyway, Game 7 just around the corner here, and Bruton Parker winning by 1 point every single time, Powder. It goes to show how critical that 1 point can be. The only point scored is the one that was going to make or break Bruton Parker, and it made them a Game 7 possibility. Can they take down the behemoth known as West Virginia? It is decided in these next 5 minutes who moves on to the round of 4. Powder, this isn't even for a chance at Grands yet. This is for a chance at Grands. This is an uphill climb through and through. If Bruton Parker pulls this off, they're going to have to do this exact same thing all over again tomorrow.
Right, this could be a massive upset for Bruton Parker. Technically the lower seeded team coming in here, despite the fact they are still a top contender. And I don't think anything shows West Virginia as much of a behemoth as really that scoreboard. You could see Soul at the top of the leaderboard. No goals. He was there because he had 4 saves to keep his team in the lead.
Wild.
And late, West Virginia actually was so close to getting a goal, but a demolition came through to shut down that first man from shooting the ball. And that's something that Bruton Parker has changed throughout this series, is the demolitions and the aggression like we talked about. They took the man off the field and they couldn't get the goal because of it. And it all comes down to a Game 7 to decide who is our first member of the Final Four of NACE.
And this might be a silly little hot take, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna call this a reverse sweep if it happens. We can get there more when we get there, but Antics putting the first goal on board is gonna make me a little more confident in Bruton Parker. I had a lot of faith going into this team at the beginning of this series. Things got scary, losing 3 games in a row, and Bruton Parker taking it all the way to Game 7, scoring in the first 17 seconds. Powder, this is unbelievably achievable for Bruton Parker right now. They cannot let this slip through their hands like sand in an hourglass, or they will be beating themselves up for ages. This is so wildly neck and neck.
This has been an incredible turnaround the past few games. Bruton Parker has gotten it back to where it was in game 1. After that, West Virginia so much control on this series, but Bruton Parker has gotten that control right back from them. And like you said, only a few seconds into Game 7, they walk away with a kickoff goal. Immediate momentum here. Outer Deck will try to get this set back up for West Virginia. Antics winning out the challenge and steals a 100 boost with it. To the air, looks for the bump. He lands it technically, and they're caught awkward in front. They still get the stop. They still get the clear.
They get the clear, and that's what matters. A minute off the clock, 80% of the game left to be played, and Bruton Parker desperate to unleash the beast right now as Monster Energy calls for them to do so, and West Virginia trying desperately to cage this beast as Bruton Parker, every single game, they have truly begun to woken up and overperform WVU. It's interesting as well, Potter, because they've been in a deficit, they've been in a loss several games in a row, and not a single time have I looked at this team and thought they feel desperate. They have remained calm, cool, and collected, and you've got to respect that.
Certainly have. However, West Virginia pinches it out. Sino caught awkward, and what a challenge in from Angel, knowing exactly what he needs to do to send this ball into the net and gets the game tied.
Calm, cool, and collected, baby. That's the name of the game for West Virginia right now. They tie things up 1-1. And with 3.5 minutes and over 60% of the game left to be played, we're reset back at a 0-0, and there was more than enough time for either of these teams to strike. The question is, which one strikes first? Which one of these teams has the beast to unleash a little earlier? Rotz tries to be that guy. Angel can't get the lineup either, and his pie passes off the clock. The 1-1 does not come to a close quite yet.
Ooh, Antics chased the 100 boost, and that might have cost them offense. Can he push it forward? He can, so luckily still working out for them. Quickly, though, back to the other side is West Virginia off the corner. Soul cannot get the read. It's dangerously in the midfield. A long bomb out, though, from the Barons. Sino will keep it on. Can't get the follow-up. His deck off the side over towards Rotz. Tex will kill it. Taken off the field for his effort. Rolling up, rolling down. A miss from two Bruton Parker members, allowing Angel space to work with. Rotz gets the angle down, and another demolition on the player rotating in. Bruton Parker is doing a fantastic job of knowing who is going to be the first man for West Virginia and getting the stops, but West Virginia does it right back to him, right into the net. West Virginia gets the lead back.
The devastatingest of blows right now, Powder. You fight tooth and nail until the bitter end, but unfortunately, a bitter end it may be indeed. West Virginia is going to be able to find that second goal. 2:21 left on the clock, and now pressure stacks against them here. Bruton Parker, they need to be the David for all the Davids out there against this Goliath, and by golly, is it going to be difficult. Antics takes it up towards no man's land. It's going to be disrupted by Rotz. It's up to Sino to try and get it out of this back third, but a 1-1 disruption. Back into Soul, into Angel, open center field, and Rotz snipes up from the heavens, puts it down. 2 minutes left. Bruton Parker back against the wall like it has never been before.
Sino able to get a challenge. Inch back in, though, from West Virginia. Rotz pushing forward. Takes one off the field. Sino left in the midfield. Drop down pass to Angel. Shot top shelf off the crossbar and in. West Virginia building up momentum in Game 7. Starting to run away with it.
Game 7 starting to run away indeed. An incredible performance. 105 seconds left on the clock. They take it all the way to the 7th and final game, but unfortunately, it looks like the final game it is going to be for Bruton Parker. West Virginia now 105 seconds away from securing their spot in the round of 4, but 105 seconds is more than 20% of the game left to be played. Can Bruton Parker answer this out? Nearly 40%, actually. Looking for an opportunity. Soul sets it up. Nobody's there for the follow-up, and the blinding plays coming out from Bruton Parker. Looks like they unfortunately might fall a little short here today at Nace.
They need to get momentum back on their side. West Virginia is pulling out all the stops to get their goals. Angel will come in, a little soft touch into the midfield. Soul needs it, gets it. Oh, and Rotz was sitting in the corner behind the boost meter. We couldn't even see him, but he gets the stop, and time is ticking down for the Barons. 60 seconds on the clock for them to make the comeback. 2 goals are needed if they even want to get this to OT.
I mean, just the heartbreaker of all heartbreakers there, Powder. A terrible circumstance for Bruton Parker to be in. That one goal could have put them down only by 1, giving them over a minute to answer back, but now they have to find 2 goals in 45 seconds. One goal per 22-ish seconds give or taken already. We're down to 20. Bruton Parker fighting until the very bitter end, but unfortunately, I do think it is going to be a bitter end. We'd need the clip of a lifetime now for this team to pull it out, and as that defense from West Virginia remains strong, it's maybe time to say goodbye to Bruton Parker.
They keep finding themselves on offense just with no shots to be found. An opportunity is sent off the corner. Antics, maybe the last chance, but he can't recover to it. Deck a little bit awkward, though. Pinched out still, they find their way through. And with this stop here from Angel, West Virginia seals their spot in the semifinal for Nace. They stave off the comeback that Bruton Parker put on, and they find themselves playing to get to the LAN Grand Final.
The LAN Final indeed, Powder. And now they are just one best-of-7 series away. This one notably closer than I think any of us expected when we saw West Virginia going into this docket. Bruton Parker, good, but West Virginia, notoriously a great team in Collegiate Rocket League. They win in a 3-1 fashion there in that final game, and now they've won, I believe, 3-2 or 3-3. 3-4. Never mind. West Virginia won is the important part, and a huge congratulations to them. Math will never be my strong suit, but maybe we'll get there one day. I've got to say, I mean, what a shout out to Bruton Parker, though. They fight tooth and nail until the end, and unfortunately, it's not the end they wanted, but they've got to be proud of that outcome.
Right, to send it to Game 7 against such a behemoth like West Virginia. And you know what? Heading into Game 7, it really felt like they did have the momentum to get it done. They started off Game 7 with a kickoff double tap. But unfortunately for them, it was their only goal to be found in that Game 7. West Virginia resets themselves and takes it to send themselves to the semifinals. But still, again, what a performance from Bruton Parker. Even if it's just a top 8 finish, you got to be proud of that.
You got to be proud. They played at the top of their game no matter what. And you know what else is at the top of their game, folks? A big shout out to Corsair F, as Corsair is at the top of the game with all of the latest innovations in peripherals, like you can see on screen right now. Star League is powered by Corsair. Hit the Twitch panel below or type !Corsair in chat. Check out the latest gaming gear. Now, folks, do that during this little quick break here. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, and we're either going to be back with an interview or with our next Best of 7 series. Either way, plenty of Rocket League left to be played. We'll see you right back here in just a couple minutes. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Star League Spring Playoffs 2023. If you are just now joining us, you missed West Virginia University win over Bruton Parker in a 4-3 Game 7 win. And now jumping into the 5th seed versus the 4 seed, Boise versus Grand Valley, I believe. Yes, Grand Valley going into this one-pounder. This is literally as close can get. These teams looking for that spot in the top 4 tomorrow.
Right, like you said, 4 seed and 5 seed. This one is set to be a banger of a matchup against a really mainstay throughout really the entire existence of collegiate esports and NACE in Boise State. Consistently top finishes in NACE, consistently top finishes in CRL. Against a team like, or against a program like Grand Valley State, which early on in the days of Collegiate Rocket League was a CRL mainstay, but they kind of fell out of the water a little bit for a couple of years and now have built their program back up and were ever so close to CRL this season. And now our first time seeing them in NACE all year long in the top 8. So what an exciting road, what an exciting road it's been for Grand Valley to get back to where they are now. And I'm excited to see them on the NACE broadcast for the first time.
Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, we are jumping into another kind of David versus Goliath story a little bit, right? At least in terms of recognition, because like you said, Grand Valley has somehow made it this entire time without being on stream, where Boise, they stream their own games. They're on stream all the time. They're a very easy team to get information about and to study. The same probably can't be said for Grand Valley. So I think I want to keep a close eye on that if Grand Valley does come in with kind of pre-coordinated plans and calculations on how to dismantle Boise, because they have all the footage in the world if they need it.
Right, this is where it gets so tough to make a prediction. Not only are you trying to choose against a 4 seed and a 5 seed, you're going against 2 teams who are consistently top, right, with their current teams. Boise State, we've seen them on broadcast before, and they commonly win. We commonly see them dominate whatever the kind of series they are in. And Grand Valley, with what I've gotten to see out of this team too, is they are an incredibly dangerous team. Boise State cannot underrate them whatsoever, as Alpha looking for an early air dribble to try to give Grand Valley an early lead.
And if I was thinking ahead, I would have put my Boise jersey on. I have one at home, but I wasn't thinking far enough ahead. Boise and I go way back, very good friends with their program director and a lot of their players as well. So going into this, emotionally it's one thing, but statistically, Boise's really going to have to work for this. Grand Valley has been fighting tooth and nail very hard to find the success that they want, and already that could be a goal for Grand Valley as Boise leaves it wide open. Nobody home to catch that one.
Fantastic start for the Lakers. Evan just waiting, and with nobody in front of him, really gets a freebie into the back of the net just over a minute in. Great start for them, as Boise State, not exactly the start that they want to see.
Yeah, not the start you want to look for, but perhaps we're getting a West Virginia kind of copycat, right? Where maybe the opening round isn't the one you're looking for, but the remaining rounds, the ones that matter most, are the ones you walk away with a win on, and that's exactly what Boise's trying to do for us here today. Show us that this team is not one to be reckoned with, and unfortunately, they are being reckoned right now indeed. Goal blocked out. Boise not even able to find their first attempt on goal.
Still being held really shotless up to this point, as Grand Valley will break out again. Alpha meeting Durtho evenly. It'll be kicked to the corner. Evan can't get around on it. Instead, it's Durtho for a clear. Can't get the recovery, though. Instead, Cyber Sausage back in. Can't get around Boise. Yet another stop for them, but really just being suffocated, not able to get to their offensive side. Challenge win from Evan. Instinct over towards Durtho. They break out, but can they build offense from it?
Yo, I gotta say, Cyber Sausage, that's Dylan's favorite name of the day. Gonna put that out there. That's goofy. I love it. Anyway, half the game left. Grand Valley finding themselves up by 1 point here over Boise. And as we learned in that most previous series, 1 point can be the difference maker, as it was for Bruton Parker. Every single game they won was by only a single point. Will that story tell true for Grand Valley here in game number 1? For the time being, it will. But I've got to say, Powder, I've seen Boise play a lot. I know this team very well, and they are definitely looking like maybe they aren't all the way awake quite yet.
Oh, not yet. A little bit of a slow start as now halftime. And again, if there are any shots on the board, they're not very high quality. Gill will attempt to break out again for Boise. It is a banger of a clear from Instinct. Can Durtho land the shot? Oh, Instinct comes in off the miss and ties it up with a banger.
Very clean banger indeed. I talk about looking a little sloppy, a little messy, and by golly, did they not like that, because Instinct sinks it in, ties things up 1-1, 2:13 left on the clock, 133 seconds left for one of these teams to answer back, and a 1-1 is, as I always say, a complicated 0-0 at the end of the day. So let's see what they're able to do with this 0-0 and who can put themselves in an advantageous position the rest of the game.
Another shot coming in from Durtho again into the back of the net. Boise spent half the game on defense, not finding anything, and immediately 2 back-to-back goals.
I mean, half the game twiddling their thumbs a little bit, and then all of a sudden, they just activate full throttle 2 back-to-back. Less than 10 seconds between the two, and less than 5, maybe. A phenomenal goal puts Boise in the lead, and you've got to wonder if they're just that hungry for a win, or if they're just done playing with their food here in game number 1. 1:55 left on the clock. Alpha has the setup. A follow-through from Cyber is disrupted by Durtho, one of the best all-rounder players I have seen in collegiate. Great offense, great defense, and great middleman when it comes down to it. Can he continue living up to that expectation?
Instinct back over towards Durtho again. He gets there first to keep offense on for Boise State. Instinct not find it. Instead, it's Grand Valley trying to get offense set up. Cyber Sausage trying to get this to roll back down. Can't do so. Now Alpha a little bit awkward. Now he gets bumped off the ball. Durtho waiting on 100 boost that I don't think spawns for him, resulting in more Grand Valley pressure. Instinct using the sidewall to his advantage. Fortunate for him, it's right back into the hands of the Lakers. They try to get this game tied.
Trying to tie things up with 65 seconds left on the clock. Durtho has ball control towards center field, but it's going to be boxed away by Grand Valley once again. Soft pinch into the corner, sets up Gil to steal momentum, and not even really look for a goal right now, just to disrupt Grand Valley's opening plans and opening approaches. An incredibly effective play, but one that I definitely want to highlight is it's not going to be flashy. It's going to be effective. Boise on the hard defense now, just guaranteeing Grand Valley remain shaky and unclear until that timer gets down to a 0.
Oh, nobody can find it for Grand Valley. It might be a freebie for Boise, but I don't think Gil could land the shot somehow. Nah. Now it's a breakaway for the Lakers. Gil up and around 1, only 30 seconds on the clock for Grand Valley to find the game-tying goal. Evan taken off the field as well, not going to help things. A banger to the back wall. And Grand Valley, they can get in, take a challenge. Instinct met evenly. Favorable for him. Gets a flick over 1, building up offense in the final seconds, and steals the boost. Tries to get the pass to Durtho, who slots it in. Durtho Instinct linking up multiple times this game. It's going to give Boise State the Game 1 victory.
Insult to injury here, Powder. Boise guaranteeing themselves Game 1 victory, 3-1 on the board. And even if Grand Valley gets a kickoff goal, the odds of getting 2 right now are nearly impossible, if we're being honest. Nothing against Grand Valley, just against 6 seconds on the clock. Not a spot you want to be in, but at least it's Game 1. West Virginia lost the first game of their series, and then they were able to win that in regulation. So curious to see if that same pattern will continue here for Grand Valley, or if this is just Boise coming out as hot and as powerful as I expected them to.
Right, fantastic start for Boise, but not really early on in the game.
Yeah, right.
They were struggling to build up an offense. Grand Valley had it the majority of the time, was really putting a lot of pressure on Boise State, but ultimately, Boise State was able to reset themselves and then controlled the rest of that game. Grand Valley is going to have to find a way to maintain that pressure against Boise the entirety of games 2 and beyond. Otherwise, Boise State, when they've got Durtho and Instinct linking up with each other multiple times, they are virtually unstoppable.
One of the most impressive things I've ever seen for Boise, and part of the reason I hold them to such a high caliber, is their communication with players. I've met these guys in real life. They're very good friends. They're very nice people, and they work well together because they just have one of those unspoken bonds where they've been playing together for so long. They know each other so well as people that they just are sharing the brain cell. They are fully in sync on these opportunities, on these goals. I think 2 of the goals we saw from Boise there are goals that we aren't often going to see. In particular, the spike down from Durtho right in front of goal to not hit the crossbar was a very mechanically impressive goal, and a huge part of the reason I hold this team on such a high caliber.
Right, fantastic set all around from Boise State. For Grand Valley, we did see some impressive things, especially early on with the way that they were able to control offense. Yes. But unfortunately, I don't think there is enough team play from them. I mean, you got to take a little bit of a page out of Boise's book and set each other up a little bit more, rather than just trying to take these solo plays down the field to find their offense and get set up with it.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to be keeping an eye on moments like that. And, okay, sure. Yeah, it's 2-second goal, immediate kickoff for Grand Valley there. Literally no better way to start a game. Evan just finds a freebie.
Certainly perfect. I mean, you could see Alpha, he did get the speed kickoff with it, which I think was able to kill the ball over towards Evan. Freebie into the back of the net very early into game 2. Now it's just a matter of if Grand Valley can keep this going, or if Boise's going to turn things around just like they did in game 1. Where they give it right into the hands of Grand Valley, looking for the back wall. Durtho down, not in a spot where it needs to be, but no one is crashing the boards for Grand Valley. They could have had a free goal, and instead we see another passing play from Boise, this time put away by the Laker defense. But my goodness, for Boise State, ever so dangerous on these passing plays.
And it goes back to what I talked about at the beginning of, or in the middle of our last series, that respect for a team, right? I feel like we just saw Grand Valley giving way too much respect. That was a free goal. If any of them had the inclination to go in there and fight that 1v1, they could put themselves up 2-0 before the first minute even came to a close. But unfortunately, hindsight is 2020 after all. And Boise, I'm sure stoked that didn't happen because it keeps them into the game. It keeps things close and it keeps it possible for them to tie things up. Durtho, a great spike down towards center field. Gill not on the right side of the ball, can't get it toward the goal, and now Gill going for a setup of their own. Great tap in off the ceiling, knocked it away by Grand Valley, and Instinct for the tertiary try. Even that disrupted.
Evan looking to maintain control of the ball. Boise State gives it up a little bit awkwardly. It is towards Instinct on the back wall. The challenge from Grand Valley keeps it on off the back wall again. Not a lot of boost, but Alpha can still take the shot to the right corner. Now Evan's the one to keep the offense on, not bump out Instinct. He just takes it around everybody, gets the pass in the midfield just a bit too high. Drop down passes to nobody, except for Durtho to try to keep it on for Boise State. Straight into the air, Gill with space, but no boost. Instead, it's Evan just banging it out the other way, trying to break the pressure that the Broncos are building up.
Broncos are definitely trying to stampede their way toward the goal of Grand Valley, but the disruption from Cyber Sausage forces Gill into a bit of a no-man's land shot. A play of desperation is going to work well as Durtho finds the connect. Evan finds the disrupt, and Instinct now tries to take it in off the far left corner. After game coming gone, a great setup from Instinct into center field, but unfortunately boxed away once again. Grand Valley still up 1-0, maybe a 2. No, Durtho, phenomenal block.
Straight down, though, still a chance for Grand Valley. What a meet there, though, from Boise State's defense. Hunting down Instinct on the back wall, cannot find him. Said Gill, a laser just a bit wide, turns out of the way, but nobody is behind him from Boise State to take advantage. Instead, it's a counterattack and a 2-goal swing as Grand Valley finds their way in.
Grand Valley 2-0 on the board now as game number 2 getting ready to come to a close. Grand Valley really feeling good about their chances. Evan in particular finding both goals that Grand Valley's been able to put down this game. Half the game left, so the double-edged sword stands strong, Powder, but you've got to be feeling good about a 2-0 over Boise.
Certainly, even with so much time. Oh, unfortunately for them, though, right back down to a 1-goal lead as Durtho not going to miss this one. They fully take advantage and bring them down within 1 again.
Within 1 half the game left to be played, and this goes back to that initial fear, that double-edged sword. You scored quick, that's awesome, but they have more than enough time to answer back, and so far, Boise has been able to. Down 2-0, things got scary. They answer back. Instinct looking for a goal of their own. And unfortunately, that lineup just is not there. Everyone drink water. Every time I say the word unfortunately, you'll be hydrated in about 10 minutes. Cyber Sausage puts a third one down here for Grand Valley, and Boise State not able to get that turnaround in time.
Grand Valley building up momentum as the further this game goes on. Boise State honestly looks a little bit lost on how to answer this pressure that the Lakers are putting on them. They're really just able to do whatever they want. I don't know how to describe it, but something has changed for Boise State to where Grand Valley's confidence, yes, is higher, but Boise State just doesn't really have an answer for something that isn't too fancy from Grand Valley.
Nothing too fancy from Grand Valley quite yet, and Boise onto the defense. 2 minutes gone. They're up by 1, but is it going to be a tied series? Best of 5 situation in a moment. Phenomenal aerial from Durtho, but runs out of boost at a pivotal moment, and Alpha locks it away. 100 seconds left. Boise looking for even 1 goal right now because Powder, the more that clock ticks down, the harder this goal becomes to achieve. And right now, with only 90 seconds left, they are certainly running out of time.
Cyber Sausage fakes out a challenge, now takes it against Gill. Off the ceiling, Evan is beaten out. Instead, Broncos Not offense for long. Durtho barely finding a touch right into the hands of Evan. 4-1 lead for Grand Valley.
Grand Valley 4-1 lead indeed. 78 seconds here. Boise needs to find 1 goal per 25 seconds. Not a situation any team wants to be in, but at least you get to look at it as a GG go next. All you've done is put yourself into a 0-0 best of 5 scenario, and Boise, no stranger to winning BO5s. Can that story tell true once again? Well, only time itself will tell.
Alpha to the back wall. Instinct getting the read. Maybe a breakout coming for Boise State. Instinct, though, just right straight to the net where a member is just sitting really right in the middle. Just kind of a low-quality shot there. So easily wrapped up by Grand Valley. Gill around one, but too tough of an angle to find the goal. Durtho, though, will slam it home and give Boise State life late in the game.
Late life in the game has really much been kind of the narrative, the story of today, and Durtho trying to do that. 52 seconds left, 1 goal per 26 seconds is what Boise needs right now to find that success, but Grand Valley just need to play even a half-decent defense to guarantee their chances of a victory here in Game 2 and tie things up with Boise.
Off the back wall. Looking to continue the offense, but they can't do so as Evan gets bumped out, but not before he breaks pressure and gives a little bit more offense over towards Grand Valley. Instinct over one towards Gill, fakes it down, now uses the back wall again. Evan is killing it, wasting time at this point. This game looking like it's going to go in favor of Grand Valley unless Boise State has an answer immediately, but the long bomb clears are too much for them to handle now. Evan is taking off the field, a little bit more space given to the Boise State offense, but they're taking too long to get things set up. This one up and over as Grand Valley, a fantastic job of turning things around, but they give away a freebie to Gill. He takes advantage and gives them life with 8 seconds left.
I'm not sold, Powder. I'm not sold quite yet. I think you're in a situation in which things are bleak, to say the very least. This is going to be a circumstance in which Boise can try their absolute darndest, but I'm not sure their darndest is going to be enough. We need a kickoff goal like Evan gave us back in the first 2 seconds of the game. We're down to single digits, and I think that 2-second kickoff goal is going to be the difference maker. In Boise force an overtime, that would be amazing. That would be jaw-dropping. It looks like they're going to try their darndest, but the disruption from Evan should be enough. Game 2 ending in favor of Grand Valley. All back that 2-second goal.
Boise made it a little bit scary for them late in that game, but ultimately so much of it was controlled by Grand Valley. And like we had described earlier, it wasn't anything overly fancy from Grand Valley. It was more just slamming the ball upfield, getting a quick counterattack, and catching Boise State off guard that allowed them to build out such a huge lead that ultimately was too much for the Broncos to overcome.
Too much for the Broncos to overcome there in Game 2. So what we've essentially done is take a best of 7, gave both teams a 1-game victory, and now it is a best of 5. The first of these teams to find 3 victories out of the remaining 5 options is going to be the victor. And Boise, I have to agree, looking really good in Game 1, looking shaky in Game 2, losing by a single point, back to that 2-second kickoff goal, and now they have lost something they're not used to, and you've got to assume that's going to really encourage them to come out into Game 3 and absolutely dominate the field if they're able. It feels like when Boise's playing at their peak, they're looking very good and they're looking very strong. I don't call them one of the best in the country lightly. They have earned that title, but right now, I've got to say they feel a little tired, they feel a little rusty. We've got to see something change for them to put a success over Grand Valley, because by golly, Grand Valley is punching hard above their weight class right now.
Right. Ultimately, we need to see Boise State get back to what worked out so well in Game 1, which was specifically Durtho and Instinct passing the ball off to one another. That set up multiple goals in Game 1 that gave them the victory at the end of the day. If they can get back to that, Grand Valley is going to have a near impossible time shutting them down. But if Grand Valley continues to limit the passing lanes, we're going to see Grand Valley continue these counterattacks and continue to find goals out for their own right.
Counterattacking has been the name of the game so far, and it looks like they want to go ahead and keep that dream alive. Instinct with an early opportunity, double defense from Grand Valley keeps it away, so no immediate goals for Boise, and that's the way they love to play, is fast, aggressive, and in your face. But right now they're getting a taste of their own medicine as that demolition onto Instinct opens up the goal for Alpha. Cyber Sausage had the lineup, Alpha had the snipe, and 18 seconds into the matchup, Grand Valley up by 1 once again.
And it looked like Durtho, I think he went to the air to try to get a clear, but either missed or was just stuck to the back wall. Grand Valley does not waste the opportunity. 20 seconds in, already up 1-0. It's like they started the previous game with, and ultimately were able to ride that to victory. Gil looking for the double tap. It is wide. Alpha will take the 100 boost and not get it out, though. Cyber Sausage will try to do so himself, right into the hands of Dirtho, but he loses control. Right back to Gil. He loses control, too. Now Dirtho to the back wall. They are able to continue this offense, but not a lot of control on the side of the Broncos.
Dirtho goes for the lineup, and there it is. A phenomenal pass in from Instinct right into center field as Dirtho is waiting wonderfully in the air for that goal. 50 seconds off the clock. We're tied up 1-1, and Boise has stopped the bleeding notably earlier this time than they did back in game 2. They've tied things up 1-1. Taking a lead now is the definition of the game. Boise, one of those teams notorious once they take a lead. It is rare to see them drop it. Can they make that happen here?
And what he knows, another Dirtho and Instinct connection. This time to tie the game. Cyber Sausage, can he get around? He cannot. Gil with an opportunity to send the Broncos the other way. Dirtho to the air, gets the reset, pushes it just wide. Instinct will be aggressive for it, but can't get the challenge. Cyber Sausage lost control, but Boise couldn't get the read. They still do find offense. Dirtho trying to bounce this one in and not do so. Gil allowing this one to go back. An aggressive challenge. Hard to the back wall from Grand Valley. Sets themselves up, but Dirtho along the goal line will get the stop. The offense for Grand Valley looking more dangerous, and the defense from Boise State is starting to panic.
Yeah, Boise's certainly not a team to be in a panic position like they are now in 3:17 on the clock. It's going to be a 1-1 scenario where Dirtho really needs to wake up and be the hero. Great pass up and over, not one, but two defenders. Instinct hurtling downfield, trying to pass up that ball to Dirtho. And a phenomenal defense from Grand Valley finds the disruptor, separates the opportunity once again.
Banged out from Grand Valley. It's an open net. Evan slowing himself down, lines up the shot, and gets it in. Boise State, a massive mistake to send everybody. Grand Valley makes them pay.
Dude, Evan, I mean, really, Evan, I believe, has scored every goal for Grand Valley so far. I don't think we've seen somebody else put a point down. This has been the Grand Valley Evan show through and through, just consistently keeping Boise down a peg, knocking them down a point, and it is Evan's job for the time being to try and remove Boise from the top 8. It would be amazing to see this. This would be the upset of a lifetime.
Certainly would be. Like we said, Grand Valley previously as a program successful in CRL and the collegiate scene, but it kind of fall out of the spotlight for a couple years, and now this year a couple new players brought in to build this program back up. They would love nothing more than to get to the the semifinal, ultimately the grand final in NACE Star League. And they're doing a good job of getting it started here just past halftime in game 3. They have the lead and have taken advantage of every opportunity that Boise State has given up to them. Another clear back down from Alpha. Unfortunately for him, too far out. Gil will sweep it up, set it back up for Boise.
Boise has the setup. They've got a good chunk of the game left standing. 40% left to be played. Instinct has the center, and it's going to be disrupted by Grand Valley. Cyber has a huge opening on goal. Gil has to get there in time, barely able to make it fully into goal to find that blockade, but you found it, and that's what matters most. 150 on the clock. Boise need to change something here, Powder. Grand Valley's going to go up 2-1 on the series so far.
Alpha looking for the tight angle, cannot get it. Dirtho trying to turn around on it. Gil will be the one to break it out near midfield, but not fully yet. Dirtho on a miss, maybe calculated as Instinct is there, but perhaps not because he cannot break the pressure just yet. They give up another ball to Grand Valley. Evan, a neutral challenge. Alpha backflips, maybe working out for them. This one, we're going to roll, or actually bounce off the wall a lot slower than we expected. Cyber Sausage is taken off the field, and that might have been what Boise needed to break the pressure. They still have not fully gotten it to the offensive side, but at the very least giving themselves times to regain and get some boost.
Trying to get that boost online. 60 seconds on the clock. Boise in a deficit here. They find themselves keeping it close, but close is never going to be enough. Cyber Sausage, Hail Mary into center field, trying to take it coast to coast. Demolition onto Gil makes it harder for Boise to turn things onto the offensive foot. Play a hard defense. There's the center. There's the spike from Dirtho, but it's far, far too far to the right, and that is not going to be what they were looking for. 40 seconds left. Can they force even an overtime right now, Powder? Is the possible win condition. Double tap goes up. Nobody for the follow-through, and Instinct with the tertiary try. Anything to get Boise back on the board.
Dirtho towards the back wall. Gil up. I thought it was too tough of an angle to work with, but he can just barely sneak it under the crossbar and gets the game tied up late.
Beautiful there. Gets the game tied up late. 24 seconds. Will we get our second overtime of the day? Or can one of these teams sneak in a goal in the remaining 24 seconds of the game? We saw Grand Valley do it once back in game 1, and they had already won by 1 point, but they found the second. Can Boise make it happen here? Alpha early demolition onto Instinct opens up Grand Valley's ball control opportunity, and I think it's a huge part of the reason we're seeing Boise struggle so much is this is like the proactive of proactive teams. Right now, Grand Valley is not letting them play their own game. They are forcing them to adapt to the Grand Valley play style.
Grand Valley themselves will go back onto offense in the final seconds. They have an opportunity. The shot was lined up, but Durtho gets the stop. Boise State, they pinch it a little bit dangerous to keep regulation alive. This one, though, will find its way to the ground for overtime.
Overtime online here, and like you said, found its way to the ground. The clock starts to count up now until somebody puts a point down one way or another. Durtho tries to end it in 6 seconds, but it's going to be disrupted by Evan. I've got to say, all teams playing great, but this really has felt like the Durtho v. Evan show so far. I'm really wondering which one of them is going to be able to lead their team to a 1-game advantage here in this matchup so far. Evan finds the spike, gives Grand Valley an opportunity towards an open goal, and Instinct has to hard hurdle back, get in the way. Alpha goes for the tap, double tap in, and the spike disrupted. Durtho plays the defender, and this could be it, but double defense from Grand Valley, double commit, worthwhile.
A bit dangerous, though, puts them on awkward rotations. No one too aggressive, though, from Boise State. Maybe themselves trying to play safe. The shot, though, is on. The stop cannot be made. It only finds its way in more slowly, and this time Boise walks away with the game and gets a 2-1 lead in the series.
2-1 lead on the series for Boise State. A lot closer than they want, but when you're on the good side of a close matchup, doesn't matter how close it was, the win is what matters, and Boise State finds it there in Game 3, halfway done with the goal they came here today to use. Going to be a moment in which they find themselves looking at a possible 3-1 advantage, but going through Grand Valley has proven to be a notably difficult task.
It certainly is going to be Grand Valley. It felt like they had control still for the majority of that game. They're really just catching Boise State off guard when they set up their offense. I don't know if Boise just doesn't respect it fully yet or what it is, but they're caught awkward all the time, and that's when Grand Valley is finding their goals. Unfortunately for them, Boise State is able to get back the other way multiple times, and that one, just a hard shot right side, able to get the overtime victory. And that's the tough road that Grand Valley has to face, is that even when you have control like that, Boise State is still so tough of a team that they can instantly come back and get the victory in the overtime.
Yeah, it's a huge part of the reason Boise is as scary as they are, is this team can truly be uncontested if they play to their absolute A game, and to their A game they are continuing to play game. Kind of a bad joke, whatever, either way. Boise, they're up 2-1 here at the NACE Star League Spring Playoffs 2023, and as you mentioned, Powder, winning this isn't even the end goal, man. There's one more best of 7 just to get to grand finals, which is obviously a best of 7 that you're trying to win, so this is going to be a very difficult journey for one of these teams. We're just waiting to find out which one.
Oh no, the mistake comes back to bite Boise. I think this time he tried to respect the play here from Evan. Gil peels back, but he cannot get the backflip into it. It's a free net for Alpha to take advantage of. Yet another kickoff goal for the Lakers.
Kickoff goal for the Lakers has come and gone, and we saw how critical that kickoff goal was for them earlier back in game number 2, I believe, when they tied things up, all because of that 1-point advantage that came from a 2-second kickoff goal. Boise tries to answer it quick. Gil gets boxed out by Cyber Sausage, and okay, wowza! Durtho barely gonna miss. Alpha, a phenomenal defensive play. Boise tertiary try falls silent into that good night, and they've left their goal wide open. 2 players hurtling back to get there in time, and in time they are able to strike.
Oh, it's a wide open net, and teammate maybe threatening to steal it away, but instead, ultimately, it's a freebie for Grand Valley again off the demolition on the last man.
Last man demolition has been lethal for this team so far, and it works out well against Boise State. They can't get the lineup they were looking for, and they have to fall just a little short at a pivotal moment, Powder. Gotta respect the hustle we're seeing so far from Grand Valley. Up 2-0, not even a minute. Last time they won a game, this is exactly how it started.
Yeah, they got out to a hot start and did not let it go. Previous game took a little bit of time for them to... I mean, they did get the control, but it just wasn't enough to result in more goals for them.
Yeah.
This time, with control and the shots, it's over a minute in already, that 2-0 lead, as Instinct will dump it to the corner. Cyber Sausage, with so much time and space to work with, gets slammed out of the way. Instinct will dump it back in again, this time maybe to set something up for Boise State. Not much happening with it. Sent to the other side by Durtho, and a good challenge from the Lakers to build up their own offense again.
Building up the offense has certainly been the name of the game so far, and that is the game that Grand Valley has been trying to play. You know, I can talk about this a little more now that we've kind of stepped out of the realm of intensity, but Boise, they're one of the most proactive teams I've ever seen, and when you take that away from them, when you don't allow them to play their game, you force them to play the game you're bringing to the table, of course that is drastically going to hurt their chances, because they're the team used to leading the charge. When they've got to follow somebody else's orders and adapt instead of create the need for adaptation, it forces them into an uncomfortable and untraditional play style, one that they aren't normally playing. So this is a really fascinating matchup that Boise has found themselves in. Can they adapt fast enough to win?
Can they adapt to Grand Valley learning the passing lanes that Boise State is looking to find? That goal set up by cutting off the passing lane, immediately getting a pass out, quick counterattack, a goal again for Grand Valley. This time a pass to Alpha, but it's chipped over him. Good aggressiveness from Evan to just dump it to the side wall. He follows it up himself, takes his time after Cyber Sausage was taken off the field. It's Alpha rotating in. Takes a challenge against Gill. Oh, no one home for the Lakers. Instinct with a freebie brings themselves back within this game.
Instinct trusting his very namesake and finding that open goal for Boise State. Half the game left to be played, 2:41 on the clock, and while it may take a little while, I'm such a firm believer in the phrase, better late than never. Boise, they've broken the ice, they've gotten that first point on the board, and they've got 2:41 to score twice. A minute 20 per goal right now. Unbelievably achievable. 80 full seconds if they can get ball control, and I think that's been the problem of the game so far, is each time Boise finds ball control, they get it stolen away. Grand Valley has the physicality, has the bumps, has the disruptions, has the boost route. It makes it hard for Boise to do much with ball control. Now, 2 shots from Boise, really looking good on the defense, as they're blocking out both of Grand Valley's attempts and finding one of their own. Durtho, a full coast-to-coast goal, separates this within 1 goal, 20 seconds, changes the game entirely.
This is what happens when you make a rotational mistake like Grand Valley did earlier. They gave up the 1, and that gives life to Boise State, who now gives themselves plenty of time, just under half the game, to get the game tying goal. The demolition off kickoff will certainly help things. Durtho, met by Evan. He sends it off the side, cannot catch up to it. Instead, it's Instinct back in. Wide open back wall. McGill to it first. Back into the corner now from Alpha. No one aggressing just yet. Grand Valley does push up eventually, but everybody misses. This results in another clear for Boise State as they look to continue to find themselves back in this game.
Finding yourself back in the game is a phenomenal opening. 100 seconds left to score. That's exactly the momentum Boise needed. Gill, beautiful aerial play. Instinct tries to find the spike, but Cyber Sausage, perfect spacing there in the air. Such a difficult thing to do, but these guys make it look so easy. Cyber Sausage has been a very strong defender so far, and a huge part of the reason Boise falls short. Alpha trying to get in front of the goal, barely able to make it. Milliseconds of difference change the game right there, and Alpha thanking their lucky stars and their good ping that they're able to get there in time.
Alpha looking to take the challenge. Cyber Sausage was in the midfield waiting for it to come back to him. Keeps the offense on a little longer. Smart from Evan. Knows he cannot aggress this too much. Alpha's now behind him. It's dumped out to Evan. Placed wide. Alpha coming in. Takes another challenge behind Durtho. Gill collects it behind Cyber Sausage. Durtho, the shot off the crossbar and in. What another passing play. This time Durtho and Gill setting it up.
I mean, today is the day of certified bangers, Powder. This is incredible, the way this has been back-to-back through and through. We are down to less than a minute on the clock. We're tied up 3-3. The next goal, most likely going to be the pivotal goal to decide who our Game 4 winner is going to be. If Boise wins this, they put themselves on series point and the chance at a semi-final game. They've got to make these next 52 seconds worth it.
Grand Valley gives up the 3-goal lead. We're back even now late. Cyber Sausage, a successful challenge. Not follow it up, though. Instead, Gill, he loses the challenge. Evan was trying to catch up to it, but can't do so. Out to the other side, space for Cyber Sausage. Plays it off the corner. And not find a good enough touch yet. Luckily for him, Evan there to clean it up. Sent back out again to Cyber Sausage. Now just playing it slow. No one taking too many risks. Now the passing play is set up. It's off the post and out for Grand Valley. Broken out the other way. Evan shipping it back into the corner. Will they choose to go aggressively for it, or will they look for another overtime? Certainly looking for the regulation goal. Killed out by Gil. Evan still keeping it alive, but that bump allows it to die and go to another overtime.
Boise, they won the first overtime. Can they make that happen again? Gil goes for a fake. It's an ugly spike toward the goal of Boise. Luckily enough, Instinct there to catch it. Takes it up through center field. Alpha with the spike in off the ceiling. Anyone there could have been the exclamation point on that statement, but unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time. Bertho stuck into the goalie position, has to clear it out. Gil with the tap in towards center. The follow through, the touch is sloppy. It's not quite where it wanted to be. Instinct finds it. Durtho can't move quick enough. And the defense from Cyber keeps it alive. Gil tries again, and even Gil can't get it in. Alpha with an incredible pixel-perfect block keeps the dream alive. 30 seconds have come and gone in Boise State. Desperate to put this third game on the board. Grand Valley trying to tie things up. They want this game win like they want their next breath powder.
Brick wall defense for Grand Valley, and now they push forward for the offense. Instinct towards the side, towards Durtho, but he gives it away. Shot straight on, and Instinct is the one to see this one towards the corner. Beats out one Grand Valley defender, cannot beat out the second. It's Evan along the side. Gil now dropping it down. Ooh, shot cannot be found. It was up and over. Cyber Sausage taking this one slowly. Loses the challenge. Ooh, but Gil gives it out too far. Right back into the hands of Boise State. Right off the back wall by Alpha. Red by Instinct now. Chipping it up, but he backflips on it, allowing Cyber Sausage a kill to the corner. It's Gil again. He uses the corner to his advantage. Gets the pass. Durtho is immediately met by the defense. Grand Valley struggling to break out. Instinct towards the net. Cyber Sausage in again. Can they break the pressure? They can, if not just for a few seconds.
Close, but no cigar. Breaking the pressure is the name of the game. 100 seconds into our second overtime of the series, and nobody able to walk away with a victory yet. Instinct tries to go past two defenders, can't even make it past the first, and Gil barely gets in the way. That would have been a devastating mistake if Gil fell, but you made it happen, and that's what matters most. Second minute of overtime coming to a close. Instinct tries to find a coastal shot. Past two defenders. Durtho off the corner, but Cyber finds it in off the bottom corner, and nothing found for either team quite yet.
A challenge from Grand Valley to keep things going. Evan with the 100 boost. Ooh, he pinches it out dangerously to his own side. Alpha, a neutral challenge straight into the air. Cyber Sausage is there first. Gets it out too far, though, so it's Instinct back in again. Alpha up the back wall. Tries to go underneath Durtho, but Durtho reading it so perfectly. Cyber Sausage was taken off the field. Boise choosing to play it slow. They take it to the air. Instinct to the back wall where Cyber Sausage awaits. He kills it dangerously in front. The shot is too high. Ooh. Alpha, taking his time, will break pressure finally. And Boise State is really putting everything against Grand Valley.
I mean, they are throwing it all at the wall and praying anything sticks here, Powder. You've got to respect it through and through. Somebody needs to walk away with a win, and I cannot believe how unclear who that is going to be in this current moment. Both these teams fighting recklessly, endlessly to try and find that winner's advantage, and right now, it is for no one. We're nearly 5 full minutes into an overtime, and this isn't even the final game. Even if Boise wins, we've got minimum 1 more, maximum 3. But if Grand Valley can win this, they can tie things up. They can make this a best-of-3 series, just like we saw between Bruton Park and West Virginia earlier today. I cannot believe my eyes on how close this continues to be.
Grand Valley, even if we did see previously Bruton Parker come back, they want to get the series tied up. Down in front, nobody close enough for the Broncos. Cyber Sausage's follow is evenly met. Instinct. Look this one towards the back wall. Another shot, slow, but it's also a pass over to Durtho. Evan just upfield, hunting down anybody possible. Cyber gets there in time as Alpha's taken off the field. Oh, it's out in front of Cyber. He loses control. Luckily for him, a teammate is there, but it's still Boise pressure. Shot coming in into the back of the net. Instinct wins it for Boise. 4 unanswered goals to put him up 3-1.
Just holding my breath that entire time you were talking, Powder. I could not believe I was waiting for that moment for someone to strike, and by golly, it's Instinct from Boise State. That 4th goal going the extra mile and giving Boise their 3rd game win. They are on bracket point right now, or series point rather, to make it to the semifinals tomorrow, and now they just need 5 more minutes to make it work. This is going to be somebody's game. Is it Boise with a 4-1? Or can that curse finally be jumped just a little bit? Can they finally get through and take Boise down at least to a game 6?
Grand Valley, they have to turn things around quickly, just like we saw in the previous series. And I mean, in that game alone, yes, we had several minutes of overtime, but Boise State had 22 shots in just that game alone.
That's many.
Unbelievable amounts of pressure that the Lakers had to withstand. And ultimately, yeah, they unfortunately give up 4 unanswered. They had a 3-0 lead heading into about halftime, and Boise State found their way back. It just shows the grit that this team has. And now Grand Valley really has to just completely stand tall and try to shut down what has been just an absolute monster of an offense that Boise State has had.
I mean, an absolute monster of an offense indeed. Boise, they love to have ball control. They love to make you adapt to them, and they have found a way to break through Grand Valley for 3-1 lead. This game so much closer than a 3-1 scoreline is ever going to indicate, and Boise State right now really feeling good about their chances. They're trying to make it into Grand Finals tomorrow here on Rocket League. I know they're playing in Overwatch, which comes up right after this, so Boise having a very busy day. Can they put themselves in the winner's seat to make that Overwatch team feel even better about their own chances?
Gil, with space, gets it around to the last Grand Valley defender. What a touchdown from Durtho, setting up a more dangerous offense. Instinct up, he has the angle, but it's killed down, and 2 went for the Broncos. This will result in Grand Valley going back the other way. Off the back wall, Cyber Sausage with an opportunity, but the pressure might have gotten to him. He can't land the shot, and instead, Instinct will rip one to the net. Put away by Cyber himself, or actually, Evan, excuse me. But Gil still up and over. What a pass to Durtho, linking up to send this one in.
Absolutely devastating blow there. Durtho has it off of Gil there. Double tap, almost a triple tap, if you will. And Gil keeping that defender in goal allows Durtho to find that early strike. 1:04 off the clock, 3:56 remain. Boise State, hypothetically, only 3 minutes and 55 seconds away from a slot in semifinals tomorrow.
Cyber, a flick, but right into the hands of Gil. Ooh, a good follow-up challenge, though, to get offense back for Grand Valley. Alpha with control. What a bump, opening things up, but the last man can't be too aggressive for the Lakers. Instead, it's right back to Boise's side. Durtho, right into the hands of Alpha. He sends it out. Grand Valley, gotta get going quickly. A good demolition, chasing down some more. Slowing it down is Cyber, who fakes out one. Not get it past Durtho, though. Now Evan will look to drop it down. He can. Alpha a bit too close. Instead, it's Instinct back the other way.
Gil goes in for a strike off the corner. Unfortunately, Evan there to catch it. Instinct knocks into center field. A possible strike from Boise, but the defensive play, once again from Alpha, has just been nothing short of impeccable, flawless, if you will. Evan gets the demo onto Gil, buys about 2 seconds of time, but there's Gil with a double defensive commitment. Open goal, easy block from Instinct. Half the game has come and gone, and Evan trying to tie things up. A double tap in will do it. Durtho, unfortunately, just too far into that goal, could not break out fast enough.
Excellent placement from Evan. And a good job from Cyber trying to distract everybody as he's racing in after landing. Good job to get things tied up for Grand Valley. It's just about continuing that pressure now. Otherwise, Boise State right here, Instinct actually misflipped. And because of that, Grand Valley finds himself with offense right after the kickoff.
Offense for Grand Valley. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it as we officially enter the second half of game number 5. Cyber Sausage has a pass towards center field. The defense from Durtho keeps it alive, and it's a sloppy hit towards center. Centered it will become. A little bit off to the side there. Instinct tries to find it. It bounce in off the corner. Double defense from Grand Valley. Instinct loses the 2v1. Durtho misses the charge there. Physicality not on their side, and Gil bumped away. Cyber Sausage, phenomenal performance there with the help of Alpha. Grand Valley going up 2-1. 2 minutes left on the clock.
What a read to be able to line up this bump. Grand Valley, a fantastic job of getting the offense back in their hands. They get a goal to take their first lead of this game, looking to fight down from 1-3 down in the series. Durtho into the corner towards Instinct. He's got space to work with now. Can't catch up to it, but it's a fake in Cyber. Reading it, he's able to get a stop. It's still Boise State offense, but a good job of shutting it down, at least for the moment. Grand Valley doing anything they can to fully relieve this pressure.
100 seconds left here for Boise. Can they force us into a third overtime of the series, or are they going to be able to change things up just a bit and win in regulation with 95 seconds left, being down by 1? They've got to put 2 goals down in those 90 seconds, 1 per 45, to make sure they walk away with a win, and Gill barely misses that corner. Grand Valley's Alpha has to find a sloppy hit off the corner to dead ball over goal, but Alpha is there to hug its way back onto the ground. What a read from Gill, and oh, the crossbar, that 4th teammate dastardly against the chance of Boise looking for that free goal.
Instinct, a kill down to Gill, sends it into the corner, wins out the challenge off the ceiling, but no one close enough for Boise State. Gill stealing a 100 boost back pass right into the hands of Grand Valley, who kind of misplay it. But actually, Evan doing a good job keeping pressure on. Not for long, though. Instinct pushing this forward. Durtho trying to take the challenge, wins it out, muscles his way into the back of the net to tie it.
Just absolutely lethal play from Durtho there. Muscles his way indeed. Not into, but through Cyber Sausage to guarantee that ball rolling in. A great assist from Instinct as well to line things up. 50 seconds left, 2-2 in overtime. Unbelievably likely at this point, unless one of these teams can truly wake up and hit us with another kickoff goal. Clean set for Durtho. Is that it already? Alpha, amazing play to keep us at the 2-2. Double commit from Boise, and it does not end in the goal they were looking for.
Right, if you avoid the double commit as Boise, you likely get the cleanup after the rebound. So unfortunate for them. And because of that, Grand Valley still has life. This game's still knotted up. The shot on Gill, able to get the read. Over towards Durtho, pops straight into the air. No boost for Gill, forced to turn back. Durtho will see this into the corner. Back into the midfield, plays it around, loses out the challenge to Alpha. Gill coming up on the ball, final 10 seconds. Off the back wall, Instinct. Shipping it up, no boost for Gill, it's a fake. Durtho coming in, looks for the roll down read, gets it back out to a teammate, but it does fall to the ground, and we see yet another overtime.
Another overtime. There is no last 10 seconds. There is no swimming pool. There is only Boise versus Grand Valley. Almost a Game 6 guarantee, but Grand Valley blocked out by Durtho. Evan goes for the lineup towards center field once again. Tries to find an easy tap in, but Durtho's clear. One defender gone. Only one left standing. Cyber Sausage has to catch it, and they're going to be able to with the help of all-rounder Evan from Grand Valley. Instinct into Gill, bouncing off the corner. Tries to get past Cyber Sausage, but the other defender up and over Alpha, not in the way. Boise just did not have the follow-up they needed. It's close, Powder. Close all over again, and easily the closest series we've seen this entire season.
Evan killing the ball down as Grand Valley looks to get onto offense, but they're struggling. The pass is off the back wall. Cyber caught, awkward double. Oh, and it's own goal. Tragedy from Grand Valley ends their season.
That is, Powder, I think tragedy is the best word for it, brother. That is a devastating moment to be in. That was not going to be a goal for Boise until you stepped up in the way. And unfortunately, that is where your season is going to come to a close, Grand Valley. This series so much closer than a 4-1 is ever going to show. But Boise State, by golly, Boise State looking Boise great. They didn't just show up, they showed off, and they've secured their spot in the top 4 tomorrow.
A fantastic performance from Boise, and for them, it's these passing plays they keep finding to one another. That is what dominated this series. Grand Valley a couple times got the reads on the passing lanes, but not nearly enough. The Broncos controlled it the entire way through, and although Grand Valley had a couple great games here and there, ultimately the overtime clutch factor is too much for them to overcome.
The clutch factor was just on Boise's side, and by golly, did they look bodacious and incredible out there. I was trying to think of a B word, and bodacious was all I got. So good job, Boise. Hopefully we're going to talk to somebody from Boise in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to be back either with an interview or with a closer, but either way, we'll see you right back here with some more Nace Star League in just a couple of minutes. Overwatch after this as well, so don't go far.
Got hard rolls and a Zen.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to NACE Star League Spring Playoffs once again. I'm Seth Owens, joined by Powder, and we're joined by Matt.
You want
but
Matt?
Hold on. Matt, why are we interviewing you for Rocket League?
Oh, that's a good question. This is for Rocket League?
Yeah, I love boy Matt over here, but I'm not quite sure why we'd end up with him as our interview.
Hey, I was sent a link. Dirtho went crazy today. What can I say?
Matt, okay, we'll have some fun with this, Matt. We've got you here. We're going to hold you hostage. So you play Overwatch for boys and you do not play Rocket League. So getting to watch that, getting to experience the win, is there any kind of like excitement for the Overwatch team of like, they won today, now we absolutely have to win today. We've got to keep the streak alive.
Oh yeah, Gil, Dirtho, Instinct. They're my goats, you know. Watching them win always makes me happy. We're all a giant friend group here, so you know.
Yeah, fantastic to hear. I mean, I've only got one question for you. I mean, what are you going to have the guys do tomorrow? Because I mean, I know you're basically in charge of them, of course. So what are you making them do tomorrow to go against the top dogs Northwood? They're going to go against the best team in the world. So what are you going to make them do to try to pull off this upset?
Yeah, we got them warming up early tomorrow. Show up 10 a.m. Hard grinding. We're gonna make sure they play to enable Dirtho, and he's gonna do what he does.
Absolutely
Certainly.
Beautiful. Well, hey Matt, thank you for bearing through this interview with us and letting us hold you hostage for a game you don't even play. But we're gonna see more of you later. So best of luck to you in your matchup later today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, that is going to bring NACE Star League Rocket League to an end today. We've got more things coming up today, but of course, we want to give a big shout out to Monster as well for helping make Rocket League possible. We want to give a shout out to any Canadian collegiate esports clubs making monstrous moves on campus. If you are, Monster Energy Canada wants to reward you for your community and competitive highlights. Follow NACE Star League on Twitter and submit your application for Esports Club of the Month, which is very cool. There's also some cool monster drip involved if you get around to it. But folks, that does bring Rocket League to a close. Smash Ultimate is up next. I did misspeak earlier. Smash Ultimate's up next, and then Overwatch, which you'll see me again for. But we'll get there when we get there. So, folks, thank you all so much for joining us. Powder, any closing words, my friend?
Nope, that's about everything. Some fantastic matches we got to see today, and then tomorrow, an exciting round of 4 to decide who's going to Indianapolis for that grand final.
In Indianapolis, the grand final, close to my home, so you'll all be seeing me there, but we can cover that a bit more later. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy Smash Ultimate.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Star League Spring Playoffs in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We are getting into the round of 8 as the season is really coming towards its conclusion. The best of the best is all that is left, and I will be joined today by Mies. It's been a while, man.
It has been so long. Like last year, probably like one of the playoffs for like the fall season. It's been like 6-7 months. Just glad to be back. Glad to be back here with you specifically. I'm excited to see some collegiate Smash action. There's just a thing, like a magic about collegiate Smash that I feel like regular old, crew battles and regular old Smash just doesn't have. So I'm just so glad to be back in this seat. Glad to be back here with you, like I said. And we have 2 fantastic schools coming up. We have Old Dominion University with a clean 6-0, my goodness, and Oakland University over on the right side there. You can see the rosters. Got Shizue, Fish, Angel Eyes, Polo, and Hermie Frong over on Old Dominion. And on the right, you see Oakland, Spectral, Boommancer, Poison Jam, Trisket, and Warble Nerfer. Definitely a few names that I recall from the fall season. And a lot of talent here, Nurse.
Absolutely. When you say a lot of talent, I mean, we're so deep into this bracket that you have to expect all of this talent. And coming out of the round 16, Old Dominion was able to take it over Widener, who had been kind of a fan favorite throughout the regular season, and Oakland taking it 2-1 over KSU. So both of these guys, the 4th and the 5th seed, coming into this event, showing why these records show the dominance and why they're expected to do so well, but only one can move on so far. And I think, Oakland is the university who has the loss, has that one little blemish on their record. They have been getting better and better all season, and I think something worth mentioning is in the conference play-in, they actually took it over Northwood, who is considered one of the favorites to win this entire event.
Oh, they took out Northwood.
They didn't take out Northwood.
Okay,
coming into the playoffs, the play-ins.
The one thing I remember about Northwood from last season was that team was just absolutely stacked from top to bottom. But hey, either way, we're getting right into this first game. We see ODU sending out Fish with the Byleth and Oakland sending out Trisket of Pac-Man. The one thing I recall about Trisket from last season, this is my first time actually watching. No, I did watch Fish last season too. The one thing I remember about Trisket last season is that this person is a fantastic Pac-Man. Obviously, making it this far in the bracket, and you can see why I'm saying what I'm saying right there. A quick 55% off the bat, giving himself a really big lead, and one of the best Pac-Mans in the entire fall season last year, or last season. Not sure how they've been doing this season, but again, if they made it this far, they must be doing great.
And something crazy and really huge about Pac-Mans that we've seen all season from nearly every team that actually runs a Pac-Man is them coming out early and seeing where the matchup knowledge lies. A lot of the time, Pac-Man can be a tricky character that is a bit of a matchup check for a lot of these players, and so sending out your Pac-Man first can catch that initial player off guard, and so far Trisket has been all over Fish for the duration of this game.
And yeah, honestly, Fish is looking kind of lost right now. Pac-Man and Trisket doing whatever they really want to at this point in time, and this is a matchup where I feel like Violence could typically do pretty well because of the long reach of those aerials, but right now Fish just unable to really get in, unable to do anything against Trisket, as we see that kind of whip the forward smash right there. I feel like that was the only mistake we've seen Trisket make up until this point. But yeah, right now Trisket just all over Fish. Fish looking lost, and this might be a stock right here. Nope, you know what? Trisket going back, opting to get the bell instead. Just resetting neutral.
That's interesting because there was no jump on the side of Fish there. I feel like Trisket definitely could have pulled the trigger in that offstage scenario, but I guess when you're up this much, you want to play it safe. You want to ensure that that lead remains yours, but I really would have liked to see some extra aggression in there. That being said, back at the ledge, and now the bell!
Jeez, what was that setup?
Whoa! Sorry, he almost did it too!
The slow-moving hydrant along with the bell, that was crazy. You know what, Trisket didn't get anything off of it, but man, it looks sick.
I mean, man, imagine if he did. We would have been singing his praises.
I would have lost my damn mind. Oh man, but here we go. Trisket at 135. Fish here at 124 on that second stock right here. Honestly, even if Fish doesn't manage to win this, they really need to at least take this stock right here. One little hit, there it is. There it is. Again, in the crew battle format, every single stock you take is important. How you win, or even how you lose, is just as important as winning or losing. As you see, another stock getting taken there from Trisket, and that one stock that Fish managed to take is going to be huge if they don't make it out of this match.
Yeah, not only that, but if
GG.
if Trisket is able, no, Trisket actually could have killed him there if he had committed to going right back to the ledge, but his drift just not good enough. Actually gave Fish an opportunity back into this, and now if Trisket loses another stock, he's got no one to blame but himself.
I thought that was game. I literally said GG.
I mean, it literally was
Right. Oh my god, whiffing on that bell, that might have been game 2 if that landed. We're right now Fish with a new lease on life, barely surviving that onslaught there from Trisket, but a little bit of damage here. There we go, has Trisket up in the air, but once again here, Trisket landing.
Alright, the pressure.
I think tried to read a roll in there with that forward smash.
Unfortunately, it just seems like Fish has not been able to find control in this matchup just at any point. And pull the trigger, brother! Pull it! Pull it! You got the gun to his head!
No, okay, man. If Trisket loses another stock here, they gotta be kicking themselves. What was that?
Yeah, the tricky stuff, the grounded hitbox of the up smash will send the hydrant the opposite direction. So a tricky play to try and get that stock in the down air, just going wide, the grab, just going wide, but the nair to forward smash on the platform. I don't even know if Trisket knew what he was doing there. I don't even know, man.
There was so many times that they could have just ended the match. Like you said, just pull the trigger, brother. It's till your head is loaded, man. You're 2 inches away. Just pull the trigger, finish the match. Just get kind of lucky they came out of that with 2 stocks there, because I really feel like Fish was on the verge of potentially taking another one. Had Trisket at what, 70 or 71% right there, and with Byleth, 70% is more than enough percentage to get a KO. So right there, Trisket kind of playing with their food a little bit too much, but hey, still getting out of that alive.
Yeah, hey man, he pulled the trigger in the last moment, the final hour. The trigger was definitely pulled on that up smash, and that means an early 2-stock advantage coming out in this crew battle. And I think, for those who aren't familiar, or those who haven't been watching all season, 2-stock leads, huge. This is opportunities for teams to actually push this entire crew battle into their favor. We've seen even something as little as a 1-stock lead just make that difference, because now if everything throughout remains even, that means that the final player is going to be 2 stocks down.
So whoever that gets sent in next has a lot of work to do. It's going to be really tough against Trisket, especially if they're playing how we saw right there. Despite a bit of spaghetti, was in complete control of that match, start to finish. Like, that easily could have been. I feel like if Trisket wasn't playing around too much, I feel like that could have been a 3-stock. If Trisket wasn't kind of messing around a bit. But you know what? Managed to take off 1 stock, Fish did, which is really all you could, like, you did as much as you could. You did what you could. But looking at OW's roster, we still have Polo, I believe, WeFit, who could get sent in. WeFit Pac-Man's a very odd matchup right there.
Yeah.
Angel Eyes, who I believe is Bayonetta, if I'm not mistaken. And we have Shizui and Kermie Frog, which is an amazing type, by the way.
Yeah.
Not familiar with their characters, but right now, I'm looking at this. Call me crazy, I don't hate Bayonetta.
Yeah, and Angel Eyes,
don't hate it.
Angel Eyes is a player that this team has leaned on before in terms of trying to make big moments happen, and Polo is the player that they often send out as the anchor.
Yeah.
When we first saw ODU play, actually, Polo made, I believe, 2 5-stock comebacks to win.
Not shocked.
So we have to remember that guy's in the back line, because we've seen him do it before, and we've seen him do it in the clutch before.
One thing I do remember about Polo from the fall season was, they're the person that this team lean on a lot. I think they might have been a part of the 15-stock club or the 12-stock club, whatever it is, like wiping out an entire team. I've seen them take out at least like 10 basically on their own and basically eliminate a team all by themselves. I don't think now's the time to throw them in. I do think you should maybe reserve them for your 3rd or maybe your anchor to try and make a bit of a comeback if it does come to that. But yeah, I am liking Bayonetta here if they do opt to go with Angel Eyes. I do think just the evasiveness and the ability to just fly around in the air for as much as you want, all that kind of stuff, could let you avoid a lot of Pac-Man shenanigans. Obviously, you are relatively light as Bayonetta, so you got to be careful when you get hit. But I do like them.
Yeah, before we get into the next game, we do have to shout out Extra Life for making this event possible, making this collegiate league possible. Play games to change kids' health, change the future. Click on the Twitch panel below to create your Extra Life team page today. And honestly, I know you've probably worked with Extra Life. I've worked with Extra Life a number of times. These guys are at the forefront of
charity work in the gaming space, and so I cannot recommend working with Extra Life enough to try and give back.
I personally worked with them last year for a charity stream back in, I think it was like November or October of last year, and again, it was an amazing. They were great, raised a lot of money, went to really good causes. So again, everyone, if you're interested in learning more about Extra Life, the banner is below the stream, so please click on them. They are fantastic people over there.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, like you said, getting into this next game as we're kind of preparing for what character is going to go in, I think this is kind of where the turning point happens.
Yep.
Because 2 stocks were not taken, you cannot have that situation where you take 1 stock quickly back on the other side and you're back to even, right? You need to make sure that you don't let this get out of control, because if Trisket is able to get another 2 stock, that disadvantage gets worse and worse and worse as this progresses. And so honestly, it might not even be a matchup thing necessarily, but which player feels the best against Pac-Man? And they're actually sending out Polo early, and I think that speaks to kind of the severity of the situation that ODU finds themselves in.
Oh yeah, they just want to snuff out all Trisket's momentum like immediately. And again, if you're not familiar with Polo, I would say most likely the best player on this ODU roster. Again, last season I've seen them take what, like 10, oh lord, okay, jeez, I've seen them take out like 10, 11 stocks basically on their own. But right now, man, Trisket putting in a ton of work over on Polo right now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, not only that many stocks on their own, but like I said earlier this season, we saw Polo leaned on as the anchor to make multiple 5-stock comebacks. And so spending him this early, like I said, just shows the severity of the situation and how much they actually respect Trisket on this Oakland side of things. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it is not going well off the rib.
Because right now, if that bell lands, okay, but if that bell lands, and that's an easy stock there for Trisket, and that'd be what, the 3rd stock they took out. And the one thing I always say, man, is if your lead can take out 4 stocks, then they have done more than enough. And right now, it's looking like if this keeps going in the way it's going, Trisket might take out more than that.
Yeah, man, and 5 stocks. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, especially when you have a pair like Polo on the ODU side of things, able to take stocks so fast in what was a dire-looking situation. It's not so bad in the end.
But yeah, there we go. Trisket taking that stock right back. Yeah, if you're Polo, you need to stop this bleeding immediately. You do not want to lose another stock right here. And if you're Trisket, you want to do everything in your power to at least take 1 more to keep a little bit of that cushion that you built in that first game. And right now, looking pretty good. Some solid offstage play right here, but you know what, Polo managing to make it back.
I think the biggest thing that we have to talk about a little bit in this matchup is where the kill power from these characters comes from. A lot of the time, Pac-Man's going to be looking for Bell into that forward smash for those early kills. If he's unable to get it, Pac-Man ends up killing you a little bit later than a lot of other characters do. No. On the same side of things, if Wii Fit Trainer's not finding the big hits with deep breathing, she also can struggle to kill a little bit. And so both these characters have pretty clear win conditions, pretty clear conditions for them to take those stocks. It's a matter of if Trisket and Polo are able to find them.
Yeah, and right now, neither player is really having any trouble racking up damage, as we see Polo right here at 111 after that deep breathing. But yeah, like you said, they both kind of rely on either getting good reads or setup or like setups in order to get kills. I feel like that's especially the case with Pac-Man. So if they're unable to get this, like right now, we could see like Polo living another, what, 20, 30, never mind, I'm a liar.
Oh, no.
What I was going to say was, if they didn't manage to get those setups, it
would
be unrealistic to see them live another 20, 30%. Well, yeah, right now, Trisket absolutely cooking right now, almost lapping a percentage right now.
That is the fastest 53% I have ever seen off a spot dodge read, and just hitting the tech in to avoid the F smash, but the next one comes out and the percentage has been lapped. Trisket is looking to make this one the finish.
I thought that was it. I swear I looked away for 2 seconds already at 106%. Oh my god, Trisket absolutely cooking right now, but you know what? Don't count Polo out just yet. This is deep breathing, and you know what? At 79%, a good back near the ledge might actually be enough to do it. Gotta avoid that hydrant, which they do. Avoid that bell as well. Forward tilt, not gonna be enough. Good aim with that soccer ball right there, but not enough. Or sorry, but whiffing it just by a little bit.
The roll on F smash as well, man. Trisket, the full ignorance option is the back throw. I cannot believe that hit, and now the ledge set up, the hydrant. at just the right spot. The orange able to block the deep breathing, and now we're back to neutral. Both these guys a breath away from death.
The forward tilt! Oh, the back hit of the forward tilt is gonna stop the bleeding.
Now let's try it together.
I mean, stop the bleeding in quotation marks.
Yeah, you know what? Stop the bleeding. You put a band-aid over a knife wound, basically, right there. But like, oh my god, y'all couldn't see me during that match. I was freaking out. That was absolutely insane, Nurse. And you know what? That's why they sent in Polo, because you need someone that good to take out someone like Trisket. But now, the issue is your probable best player is down to what, 1 stock, and their second person in. You still got to take out 3 more people over on Oakland's side. Not to say, obviously, ODU is a very talented roster, top to bottom, but still potentially losing your best player this early has to bite.
It is, you know, I said we had seen Polo in clutch situations a lot of the time coming in at the end of crew battles. I think this is a clutch situation coming in right in the middle of this crew battle. Polo needs to make sure that this next stock finds a lot of value for this ODU team, because if the next player from Oakland is able to come in and take this stock without losing one, that is now a full player advantage with who is typically considered ODU's best player now off the squad. And so it's this moment right here that matters the most. Trisket has set up Oakland for what should be a win, idealistically, in this crew battle, or what is very much trending towards a win. It's up to Polo now to try and kind of stifle that narrative, and even 1 or 2 more stocks from him put ODU in a much better spot.
Now, looking at the Oakland University roster right here, they have Poison Jam, I believe, who is still playing Kazuya, if I'm not mistaken. They have Spectral de Lucina, who I feel like is historically a pretty good matchup against Wii Fit. Maybe not against Polo's Wii Fit necessarily. Boommancer, who I'm not sure who they play, but right now I'm looking at Kazuya, and I feel like it's never a bad idea to throw a Kazuya in the crew battle. I feel like it's never the wrong choice.
I mean, especially when they only have 1 stock left. You get 3 chances at Rage Art. If you don't get the 1 stock, that's on you, man.
Yep. Exactly.
Something went wrong. You need to hit him 2 times. So, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out.
Yeah, and I think we're getting right into this. And you know what? There we go. Called it. Poison Jam coming in with the Kazuya. Like you said, you get 3 chances to get a Rage Art. And honestly, you might not even need a Rage Art if you can land a good electric and not drop your combo. We're going to see how this goes. There's electric right there. This could be it.
How did he not ban FD? I just realized where we are.
That was the point I was about to make. But you know what? Hey, I've seen Polo pull out a lot of cool stuff. So you know what? Maybe this FD pick was just maybe a bit of a flex. You know, I don't care if you're Kazuya. I don't care if you're on FD. I'm Polo. I'm that dude.
I mean, to be fair, Poison Jam has missed a couple of the combos, so the FD pick hasn't necessarily come into fruition so much, and a miss punish on that dash attack as well. Is that Polo's going to maintain the lead, but at 75%, this Rage Art is going to kill.
Just 1 hit. All you need is 1 hit. Just 1. Get it? There it is. I like that. Just 1 hit. Just 1. That Rage Art's gonna drop in another.
Oh my god, the Mash Man
too. Or your whole
too.
stock is gonna drop. Oh my gosh, and there we go. Polo again, just stopping the bleeding. At 100% though, this is pretty scary.
Yeah, the up B coming out right now, back to the ledge, and see it on the screen. Shoutouts again to Extra Life for making this event possible.
Hey man, Poison Jam's gonna wish he had an extra life if he fumbles this, man. This is crazy. You had so many opportunities with that rage.
Absolutely.
And you fumbled it, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, it hurts that this wasn't a 3 stock, but Poison Jam is able to secure it after only losing just 1. And so Polo taking 3 stocks, trading even in this crew battle. A bit of an underperformance from him in terms of his usual standards. I think he's probably not too happy with that.
You say only losing 1 stock there on the side of Poison Jam, but it's like there were so many opportunities. Like you said before the match start, you have 3 chances to get a Rage Art. Had a couple opportunities there to definitely get that grab. Maybe just whiffed it, or got a little bit nervous, whatever the case was. Still got out of that alive. Took Polo out, who's ODU's best player, which is definitely has to be a big kind of big exhale on your side, because no one else on ODU, again, no offense, is going to be that tough of an individual matchup, just player to player, not necessarily character wise. So again, if you're Oakland, you could breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but you're still you know, you would have liked to not lose that stock.
Yeah,
you
definitely would have, but because of how well Triska ended up doing on the front end of things, losing that stock is not too big a deal. You're able to maintain that 2-stock advantage going into this next round. And I think now, you know, Angel Eyes has been that second player that I think ODU has really leaned on to make things happen. And I can't imagine them sending in anyone else versus this Kazuya. Yep. I think Angel Eyes needs to try and equalize here. And I think Bayonetta, of all characters, you know, we know them as having a little bit of trouble killing, but with like a character like Kazuya, whose double jump does not get him out of disadvantage as well, and who can struggle off stage in certain situations, Bayonetta could be a very, very strong pick here.
Yeah, and definitely the ability to just kind of jump all around Kazuya. You're not grounded too long, so a lot of the stuff that Kazuya wants to do is going to be a bit harder to hit. The ability to just keep Kazuya up in the air for seemingly forever with all of Bayonetta's great aerials. You can push Kazuya horizontally off stage very easily as well. So definitely a lot of tools, but Bayonetta is also Witch Time and Bats Within are also really good tools against Kazuya as well. But Bayonetta, not the heaviest character. Those electrics, you're really gonna feel them if they land. Those the Rage Art, you're really gonna feel it if they do land. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword here if that is who they opt to go with.
I think it's one of those times where there's no really great option.
Yeah.
But it has to look good. If you send out the Bayonetta, it has to look clean. And like I said, I think this roster has a certain amount of confidence in Angel Eyes, but the Min from Shizue on the other side of things, all right.
Okay, you know what?
It's a great matchup. It's a great matchup.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, maybe wanting to save Angel Eyes for that anchor position just because, again, a player that they lean on from time to time. Shizue, we have seen good things from in the past, but I actually remember the last crew battle we saw, they had a couple of unfortunate SDs that almost made a pretty big difference. So I think if that problem is solved, I like the pick a lot.
And you know what? That's going to be one quick stock right there for Poison Gem. And you know what? That's what I wanted to see in that match up against Polo. But to talk a bit about this matchup, I don't hate it, despite that stock kind of being a body bag. I don't hate this for Min because obviously Kazuya needs to get up close to you. Min, one of the masters in terms of character-wise, in terms of just keeping people out. But once you get in, this is where Min struggles, because once you do actually get in, Min has nothing to really combat that. So all Poison Jam needs is what, 1 or 2 opportunities, 1 or 2 good hits, and that could be a potential stock.
Yeah, and I mean that's just the Kazuya matchup in general versus every single character in this video game, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that being said, Min is good at keeping him out. Min is good at playing in that mid-range, and Min is good at dealing with the armor because she can kind of cycle those arms back and forth. The problem is Shizue able to play that well? And I think when you get this deep into the season, this deep into the playoffs, you're just expected to be able to play that well.
Absolutely. And you know what? Shizue on the verge of taking a stock. Not quite. A neutral air just a little bit too weak, but that forward smash is going to do it right there. And you know what? Poison Jam down to 1 stock, but this might be it. Oh my God. That could have been another stock right there for Poison. But right now, Shizue with the new lease on life, a quick 48% right there for this Min.
Absolutely, man. If Shizue is able to take this stock without losing the second, that's a great look for ODU in terms of trying to get themselves back into this crew battle. That being said, 113% against Kazuya is, I mean, you're beyond knocking on death's door. He's opened it. And he's welcoming you inside, and the leg goes unpunished on the whiffed arm. Gosh.
And you know what? Shizue doing a really good job of playing defensively right now. You know what? Not letting Kazuya in, not letting Poison Jam in. Knows that Poison Jam is going to be looking for that kill shot and doing everything in their power to not give him that opportunity as we get the Dragon Arm forward smash from downtown halfway across the damn stage first. And that is going to be it. But you know what? Despite all that, Oakland's still maintaining this 2-stock lead. Despite it all.
I mean, that was a nice look out of Shizue, especially at the end, taking him from 40 to 113 to death without taking a single hit. But I can't help but feel like if you're Poison Jam and you watch that VOD back, it's hard not to feel like you missed a couple of opportunities to close that one out. There were a couple of arms that completely whiffed, an up B and center stage that completely whiffed.
Yeah.
Those are the little moments where you need to capitalize hard as Kazuya, and honestly, throughout that game, they were coming fairly consistently, and just in those last moments is when they fell apart a little bit.
But yeah, you know what? Still maintaining that 2-stock lead right there. Triscuit, that first game, they're just staying the course. You have that lead. All you have to do is stay the course. You don't have to play amazingly. You don't have to. Yeah. You don't have to outplay your opponent for being.
You gotta get yours. You gotta get yours.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to stay the course. Don't rock the ship too much, which is exactly what Oakland's been doing, which is why they still have this 2-stock lead. Now,
do they still have the 2-stock lead?
I think so. Is it 6-4?
It's 5-6.
Yeah, oh, right, a 1-stock lead. Sorry,
they only have the 1-stock lead. Yeah,
sorry about that. But
this is the first time that ODU's actually made some of that back since Tristan earned it in the first place.
So yeah, my bad for misspeaking right there. So we still have Spectral on Oakland. That is Lucina?
Yeah, I believe that is Lucina. And it's a little bit of a tricky matchup. You know, Lucina,
I don't know if I love that.
It's got a very very strong offstage presence versus Min, and so the potential for those stocks to drop very early is definitely there. The problem comes with Lucina, you know, she's fast, but she's not that fast. She's got good airspeed, but it's not that good. And so, and she's definitely far from a fast faller. So trying to get into that range against Min, if you're not able to have that strong offstage presence, it's a losing battle across the board. And so that's one of those moments again where you have to call on a player who you think can play very clean, who you think can play very solidly throughout. And even when we're talking potential next matchups, Lucina versus Bayonetta is pretty much a way better look than Min Lucina is.
Yo, absolutely. And I think Min is also just one of those characters that, you know, offline is pretty good, pretty solid, but I really feel like an online crew battle format with a bit of, you know, the input delay that we all know Smash Online has. I feel like this character does get significantly better. A very good character to have on your roster during the crew battle. So I feel like characters like Akazuya, or kind of like, not as much Lucina, but characters that need a bit more precision to use can't struggle. But hey, you know what? Forget all that. We are going for precision. Captain Falcon. That's definitely not the case there. But here we go. Blue Manta is coming in right here. You know what? Just going full offense. I definitely respect this. It's going to be hard for Falcon to get in. Obviously, he doesn't have too many tools to space out or to get in safely. It's kind of just rushing it and hoping for the best a lot of the time. But you know what? Once Falcon gets in, has firepower like almost no other in this game. So we're going to see how this goes.
Yeah, and honestly, Falcon does a really good job of coming at Min from that 45-degree angle that she can struggle to contest a little bit. His airspeed, very strong and able to come down with Nair and get huge value off of that. Also kind of mixing it up with tomahawk grabs or anything like that. So, what?
Okay. Ooh, boy. I respect it.
Definitely unintentional. Definitely going for a side B to try and catch a punish on the backside of things, but taking a decent bit of damage for that mistake. Now has Shizue at the ledge, but honestly, Boom Hunter has not been able to convert any of these hits into anything more than just a hit or two, and now, deep off stage, an opportunity.
I like that option there with that reverse up B, but you know what? I think Shizue was just a little bit too prepared for that one. That could be a stock right there. Nope, good recovery right there from Boom Manter. And right now, and I should say, Captain Falcon in this matchup specifically, your recoveries have to be so on point. Just based on the fact that Min can cover so much ground off stage with those arms, you have to, your air drift on those up Bs needs to be perfect, or you're gonna lose the stock really, really early.
All right, now deep off stage, trying to contest, but unable to get anything going in these offstage situations. Even the weak knee could be an option to catch the tether, but actually, the tether, as the percentages go up, your ledge invincibility goes down, and that is actually, that percentage is multiplied when it's a tether recovery. So Boom Hunter, I don't know if he knew that, but the timing just right on that down tilt.
I'm gonna keep it honest, nurse. I didn't know that either.
You didn't know that?
I had no idea. I'm learning something new today too.
You're welcome, brother. Let's get the lab coat on. We'll figure this out.
I was about to be like, yeah, of course. Yeah, I knew that. I had no idea what talking. But yeah, no, that definitely makes a lot of sense though. It makes a lot of sense right there. And you know what? I don't know if Shizue knew that. Right now,
I mean, Shizue definitely knew that, but I think a lot of the time, because that is such a niche piece of knowledge, a lot of the time, honestly, other players don't know that.
For sure.
And so, you know, being able to have that awareness, make it happen, and have the timing on that down tilt means that Boom Hunter is able to take the first stock, and now Answering back is Shizue, but on their last stock, and that air dodge came in so clutch.
I was waiting for a stop after that up tilt, but you know what? I think Boom just wanted to get back to stage and reset. You know what? One stock away from bringing this back to a 2-stock lead right there for Oakland.
Oh, and then
She's awesome.
he misses, but Jesus Christ doesn't up again with the nair. Dude, that is
my chest. My chest, bro.
All good, man. All good. All good. I saw him miss the knee, and I was like, "Oh, that's too bad." And it's like, is it too bad? It's not too bad. Don't worry about it, man.
The presence of mind to miss that knee, but to still know you have your extra jump, you still have a nair you can go with, you still have so many options right there, and to be able to not just kind of recover after fumbling the knee, but to be able to again convert that into a stock right there was fantastic. And before we hit up this next match, we got to give a big shout out to one of our great sponsors, Dunkin'. Nace Star League runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' Donuts near you. Again, click on the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. And honestly, after that match hyped me up. I don't think I'm gonna need a coffee right now, man. Dunkin' has fantastic coffee, but I think I'm good. I'll take
a donut though. He got certified cook, so I know it's coming in just right. I know it's coming in just right on the back side of things. And Boomanter now makes this a 5-stock comeback for Angel Eyes, who is really coming in on the back foot, really has the pressure of this crew battle on their shoulders because of how confident these players have looked just across the board for Oakland. And I think, honestly, you talked the president mind to go for that nair after the knee. You know, Boomanter actually hit a nair 1, realized that he didn't think it was gonna hit, so didn't actually go to follow up on it, and then caught the next thing that Shizue did with another nair 1, which is what set up into that falling up air knee scenario, where he then converted on the third nair on the run back sort of things. And so that is not just one option. That is 1, 2, 3 choices made in a row, just knowing that you can keep pushing this advantage further. And I think that's just a sign of a really good player. And I think that's something in particular that Captain Falcon players have to be really good at, because that character just lives and dies by explosive stocks. And if you're unable to make stuff like that happen, I mean, you're playing the wrong character. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I really feel like Falcon isn't a character that likes long, kind of drawn out matches. It's like, look, either I'm dying early or you're dying. Whatever happens, I'm dying early.
Yeah, I don't care, man. But
like, I don't care. Exactly. Hey, we're getting into this next match.
What?
We have Angel. Oh, I keep playing Snake. Not Bayonetta. Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay. No. Now I remember. This is my bad.
Okay.
This guy's unreal. No, this guy's goated. Wait, no, this guy's actually so good.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
It is my first time watching
absolute freaking run that this guy went on earlier in the season. This guy was absolutely the difference maker for ODU. I think he took 5 to 7 stocks every single crew battle.
That's crazy. And you know what? Hey, if it is 5 to 7, Oakland's at 5 right now, so right in that threshold. So we'll see if Angel Eyes can do it again. Already has a quick 92 over here on Boom and is in complete control of this match. Thing about Snake is when never mind. I was gonna say, hey, when Snake has a big lead, they don't have to approach you. But right now, hey, the stocks are all tied up as Boom gets that stomp. And you know what is keeping this momentum going? Oh no, please stop. Go for it again.
Oh, he had the knee read. He didn't let it rip fast enough, but the up smash crowd comes through and Boomanter making Angel Eyes the profit that we did not want. 63% already racked up, and the up tilt will come out. A moment of reprieve, but not the start that you're looking for if you're Angel Eyes. Now 41% onto Boomanter. If he can close this stock out, he's got a great chance going into the back end of things.
Has to close this out before getting to, really dangerous territory right now. Has that knee misses. Oh my god.
So lucky that knee missed, honestly.
Right now, for Angel Eyes, you're definitely still in this match. Sorry, if you're Boom, I should say, you're definitely in this match still right here. You have to survive. You have to kick the stock without getting to that 110, 120 range. And you're getting dangerously close to that right now, where up tilt is going to KO you. C4 missing on that platform. I'm not sure what the percentage is for Falcon to get KO'd by down throw up tilt, but I feel like we're getting dangerously close to it.
Down throw up tilt will kill at, I believe, 58%.
Really?
Yeah, 58 is when it's true.
Okay, cool. So 136 right here for Boob, not looking too great for them, but still managed to take at least one stock. And that
my
C4,
gosh.
didn't see it, honestly, neither did I, as Angel Eyes gets out of that alive, still with 2 stocks. So now, Nurse, we are down to 1 player on each side of the board right here, ODU, depending on Angel Eyes to take this home. And you said, hey, every time you see them, they've taken off, what, like 5 stocks? That's 3
Plus.
right there.
Plus 5 stocks plus, man.
That's 3 right there. So, hey, another 2, and you would have called it.
I mean, honestly, that's about as good as a situation as you could have possibly asked for.
Sure.
With a character like Captain Falcon on the screen, stocks like that first stock happen. They get blown up sometimes, and it's off the back of little mistakes. That being said, the wherewithal from Angel Eyes to kind of keep his composure, know that he's still in this, he's still got this, and to come back and answer with a 2 stock. He's only 1 stock behind now against Lucina, which, I mean, is an okay matchup against Snake, for sure, but certainly not a great one. And so, you have to be feeling good, because as someone who has come into these crew battles and consistently performed so well, consistently been in positions like this to put their team over the top, I have to feel like Angel Eyes is really confident here.
Again, played about, other than that first stock that got lost, shout out to Boom for that one. Other than that first stock, played that about as perfectly as you could. So, I'm hoping they get to keep this momentum going into this next match against Lucina. You're going to have to, I think, slow it down just a little bit more than Falcon. Lucina's not going to be as aggressive, not as in your face, but not as fast, not as aggressive as Falcons usually are. So I think as a Snake, you have a bit more room to a bit more space to kind of jump around and get your grenades and your C4 out and stuff like that. But again, Lucina has that reach. It's going to be able to beat out a lot of your grenades with that big disjoint. Offstage presence a lot more present than Captain Falcon. So you're going to have to be very careful with your recoveries, where you're up being and how you're up being as well. That is, in fact, if they do go with Spectral and Lucina. But I do like this for Angel Eyes. I do like this. Considering how they just played, I think I if I was a betting man, and I'm making the mistake because every time I say this, I end up being wrong. But I'm gonna do it again. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't feel too bad putting $1 or 2 on Angel Eyes right here. Despite
just 1 or 2. Hey man, I'm not even a betting. I'm not a betting man, and I might put $1 or 2 on it. I'm feeling pretty good about it. That being said, Spectral, a really big opportunity here is coming out a stock up, and a character like Snake with the way his recovery works, and especially the way Lucina works off stage in some of those situations, there are chances for those stocks to come off with just a couple of reads. And so, because you're starting a stock up and because you've been put in that position, you actually can afford to go for a couple of those reads pretty safely, and Snake is not able to start on even footing with that grenade game plan. And I think specifically with Snake, that puts him at a bit of a disadvantage, especially going for those trades.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. So Spectral's going to have to be very careful in this matchup as we get into it. And yep, it is Spectral with that Lucina. Last match of the first game right here. Can Angel Eyes bring it back from what it was a 2 or 3 stock deficit and win this for ODU, or is Oakland and Spectral going to stay the course and take this home for their school? We will see right here as we begin this last match. Dead even right now. 40% right now on Angel Eyes. You want on Spectral. You know what, Spectral? Keeping this going.
Oh, and if I remember something about Spectral, this guy is crazy aggressive for a Lucina player. You will not see him stop holding forward for the duration of this match. And so even against a character like Snake, he's going to constantly be kind of floating in that area and looking for opportunities to take this stock, and already 96% on Angel Eyes.
And you are 100% correct. I have not seen a Lucina this aggressive in, I don't think ever. Like, they do not care about taking grenade damage. They don't care about taking C4 damage. As long as Angel Eyes is taking a bit of damage too, and that's kind of the downside to being overly aggressive. But as long as, Angel Eyes is taking a bit of damage as well, I don't think if Spectral cares if they're taking a bit of percentage.
Yeah, that being said, as Angel Eyes is not taking damage now, you absolutely have to care if you're taking a bit of percentage, and oh my god.
Had a back air there. Had a back air, but didn't do, okay, that works too. Sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, Angel Eyes too deep to make it back to the ledge, and the stock lead has been maintained by Spectral, but 40% now on the stock. We've seen Snake kills Lucina with up tilt around that 100% mark, so Spectral needs to be very, very careful as this percent racks up, or else you're going to find yourself staring down the barrel of even stocks. And even these trades are going the way of Spectral right now.
Right now, 68% on Spectral is closing that percentage gap a little by little. But right now, that big neutral air coming through from Angel Eye's going to rack up even more damage, 90%, and getting to really dangerous territory. It's where Snake's moves are going to start to KO really, really soon. Going for that up tilt, couldn't quite get it. Oh, a smash! Ooh, watch out! Yeah.
Right, the grenade hitting the forward tilt, and Angel Eyes maintaining what feels like control of this matchup, not taking anything more than a couple hits, but an extremely greedy play at the ledge means that a down air absolutely could have come out in that situation.
Yep.
Spectral just not converting in the C4!
I didn't even see that! Yo, where did that go from? Oh my goodness, great presence of mind there for Spectral as we are down to one stock each, 89% right here on Angel Eyes. Can Spectral maintain this? All you need is one really good hit if you're Lucida.
I mean, one really, really good hit. I'd say you probably need a couple more coming into this, but as Snake reaches 110, 120, and now a mistake off stage again goes unpunished, and thankfully only 22%. That could have been so much worse. But Angel Eyes is so consistent with this pressure, so willing to wait, and so willing to create this zone. Spectral is having so much trouble finding a way in.
Spectral almost getting an assist from the grenade right there. Couldn't capitalize on it though. And I know, oh my god, Angel Eyes wants an up tilt. They were looking for it.
That's the
Dolphin
jump.
slash.
Oh, what are you doing?
The Cypher!
Just wait for the air dodge, something, go for the stage spike. Oh my gosh, the C4 almost coming through now, recovering high. Can he catch it? Up air will kill, he will hit it. Spectral in the 11th hour. In the face of an Angel Eyes 5-stock comeback secures the crew battle for Oakland with 1 stock remaining.
And Spectral is telegraphing that upbeat perfectly. Was right where Angel Eyes was going to be. I think even before Angel Eyes knew where they were going to be. And you know what? Getting that, like you said, in the 11th hour, that was as close as a crew battle as we literally can get. And I think all of that has to go back to that first game with Trisket. That 2-stock lead that Trisket gave them in that first game
set the tone.
Absolutely carried throughout this entire match. Because honestly, I feel like I really feel like ODU played better than Oakland after that first match. But I just think that 2-stock lead just gave them that little bit of cushion that they needed.
It's like you said, or it's like we mentioned, right, when it happened in such a high level, when all things remain even off the back of that 2-stock lead, you still end up with a player down stocks in the last situation, and we saw it come to fruition there. That being said, this is a best of 3. Old Dominion will have another chance at this crew battle, so don't go anywhere. The next crew battle will be coming right up when we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Nays Star League Spring Playoffs Round of 8. In case you just missed it, ODU dropping the first crew battle to Oakland in what was nail biter, absolute nail biter of a last stock situation as Angel Eyes tried to claw ODU back into that crew battle. And I think the question on my mind remains, how does that impact from so early in the crew battle, from Trisket taking those 5 stocks initially? How does that kind of get mediated as we go through this round 2?
And we were just talking about it during the break. Honestly, if I'm ODU, I don't hate just starting Polo right here off the bat to try and be that counter to Trisket. But are we getting right into it? Oh, you know what? They are actually starting Polo. I called it, but Oakland actually starting with Poison Jam and not Trisket. Maybe they want to save Trisket for Angel Eyes. I'm thinking Angel Eyes maybe put a bit of fear of the fear of God in them, just a little bit, that they want to save their best player as a counter pick for them. But you know what? I did not see Poison Jam starting this match. I did not call that.
No, and I think it's such an interesting pick, right? Just because of the way that Kazuya works. You're like, honestly, Kazuya, it doesn't matter who you send in first, right? We're gonna take stocks just the same, and Poison Jam reading the roll with a side B means that Polo's first stock is gone faster than we even got to know it.
That's what I wanted to see from Poison Jam when they played Polo in that first game. I didn't want to see drop combos. I want to see conversions, just like maybe this one. Nope, dropping that one as well. But you know what? That first conversion on that first stock, yeah, that's what I want to see in that first game. And we see just how explosive Kazuya is. If just in case you need a reminder of how amazing this character is, one touch is all they really need. One good read is all they really need. But you know what? Despite all that, Polo keeping this relatively close. But that rage drive is now active for Poison Jam.
Yeah, in case you forgot, Kazuya actually does have a reflector, so these zoning characters can actually struggle a little bit if Kazuya is able to find the right opportunities to use the reflector. Now stalling off stage with the neutral B at 145%. In case you forgot again, Kazuya is a super heavy, but Polo answers back with a deep breathing down tilt.
And you know what? Yeah, despite losing that first stock really fast, Polo managing to keep this close. And you know what? I'm a filthy liar because that's probably a stock right there for Poison Jam. This is what I needed. Last set from you, my friend. Oh my gosh. And once again, a reminder that Kazuya is a character in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, everybody.
That is the crustiest conversion I've ever seen. The electric wing Godfist hit off the platform and just missing the second one only to run it back with the third. And he missed it, but gets the reset off the platform. The DI is there from Polo to survive, but already at 150%, the next hit is death.
Oh my gosh, guys. Kazuya exists in this game. Kazuya exists in this game. Everybody, just again, once again, if you needed a reminder, this is the power of this character.
He just lets it rip, man. Of course he does. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just let it rip? Why wouldn't you just be in neutral? Why not? Somebody help, man. Somebody help. Polo's just as lost as me.
I love watching you react to Kazuya and Steve. I love it. It's like my favorite pastime, is watching you react to Kazuya and Steve.
Me?
Yeah, because it's just like, I feel the pain in your voice.
It's Kazuya, Steve, and Hero. You don't want to be there when Hero's on the screen. You don't want to be there. Bad. Poison Jam. We talked about the value that we expect from Polo, man, and it's nowhere to be found. He took 3 in the last crew battle. This time, 1 on the board. And if you're looking to make this look a little different, if you're ODU, you don't like to start with Polo looking worse and Poison Jam looking better.
And you still have Trisket waiting there. We still have Boom, who was really solid as well. Again, Spectral too, also very solid too. The fact that Trisket's not even out and you're up 2 is a really big thing for Oakland, I must say. But I do think they're probably going to save them for Angel Eyes, just as a little counter pick right there. If I'm ODU, I think I might just send in Minmin. I think I just send in Shizui because they played pretty okay against Kazuya last time.
Yeah.
Byleth is also an option with Fish. Or do you send in Snake now just to deal with this?
No, I don't.
No?
I don't.
Okay.
And here, I'll tell you why, because I don't think it's a bad idea, but this is why I'm not doing it. Yeah. If Angel Eyes gets randomly 0 to death by Poison Jam and loses a stock because of that, and now your best player is down a stock because he got breathed on at 10%, you just can't afford it. You cannot afford it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is no bueno.
I love watching you talk about Kazuya.
Am I wrong? Like,
You're right. I hear the pain in your voice. How many causes have you lost to?
like honestly, like not that many. I'm pretty good for Kazuya.
Oh, okay, never mind. But in all seriousness, no, you are 100% correct. Like you don't, as much as like sending an Angel Eyes right now would be like a okay. You know what? Okay, we are sending in Mimic. Okay, that was my first guess. You want to keep Kazuya and Poison Jam as far away as humanly possible. Really, not too many better characters in the game than Min at keeping people at bay and at distance. That offstage play is going to be really, really big as well for Min.
No
you know what?
way.
If this happens to you, okay. Not gonna lie, I thought that was it.
Oh, that could have been it. That Nair could have comboed into down smash, and that would have been the stock. Poison Jam not quite ready for that conversion. That being said, the damage is in his favor, and Shizue trying to get off the ledge.
Bro.
Okay, no. We need to talk about that. Kazi has discovered that like last week. Can you believe that? They were posting about it on Twitter. Down smash forward tilt. Last week! This character's been out for over a year!
I was about to say, again, I'm in the same region as Riddle. I watch that dude all the time. I have never seen that conversion before.
Oh no! The double
GG's,
spike
GG's.
means...
Yo, hey, wrap it up. Let's go home, guys. Hey, wrap it up. It's over. That's what, 3 stock, maybe a 4 stock lead incoming if they can land another hit like that. And that's kind of the issue with Min, man. As good as solid as a character as Min is, once you do the this character tilt. Has nothing.
Not again!
Hey, wrap it up. Hey, Oakland, congrats on your win.
Moving on. GG, good job. I'm not even congratulating Oakland. I'm congratulating Poison Jam. Great work, buddy.
Now imagine if we saw this Poison Jam in the first set.
I don't even want to.
That's 6 stocks
so far, and he's lost 1.
Lost 1. Took out 6. Still has 2 stocks left. Polo's gone, so you can't even rely on.
I mean, you can't even afford to not send in Angel Eyes at this point. You have to.
I think you have to, because then, like, if you send in Fish Byleth again could do maybe okay against Kazuya with the long reach of those aerials, could keep them at bay. But much like Min, Byleth in that really like that extreme close range doesn't really have those short hitboxes to really contend with anything. Granted, not many characters have anything that can contend with Kazuya up close, but Byleth especially doesn't have anything like that. So if it's going to be a really similar thing to Min if that's who they go with. So I really do think you have to send an Angel Eyes now. Pray that they get out of this only losing maybe a stock, and then just kind of hope that they go on one of those 5 to 7, maybe 8 stock bursts that you talked about earlier.
It needs to be 8, man. Like, it literally needs to be 8 to even get them back in the conversation.
Yeah, but the fact that that's kind of what you might be, let's wait to see who they pick, but the fact that that's what you might need just to get out of this second game alive, ain't too great for ODU. It's not too great for ODU. Oh boy, that was nuts. Where was this last set?
No, but that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. The down throw forward tilt is just true.
I didn't know that.
It's just a true combo. And I swear to you, I saw it on Twitter, and I'm like, how?
How are they getting better?
How is this discovered now? And they're just like, yeah, it's great versus Cloud, because at 40%, it sends him at like negative 45-degree angle, and what's he gonna do about it? Same thing goes for tether recoveries like Min. And in that case, it was just true, because he was trying not to die.
Yep. I don't know. What do you say? Like, what do you do?
Shake
like,
my hand.
That's
GG, got him.
GG's. Shake my hand. Good game.
I feel like, unfortunately, Shizue, if they have not been on Kazuya Twitter in the last week, they didn't know that. They didn't know.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh my god. I'm just watching the stream back now. I want to see that one more time. But yeah, I did not know that. Was it down smash? Was it down smash?
It's down throw up tilt. It's
down throw forward tilt? Sorry.
It's down throw forward tilt. It's literally like should have been a day 1 combo.
That should have been. That should have been in like the day 1 Izov video about this is Kazuya's bread and butter stuff. Like that really should have been, because it took me. It's surprised it took this long to figure out that was a thing.
Yeah, I mean maybe they knew it was a thing and didn't realize the application.
Fair.
I have no idea, because they're so like they just want to land Electric Wing Godfist, which understandably so. I would want to land Electric Wing Godfist as well. But yeah, the down throw into the forward tilt, because again, forward tilt sends at that like, I call it the Mac killer angle, which is that like negative 45, not 45 degrees, but like that.
The Mac kill angle?
Yeah, the Mac killer is what I call it. It's like Falcon's down tilt sends at it too.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I call it the Mac killer, but it's that kind of like negative 20-degree angle that is really hard for characters with kind of not so good horizontal recoveries to come back from, and so a really good option against Min Min there for sure.
Yeah, again, just looking at ODU, I think you have to send in Snake.
You have to. You literally have to. If you don't, you're trolling.
Yeah, there it is. You're down what, 5? Yeah, you're down 5. You have to. And if you're ODU, like if you're Angel Eyes, you have to take out 4, at least, without losing more than 2. If you really want a chance at this, in my opinion. And that is a tall. Again, Angel Eyes. If anyone can do it, it's definitely them. But that is such a tall ask. But you know what? Off to a pretty good start right here. 43% already. 53, I should say. Right now on Poison Jam. Can't get off to a much better start than this. But again, with Kazuya, all you need is one opening, one opportunity, one chance, and that is it.
You had one shot.
I was about to say
electric wing Godfist. Would you take it?
I was about to make the Eminem reference, and I didn't know if I should.
Over here, I got you. I got you.
Oh
that being said, Angel Eyes is making this look incredibly clean on the back end of things, and then this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Angel Eyes. Poison Jam has been unable to find a way in, but
that's it.
I mean, just pure greed on that side, babe.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna land, but yeah, that shield came through.
Oh,
I don't know if that's gonna be a stock just yet. No, okay.
Okay, missing the conversion. Thankfully for Angel Eyes, he absolutely could have died.
Yeah. And the fact that you can get hit at like 30 and I have to hold my breath on whether or not you're gonna get KO'd is kind of crazy. But there we go, a KO coming through from Angel Eyes. Only 64, I say only 64%. This is Kazuya, this can kill you no matter what. But the fact that they didn't take too much damage on that first stock is a pretty good sign for them.
Yeah, absolutely a very, very good sign. The problem is Electric Wing Godfist off the ground at this percent into the up smash may be enough to get the KO, so Angel Eyes needs to be very, very careful, and hitting themselves with their own grenades in those situations, it has to stop because you cannot take any more of this damage.
105 right here on Angel Eyes. Poison just trying to find any opportunity to get in. Nope. Oh, that was up smash right there. Couldn't quite get it. And you know what? Angel Eyes playing this about as perfectly as you could.
Just not on this last stock.
Yeah.
He wants no part of interacting with Kazuya.
Yeah, and when you're Snake, you have a 2-stock lead. There's no
What?
That tech read was crazy.
Get out, man! Not only did Angel Eyes tech that, which is a minor miracle, but he covered it perfectly. I'm so mad.
That's it. He was absolutely crazy there from Angel Eyes, taking out a stock, which is again like can't ask for much more right there. But you are sitting at 92%. Rage drive is going to be a factor relatively soon. But with Snake only at 20, there it is. With Snake only at 20, that rage drive isn't going to be enough to get a KO. But get some decent damage off of it.
Yeah, I'd call 40% decent damage.
Yeah,
he's able to get on top of it.
It's okay.
All right, the side B actually gets him out of dodge for the C4. Angel Eyes, again, has been in full control of this game from start to finish. Poison Jam trying to find a way in with those side Bs, but unfortunately cannot do it. But what is that, 7 stocks taken from your entry player?
Yeah, 6 or 7, something like
it was 7.
Yeah, but still, I think a 4-stock lead right now. 4 Oakland, again, you can't ask. I say 4 stocks. If someone takes 4, you can't ask for any more. That was what, 7, 6, some whatever the hell
it was 7 because it was the first 2 people for 6, and then he took 1 off Angel Eyes. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, Poison Jam coming in, doing their job. I don't love how they played there. There was a lot of side Bs.
I mean, he was out of ideas, I think, is what the idea was. He was like, I need to kill him off the next hit because I'm not getting more than that. So
I feel like there's a bit of desperation right there from Poison Jam, but hey, either way, you take 7 stocks, do whatever the hell you want in my book. Angel Eyes, unfortunately, going down already. Or not going down, but going down to stock already. I think you might just send in Trisket now. I think that's why they didn't start Trisket last time, because they wanted to save Trisket. I just think he
send in Spectral.
Oh yeah, you know what? It's also
he just won the 3 versus 2 stock scenario, and then even if Spectral falls to fish, then you just send in Trisket, who nearly 3 stocked fish on the back end of things. Like if this goes completely as it did in the last crew battle, Oakland is not even going to need to send in their 4th player.
Honestly, no, you're right. And I'm just looking at Oakland's roster, I feel like every option you have here, maybe not Boom Match with the Captain Falcon, but like Spectral.
He also took a stock though. Like,
I know.
He literally did.
It's just like every option here is like, I think of the 3, Falcon might be like the least good. not bad.
Yeah.
At least it
Yeah,
could.
yeah.
But it's like you have like just a wealth of opportunity, a wealth of options here for Oakland. I really like the position that they're in. You could afford to make a mistake. You're up 4 stocks right now. You could afford to not necessarily win a match right here. If you take out Angel Eyes, you've already taken out. Then you would have taken out Polo and Angel Eyes. They're 2 best players, and you're gonna be coasting for the rest of the set, I would say. So again, if I'm Oakland, I'm feeling really good about myself right now.
I mean, yeah, I think the pace of this crew battle, the momentum was set as soon as Poison Gem was able to get that two stock onto Polo, and then, oh my god, is the 3 stock that came onto Shizue in what I have to describe as one of the most unfortunate series of stocks in a row that I have ever seen.
That was nuts. Oh my god.
It was 2 triple nair spikes and a down throw forward tilt that ended up taking stocks. I don't think any stock got above 70%.
Honestly, I think you're right. But hey, into the next match, and they are just gonna send in Trisket. I think Will kind of made the point that we feel like they wanted to save Trisket.
Wait, whoa, did you see that?
Yeah, I did. That was weird. I was gonna say nothing.
Why was it so big?
But yeah, they are sending in Trisket for Angel Eyes. I really do think if they can manage to take out Snake here without taking too much damage, then they can kind of coast for the rest of this set. But you still got to do the work, and against Angel Eyes, it's going to be really tough. Like you said, they've taken out 5, 6, 7 stocks almost every single time we've seen them play. And I think they're hoping for another one of those performances here.
Yeah, they took 4 in the last crew battle and were a hair away from 5, so we know that Angel Eyes has it in them, especially against this team, but Trisket is a player that Angel Eyes has not been called upon to play against before, and this zoner versus zoner matchup can be a very big change in pace from characters like Lucina and Captain Falcon, who, when Spectral's piloting, is very aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely the case right here. But relatively even in percentages, but if you're Angel Eyes, you really can't afford to go even. You have to take this stock, you have to take another one without really losing one of your own, and there we go, nice. Right on cue. Gets that really good C4. 72%, and you know what? On Snake, who's really heavy, 83 now after some of that self-damage. On a Snake who's really heavy, and on a Pac-Man who does rely on some cute setups to get KOs, I really don't hate this right now for Angel Eyes, despite the big percentage gap.
No, I really don't hate it at all either, especially because of the wall that Snake is able to set up with grenades and kind of that pressure that he's able to apply from that spot on the screen. It makes it a lot harder for Pac-Man to actually land Bell on Snake clean enough that a grenade is not ready to hit him on the way in. So it means that on average, unless a big read is made, Pac-Man's going to be killing a lot later than Snake is in this matchup.
Definitely the case right here. Again, 95%. I feel like Angel Eyes has been on 95% for a good while right now, just not really getting hit for, I feel like, 20-30 seconds at this point, and already gonna bring, there you go, there's the hit right there, and really close to actually lapping Trisket in percentage on this second stock right there. And you know what? You just brought up that point about the Bell, you not being able to land a clean hit, and we saw it come into fruition right there, Nurse.
Yeah, almost any other character in the game that results in a kill for Pac-Man, but Snake says no just enough of the time, and he's right on the C4. He knows.
We've seen Angel Eyes get a couple of stocks with that sneaky C4 right there, but yeah, Trisket being ready and able to dodge it. There should be sour hit of that dash attack. You really hate to see it for Angel Eyes, and you know what? Back air coming through from Trisket is going to take that stock, which is exactly what they needed. I thought
the forward smash, dude, almost comes out, and now if you're Angel Eyes, things have gone from bad to worse. You were really hoping to take this second stock first. You were really hoping to put that on the board, and now this comeback, even if you take out this next stock of Trisket clean, even though you're at a huge percent deficit, you're still multiple stocks down against the player who just beat you.
Yeah. Yeah, and not looking, again, if anyone can do it, it is definitely Angel Eyes, but it's not looking too great right here, already at 94%, but Trisket only at 34, and you know what, if I'm Trisket, I'm just playing this as safely as possible. You don't want to get bombed by a bunch of grenades or get killed by another sneaky C4, anything like that. But we are seeing Trisket ramp up the aggressiveness of just a little bit right now, though. Wants to get out of this match as quickly as possible.
I think Trisket has been a player that we've seen willing to pull the trigger on those F smashes in neutral every now and again, even just so that the opponent knows that he's willing to do it.
whiffed a couple of them, but yeah, like you said, it kind of just puts the fear in your heart. You know that they're willing to go for those forward smashes, so you got to be ready for them. Watch that C4 on that left side of the Pokeball right there. And we've seen
not
Angel
too
Eyes
relevant to
should be-
the ledge here, but the back air should confirm the stock. And I think ODU's dreams go down with it. Unfortunately, Angel Eyes able to take 3 stocks, but not the heroic performance that they needed to have, as Trisket looks just as good as the first time we saw him, man.
Yeah. And I think ODU, they just have, I think, Fish the Byleth left. Again, who I feel like on paper could do okay-ish against Pac-Man, but as soon as you go off stage and you get sent a little bit horizontal, that tether just isn't going to be enough to really get you back. But yeah, I feel like this is ODU's to lose at this point.
I mean, the tough part about this is not only did Fish nearly get 3 stocked by Trisket on the opener of this crew battle, even if Fish plays flawlessly and does not lose a stock against Trisket, they're staring down the barrel of Spectral and Boomenter with 3 stocks apiece, and it is nigh impossible to imagine a scenario in which Byleth is able to 7 stock a team with Captain Falcon, Pac-Man, and Lucina staring down the other side of things.
It's like you never say never, because like, again, you've done a lot of crew battles. I've done a lot of crew battles. Commentary. We've seen it. We've seen it happen before. I'm just not getting, again, no disrespect to ODU, I'm just not getting that feeling right now. I feel like Byleth of all characters is not one of those big comeback characters. If this was like a similar situation, but it was like Angel Eyes, I would be a little bit more, okay, maybe they can do it. But with Byleth,
even then, man.
But even then, it's like maybe. But again, like you said, even if they play perfectly, they get out of this Trisket match without losing a stock. Having to play against Spectral, whose Lucina is just basically plays like a Captain Falcon with the aggression.
Yeah, seriously.
And then Boommaster, obviously with Captain Falcon, it's gonna be, this is tough, man. I just don't want to give up hope. I don't want to give up hope.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. And I think Fish, if there was a time for a legend to be made, it would be right now. This would be one of the most colossal crew battle comebacks, one of the most underdog victories that we have ever seen on this channel. And so
I think ODU still has a Kermie Frong in the waiting
too.
So
yeah, he also does.
Okay, they aren't actually going to do that. They are just going to go with Fish with the Byleth. We saw them in the first set go up against Trisket. Did not go too well for them, to put it very, very lightly. We're going to see if they learned anything that they can apply here in the second match. Again, this is only one stock they got to take off of Trisket. It is only one, but you got to play perfectly.
What's the most number of stocks you've taken in a crew battle?
Me?
Yeah, you personally.
Personally, like 4.
Nice.
Yeah. Look, man.
So we're not trusting you in this scenario.
Absolutely not. Oh man, I'm not even making the team. If I'm on your crew battle team, it means y'all messed up somewhere, bro.
Oh my gosh, man! And Trisket right now, the aggression off the hop is exactly what we saw in the first crew battle, the first match that was played out already 80%, and Fish has an opportunity to adjust. They have a little bit of data from the last time that they played, but almost seeming to not matter as this stock is far from healthy.
Already 97, only 39 right here on Trisket. What's the option at the ledge? Watch that fire hydrant. Looks for the grab. You know what? Solid conversion right there for Trisket. I mean, for Fish. And if I'm Fish, I think you need to be a bit more aggressive when Trisket is off stage. Obviously, Pac-Man is really good at reverse edge guarding people, but you have such big hitboxes. But with that down air, with Luchulator and stuff like that, I think you have to be a bit more aggressive off stage. Or you could get a hard S read just like that and get that up smash. That is exactly what Fish needed to do. Got out of that match, not losing a stock. But again, we brought this scenario up for Nurse. You gotta take out 6. That was amazing.
That was good. I believe now. I'm a believer.
You believe?
I'm a believer. I couldn't believe her if I tried.
Yo, every time I'm about to make a reference, you take it from me. I'll play it.
I saw Byleth's face.
No, I'm a believer. Oh man, but do you believe in Captain Falcon and Lucina a bit more? I think I do. Not gonna lie.
I mean, that's who I play. So it's a lot of the time. So I mean, like, obviously I believe in those characters, but also Captain Falcon sucks. So, like, it's doable. It's
The
doable.
propaganda.
It's not propaganda. That character's bad.
The propaganda is in full effect, everybody.
That's crazy. If you're new to Smash Brothers Ultimate, do not pick up Captain Falcon.
This is propaganda.
That being said, yeah, that was a very nice stock coming out of Fish, who took a lot of damage early and found just those little opportunities to take the stock. It was honestly just one neutral exchange that went their way, and then just kind of a progressive advantage state where the right option was picked over and over and over again. That's what we need to see more of, and that's what honestly Byleth is really good at as a character.
Yeah, definitely the case. But the thing is, we can talk about how good you are as a character, as good as you are as a player, but it's just like, it's still 6 stocks at the end of the day that you need to do. And it's very hard for me to see a scenario, no matter how good Fish plays, to where I really can see that happening against Spectral and Boommancer, who we saw in that first set both play damn near flawlessly in the matches that they had. It's just, I don't want to give up hope yet, but like, it's just, I can't see it. I don't see the vision. As we see Boommancer coming in right here, looking to close this out for Oakland. Can they do it? Fish, the last hope for ODU, or their season, unfortunately, is going to be over. They are in jeopardy right now. We'll see how they can do. Could a little start right here for Fish, getting a quick 24% right here. But again, this is Falcon. Falcon does not care about your percentages. One conversion is all they need to take you from 0 to like 30, 40, 50, if not death, if you let them get that chance.
Yeah, I actually don't mind Byleth in this matchup, though. The disjoint is able to keep Captain Falcon out of Byleth's preferred range a lot of the time, and because Falcon's initial dash is actually so slow, Byleth has a lot of opportunity to actually get those moves off and get them started. So Captain Falcon can struggle to get that kind of normal game plan going in this matchup. That being said, once he gets in, we talked about it before, Byleth does not have a ton of great options for getting him off.
Yeah. Right now, I thought we were going to see conversion right there from Boom, but you know what? Opting to just let Fish get back to neutral right here.
And yeah, and I think the stock.
Yeah, and another thing that's going to be really big for Boom are the juggles. As soon as you get Fish up in the air, Byleth not having, with the exception of Nair, not really having that kind of good get-off-me tool or any really good landing options. So I think if Boom can get Byleth or get Fish up into the air, get a couple of up airs, get a couple of Nairs, that's going to be huge for them as well.
Yeah, and like you're saying, Boommancer has missed a couple of big stock opportunities that we've seen throughout this crew battle. In particular, that side B could have converted into an IDJ up air into a knee. So just kind of slightly missing out on that opportunity. And Fish is trying to take full advantage of having control over this neutral and trying to take this stock with a back air at the ledge. The sweet spot on back air or fair will absolutely do it, but it's a matter of Fish is able to actually find that hit.
And you know what? Doing a really good job right there of keeping Boommancer off stage for quite some time, though. Now they have reverse positions right here. Yeah, I like that option too. Didn't work. Getting that falling up air, not going to be just enough. Another one's probably going to do it. But yeah, like you said, that sweet spot for the forward air over the back air will definitely get a KO. Back throw, definitely not going to do it. And again, Fish just doing a good job of just keeping Boom at that left side, but that Falcon kick is going to give him a little bit more space.
And even an F tilt would do it at this percent. The back throw at 160, I think, will take the stock as well. But honestly, we saw Boommancer neutral get up many times in a row and just go for either a roll after the neutral get up into a grab or an option, or just into the Falcon kick. I would have just liked to see a timed forward tilt come out from Fish to just secure that stock a little bit earlier, because the up B is going to answer back.
And again, for those who are unfamiliar with Smash, that is a command grab. You cannot block that move. You just have to get out of the way or hope that it misses. And it is a really good option to kind of toss out every now and then, just to catch, if you want to catch someone, if they're holding shield a little bit too long. Can't throw that out too much because it can be a bit unsafe if you miss it. But you know what? I do like that up B right there in neutral to get that KO. Right now, Boommancer already at 90%. I thought it was coming out too. With that forward air,
he caught the jump. He's dead.
Enough. Oh yeah,
dude, that's a 0 to death. Wait, Fish is cooking.
Hey, okay. Maybe I spoke too soon. I did say I don't see a scenario where Fish takes out both Boom and Spectral. But you know what? If they can hang on to the stock,
but the knee misses.
If they can hang on to the stock, they have a chance. Oh
my gosh, it's doable. It's doable. The reset off the platform. The Nair is out. The down smash. He had the read, but let it rip a little bit too late, which means Boomancer not going to take that damage. Will he spend the double jump? No, he won't. The jump off the ledge gets him back to center stage, but
Nurse, no way.
the chase is so good from Fish.
No way this is happening. No way this is happening. Okay. Careful on that ledge right there for Boom. Okay, just that grab, down throw, no option right there. Missing that up air. No way. Ooh, Jesus, okay. Yeah, I think you gotta be a bit aggressive off stage, not too aggressive because you don't want to get hit with that up B. But I really do think if you are Boom, you need to get rid of the stock as quickly as you can. And I think just getting a little nair or a back air off stage and being a bit more aggressive in that scenario might be your option.
Okay, we're just Falcon kicking in neutral. He goes so deep and punished for it. Immediately, Fish has taken 4 stocks while only losing just 1. And after only taking 1 stock in the first crew battle, it's the turnaround that everyone wanted. It's the comeback that everybody was asking for. And ODU all of a sudden has a hope in this crew battle once again. And quite frankly, I cannot believe that we got here.
Is this happening?
I mean,
is this happening?
It is. It is. Spectral called in again. We weren't even sure if he was gonna have to come in at all. And Fish,
I am so sorry for not believing in you. I am so. If you're rewatching this VOD later, or you have it up in your room or wherever you're at, I am so sorry for doubting you because that was, with the exception of that 1 stock that got lost, that was perfection. We saw 0 to death. We saw that reverse edge guard there in the end. We saw this perfect spacing. Obviously, Captain Falcon, if they could get it, if they get in on you, they could do a bunch of work. But you know what? Fish is not even giving them the opportunity to really get anything going. And playing that about as perfectly as you can. And now it's just Spectral, who we see, like you mentioned earlier, just plays a very aggressive Lucina. Obviously has a disjoint that Falcon doesn't have, but I feel like their play styles, not the character-wise, but Spectral and Boom's play styles are very similar. That they want to get in your face, they want to not give you any room to breathe, anything like that. So I think if Byleth or if Fish can kind of just keep a similar-ish game plan, they might walk away with this. That's crazy.
That would be, I mean, it would be ludicrous. Just straight up ludicrous. Seeing not only Poison Jam show up in a way that we absolutely did not anticipate, but also now Fish showing up in the biggest way for ODU, a roster that we really thought leaned on Polo and Angel Eyes for those big plays. Those have not been the playmakers. I mean, Angel Eyes gave it a very good shot in the last side of things, but it is all Fish right now. The hopes and dreams of Old Dominion are on their back, and Spectral, a bit of a task up ahead against a player who is playing so hot.
And for those who may just be joining us, Oakland was up, what, 5 stocks, I think? At one point in time in
7-3. They were up 4 stocks, yeah.
Up 4 stocks, as you know,
they're now up
Jam
1.
Came in and took out a bunch, and now we are down to the last game, potentially the last game of this entire set, as Fish has been absolutely cooking up everybody that Oakland has been sending their way right here. And you know what? On the verge of making a really big comeback. But this is Spectral. We know how good Spectral is. This is going to be a very tall ask right here in a matchup that might not necessarily be that great for Byleth either. But you know what? With the way Fish is playing, man, I would not be shocked if this happens. And I was not saying that like 5 minutes ago.
No, dude, it's absolutely insane. And honestly, I had a fish out of water joke lined up for if things went wrong, and things went so right that
Fish jumped back in the water.
Oh, yeah, we're back in. The koi pond is full and it's looking healthy as Fish tries to bring themselves back into this one. The air dodge goes unpunished, but Spectral has been using their double jump very early. I would love to see Fish kind of capitalize on that habit.
Option here, you know, ledge jump into the up air. I like that option right there. Gotta be careful when you're off stage. If you're Lucina, you do not want to get trapped by that up B and get sent down to the Shadow Realm. Over here.
Absolutely not. Back at the ledge, and the roll on Fish has had a little bit of trouble catching those rolls onto the stage, and Spectral, because they started a stock up, is in a very confident position this game with Fish Eye. Fish already at 130% and so deep off stage, and the threaten. That's all it took to take that stock.
And you know, just the presence of Spectral being there forced Fish to recover, or to think about the recovery a little bit too long. Didn't have enough juice to make it back.
Oh my god!
That up smash, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, who, if you are watching, this is not over just yet. We are on the verge of potentially seeing what a 4-5 stock comeback right here for Fish, if they can manage to do this. But right now, Spectral 47% lead, and all they need is one good forward or back air off stage, and that's going to be lights out for ODU.
That being said, there are some really big kill moves on the side of Byleth, and we've seen a lot of neutral getup from every single player throughout this crew battle. And if Fish is able to catch a neutral getup with that forward smash, it will kill at this percent. It's just about putting Spectral at the ledge and the shield
And that
break.
should be game, set, and match for Oakland and Spectral. The comeback, valiant effort from Fish coming to a close after that shield break from Spectral. And you know what? We got to give a big shout out to Oakland for obviously winning that match. But man, Fish, I am so sorry for ever doubting you, because if it wasn't for that shield break, that was within reach. That was so reasonably within reach. Like you said, Byleth has so many just powerful kill moves, whether that's forward smash, whether that's, if you want to go for a down B too, that's kind of like just a big Falcon punch essentially. Might even be stronger than Falcon punch, if I'm being honest with you, or a Warlock punch from Ganondorf like that. So many big moves that Byleth can toss out to take stocks incredibly early. Landing one or two of those could have been the difference, but again, it didn't matter in the end. Spectral came through. So big shout out to Oakland University, who are they now 7-0 on the season?
I think they were the one who had suffered a loss. I think they're
they're 6-1
now. But like I said, this is a squad that beat Northwood coming into this playoff series right before it started. So looking very, very strong, almost like a favorite to come and kind of push this one all the way and able to take it over ODU, who is honestly trying to snatch victory from the claws of defeat. So huge credit to both teams for making this honestly a crew battle that was so close and that we don't necessarily think should have been close. You know what I mean? And so players really stepping up and making this one to remember. But don't go anywhere, guys. We are gonna get an interview from the Oakland side of things before we head away. So after the break, we'll see you with a player from Oakland.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to Star League Spring Playoffs 2023 edition. We are jumping now into Overwatch 2. I am Sepulence, joined by LaFon, and LaFon, going into this, well, A, not the game we were supposed to have, but one we are still very excited to be a part of, and B, we've already gotten a bit of a shakeup with our map selection.
Yeah, we get to dive right into it, right? I mean, first of all, let's just get it out of the way. No Lijiang Tower for the first one. We all rejoice. Shout out to Blinn College for this one, the higher seed coming in and picking up this particular map. Now, obviously, Blinn College being one of these teams, University of Wisconsin Stout, the other taking on the opposition. And make no mistake about it, Blinn is the favorite coming into this. A team that has made some pretty big changes. We've talked about this all season long. A team that's not afraid of being on stream, actually, which is a huge highlight. University of Wisconsin, we've seen them a couple of times, but yeah, coming into this, absolutely have to favor Blinn College.
Yeah, and Blinn College on a bit of an upswing as a program as a whole, even outside of Star League. I know their Valorant program just won like an entire division, entire organization's worth of Valorant as well. So now the Overwatch team trying to come in and do the very same. First opponent in that line, however, is going to be UW Stout. Going into this, I'll be honest, I know a lot less about them than I do about Blinn, but Blinn coming into this, as you referenced here, LaFon, they've made a lot of changes, they've made a lot of improvements, and now is the time to prove that. You've made it to the round of 8, you want to survive into tomorrow, and with a 7-0 scoreline, you certainly do not want to break that today.
Yeah, and I mean, as we got to look at the rosters as well, the highlight here for Blinn in seasons past was Jinja on the tank line,
yes,
right?
Of course.
However, this season, I think it's been sort of a pivot away from that, intentionally so by Blinn College. They didn't want to be a one-trick team based around one player. Right. They've elevated the rest of their squad as well. I think their support line, we've talked about them all season, but has brought that level of gameplay up to the point it's no longer a team rotating around one person, but a cohesive squad, one that I think plays not just different styles than they did in the past, but all of those styles to a very, very high level.
Yeah, and playing to that standard is not going to be an easy thing to do continuously, especially in a best of 5, aka first to 3 series like we're experiencing here in Overwatch. When you swap from the first game to the second one, like you referenced, you aren't able to stick to kind of that one-trick pony anymore, because if your tank gets deconstructed, your team is going to lose. You need to have adaptation, you need to have aggression, and you need to have a strong understanding of multiple characters in this game, multiple play styles as well, to find success, especially at this echelon of play.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting look. And now as we talk over, obviously, University of Wisconsin Stout, Dr. Eggman, I think, is probably, as much as Blinn has in the past rotated around their tank line here, I think Dr. Eggman has been the focus for University of Wisconsin, just a little bit, at least in terms of their engagement timings. Mr. Rickles also has stepped up in a big way. And across the board, I mean, University of Wisconsin, the great thing about collegiate, right, is you get to have pop-off moments from any individual without, expectation put on them. And now coming into this particular game, obviously, we're in elimination situation, right? Round of 8 here. But
single elim.
Exactly. The point here, though, is that any pressure that is kind of on University of Wisconsin is put there by themselves, right? They're coming in here as the underdog. I think if you were to ask them, they would expect themselves to be sort of the team that is coming in at that underprivileged position. And so it really is a case for an upset here. Come in, play your game, and whatever happens. For Blinn, the opposite is true. And they're the ones, I think, with a lot more pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, wholeheartedly. I mean, you're coming into this with a lot of weight on top of you, kind of expecting we need to live up to the hype. We need to live up to the game to prove that we deserve to be in this top 8. I mean, heck, even into the top 4 against, I believe, their guaranteed opponent being Boise State, as Boise won via forfeit earlier. So Boise has made it to the semifinal, or maybe there's a couple other teams, but they want to go up to the ranks of at least Boise and whoever else may make it to those top 4. But Nepal, a really interesting map, and a huge part of the reason I love Control, LaFon, is due to the fact that all 3 of these stages are going to call for different team compositions, different hero swaps, and different play styles, as well as a different momentum on top of it. Control as a whole is all about predictability and control of momentum.
The other thing we can kind of talk about too in this particular patch has been the level of chaos, in terms of that predictability and control.
Absolutely.
There is also an element of trying to wrench as much away from your opponent as possible. And a lot of that comes into play in terms of the compositions we see, right? We've seen a lot of mobility composition, a lot of dive step in based around Winston, based around Wrecking Ball, and a lot of Sombra as well, sort of the assassin type gameplay. And then, to play into your kind of conversation there about control, we've seen more elements of brawl step in too, your Reinhardts, your Ramatras, and sort of, controlling the map. And as we kind of load in, we're already seeing that element kind of play into it in opposition. University of Wisconsin Stout want to go for that chaos as befits their underdog status. Blinn, the expected team, I think is going to try and dislodge them as much as possible.
Dislodge is the name of the game for the time being, and Hutch swapping onto a Brigida here, a character that recently got a pretty big change that a lot of people thought was going to be a huge buff, and looking at the numbers may actually be a bit of a nerf. We're going to get a great understanding of that here as Blinn does try to roll out that Brigida Ball Zen combo, lowest healing opposition in the game, and unfortunately looks like it's not going to work well yet as they're being boxed out into the back line. Dreg is able to find some early space, and with that bubble separates the Zenyatta from the teams and slips out somehow, but is going to stay alive. I'm really looking for the first support elimination as that go button for one of these teams, but instead it's a support getting the elimination, not one, but two. The supportal combat from Knuckle there is able to keep the dream alive for Blinn. A slow burn play, but one that is working wonders.
And I mean, this is already what Blinn invested so heavily into at the start of this season, right? Shoring up their support line. Knuckle Bunny, we've talked to them over the season sort of duration. This is actually a double flex support line, and so they really do like it when they can play those brawl heavy, those fight heavy characters, as we're seeing from the Zenyatta here from Blinn. Knuckle Bunny getting on the action very, very swiftly.
30%, so 1/3 of the way done with this point already, and as Rickles tries to flank the back line, they run into arguably the worst person to find when you're on a Tracer, that Brig guarding the back line and trying to keep Knuckle alive, but the double approach is going to be able to take Knuckle down. Two players from UW Stout fall, so Blinn still having a 1-number advantage. Not even going to break a sweat here as they just dismantle UW Stout in that opening fight. Once again, halfway done with Sanctum.
One of the risks when you're playing dive v dive is that you get a little too passive if your support gets taken out.
Yes.
Blinn does not suffer from that though, right? They see their Zen get eliminated, and rather than kind of wait, they press the go button instead, and they catch UW Stout kind of lacking. Now they're right back into the thick of things, and already look at that, Dr. Eggman so very low.
Dr. Eggman trying to stay alive as the second they go down, that's where you're going to find yourself in an uncomfortable position. Pulse bomb from Rickles deep into the back line, boxed out by some natural cover. Dr. Eggman does go too far into the back line there, and Blinn finding the pivotal elimination in a fight like this one, LaFon. That's no Primal online, that's no tank to make space, and that's nowhere for UW Stout to go other than back to their own spawn. And look who's ready to meet them there. Flack with a full EMP, just primed for an early elimination to stall out anything from Blinn.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the last fight too here, right? This is gonna be a disaster territory. I mean, you need this rally to be used early from Sockby to keep everyone up and sustained. Flax can go for the EMP. I don't know that you're gonna be able to have the follow through damage. Dr. Eggman is way out of the fight.
Yeah, Dr. Eggman just completely removed. Pops Primal Rage. Knuckle has fallen, and the EMP does find two. Rally online as well, keeping Blinn up and running with the pulse bomb late from Vader. A 2-piece from Blinn should be enough to stop UW Stout's dream of stalling out this first point at all. At 100-0, all but inevitable in this moment. Last member left standing. Orikyu, nowhere to go. 100-0 in favor of Blinn there. I mean, a lot of those fights were a little shaky, but overall, Blinn dominant.
The shaky in the sense that, yeah, they lose a couple of players.
Right.
What I would say, though, is that Blinn, they take that momentary lapse in spacing and turn it to their advantage. Is it a flaw in their approach to have those players caught in a position without a transcendence, without a rally to the EMP? Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with that statement. However, they turn a negative into a positive. A lot of teams, when when your opposition's on the back foot, don't expect a quick response, right?
Right, absolutely.
Blinn does not fall to that classic trap. Instead, they spring it back on their opponent, go just as quickly, and UW Stout just aren't able to react in time, and it ends up being a trade for trade, which is going to favor the team that gets the later trade faster because of those respawns. So Blinn, a masterclass in turning negatives into positives.
And that's the thing so funny, because that's what we've trained ourselves to do back from Overwatch 1, is the opposite, where, okay, we lost somebody, we need to get out of spawn, where in Overwatch 1, we need to get back to spawn. In Overwatch 1, it was okay to lose one person. It was losing 2 or 3 that was kind of the red light for your team. Here in Overwatch 2, we've trained ourselves losing one ends the fight, and Blinn absolutely trying to change that momentum, trying to change that critical understanding. Ninja goes in early, takes Flack offline, and as Blinn already has the numbers advantage, will W Stout stay in a little bit longer than we'd like to see them, or like, I guess as long, longer than they have been in this engagement. Dr. Eggman taken out by Swift, though, and now with the Sombra on the side of Blinn, that kind of takes away the one natural advantage that UW Stout had in that last stage.
And I mean, that's the second now stage in a row where Blinn running sort of the support line as highlighted before. Right now, it's the true double flex where Hutch is on the Ana, and a big part of why they won that fight was a big anti-nade well away from the Kiriko, so Suzu was not able to cleanse everyone in time, and that comes in with a cleanup. And I mean, Blinn not content to let the point kind of just idly land by, gonna punish UW Stout's engage.
Great focus there from Jinja, trying to take that Winston offline, misses the pile drive, falls out of the fight, and Dr. Eggman removed from the Mortal Coil before he can even participate in this next engagement. A long chase onto Jinja, not going to be worthwhile as Mr. Rickles is deleted from the fight as well. This is just Blinn dominance at its finest right now. We can see UW Stout lacking traditional target focus and target control, and because of that, Blinn really gets to revel in this chaos.
Now we get to see where, you know, dominant teams can handle both the control and the chaos, right? We're continuing to see. I think Blinn, one of the other things too is they can change it on a dime. And as UW Stout is perhaps conditioned to use one, to expect one style, they quickly lose to another.
Slow burn once again is not going to work well for UW Stout. They try to group up, they get folded out by Blinn, and now 70%. I mean, LaFon, this feels like it's going to be a pretty quick Nepal.
You need this EMP to be big, and you need the follow-up damage to be there, right? For UW Stout, you cannot have Vader come in with a clutch double piece like they did on the last round, right? It simply can't happen. I will say the minefield should be denied by the EMP at least to some extent, but that's going to have to be a big pickup here from Black.
Rikyu finds Vader. The EMP comes out. It's only able to find 2 supports, and Knuckle is going to be one of them. Mr. Rickles taken down by Hutch. Minefield from Jinja disrupts any approach of that primary EMP. Black brings out, or Sweat, brings out one of their own, and it's going to be, I mean, not huge, but the damage has already been done in a lot of ways. You prevent the beat from coming out in the midst of that fight. You take Dr. Eggman out of the equation for a moment, but he returns with a Primal Rage just around the corner, and now a support elimination under his belt. UW Stout has a very real possibility of being able to flip this point if they can regroup, but unfortunately, if they continue waterfalling in, I think there was a little bit of panic. They didn't want to let go of the point, and in reality, that very same defense is going to cost them the point, as this fight most likely ends in favor of Blinn.
Well, I mean, all it's going to do is force UW Stout to use inopportune ultimates. There's a sound barrier. They only have the Pulse Bomb at the ready. Blinn have successfully drained the resource bank of UW Stout.
Finding Dr. Eggman, removing that tank from the fight. Stout, they've gotten a lot out of the table here, but unfortunately it feels like a delay of the inevitable until Mr. Rickles drops a double support pulse bomb into the back line. It makes it near impossible for the remaining members of Blinn to stay alive. Black will fall, have to return with the tank, but Jinja, there's no point in stalling. Now the point's not even yours. Even committing a minefield here, LaFon, an incredibly risky choice, but if it finds the Winston, it was all worthwhile. The incredible ability of Blinn to turn around a fight in which they had no supports is breathtaking.
I mean, that's just a good read from them, and that's actually going to be the map as a result. There will be no further contests. And with that, Blinn take the map 2-0. I think a statement map from them.
Wholeheartedly.
Winning, that is now multiple rounds, multiple fights within those multiple rounds where Blinn College successfully have a 2-player deficit and win the fight. I mean, we're seeing a highlight from one of them right here. The Pulse Bomb ends up getting 2 due to the whip shot from Hutch.
Why did Hutch give... That was just so boring from Hutch's POV. He was just standing there.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, it's one of those instances. It's kind of, it's not really how you do it so much as you do it, right? And
it's done.
Yeah, Blinn College. This is a team that we've talked about all season long. A team that's not afraid to be on broadcast, right? Which, you know, you and I have some conversations about this. We know some teams, you know, like to hide strats. Blinn, complete confidence coming into the season. And I think, you know, in a top 8 position here, looking to make it, or to a round of 8, looking to make it to the round of 4. It's kind of showing that if you're confident in your performance, you're confident in your stylistic setup, the downsides, if you will, of playing on stream are almost negligible. And again, Blinn has made a fantastic stride, not just from this season, but from seasons prior as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Blinn is really showing up, overperforming in a lot of great ways. And as we jump into map number 2, there's part of me that, of course, thinks it's going to be King's Row. Escort does come to her, Hybrid, excuse me, does come next. But in reality, it's up to Washington Stout to choose what map they want to play. And LaFon, I think I talked about this last time we were kind of here, is I think picking King's Row is really dangerous because if you're already losing in a series, the team that beat you once most likely knows that map just as well as, if not better than you.
Yeah.
This is a time to try something different.
Yeah, King's Row is the de facto second map in most teams' scrim pool, right? But heading into this, this is the question though, is nearly always, I mean, we have sort of a sense of where we're going to next, courtesy of our lower third, but the conversation you have to have at this stage of the game, you've made it to the round of 8, right? University of Wisconsin Stout has, and the point is, though, is you've made it based on your past performance, based on your practice, based on your kind of historical setup. You have to have faith in your gameplay. I don't think picking cheese composition at this stage of the game makes sense, especially if you haven't practiced it. There's no real read that you maybe have a better map than King's Row. And maybe if you look at map number 1 where Blinn picks Nepal, they basically steamroll you 2-0. Getting in your own head here and trying to go off script may end up being less effective for you. Now, we have the benefit of kind of hindsight, both in terms of history of broadcasts in general, and obviously having seen these teams to a certain extent. But I think it is the right call to go to King's Row, if only because that's what you've done all season long.
Sure. You're sticking to what you know best, and you're going to try to make it work. You've been posturing up your opponents all season long. And speaking of posture, folks, if you're trying to fix yours, let me give a big shout out to Mavix, the official partner of NACE Star League, who's featured as one of the most comfortable gaming chairs on sites like Tom's Hardware and Tech Radar. If you're worried about posture, let me tell you what, they've got posture under control, adjustable head and neck support, adjustable back height, infinite locking position recline, cooling seat surfaces, seat depth adjustability, wide seat, adjustable tension recline, and locking enabled wheels. Big shout out to Mavix for sending me the chair I'm sitting in right now as well. I'll show you a little bit more of that after this map. But posturing in real life and posturing virtually, LaFon, two very different things. And right now, hopefully, Stout has the intel, the download, and the proper compositions to posture up Blinn College here. They're going to be on match point in a single elimination first to 3 series.
And it's your map selection here too, right? So this is even more important when it comes to a pick setup. Having your map taken away from you is disastrous because it means that at match point you will always be facing down your opponent's map point,
right?
Even if you make it to that situation, right? And I don't think Blinn particularly wants to get there. That being said, you now head into King's Row. There's an interesting adaptation here, and I actually think Blinn is playing a little bit more of a greedy composition here with the Baptiste rather than the Ana, right? Ramatra obviously not specifically with the Blizzard.
Oh,
that's a nice pickoff.
Yeah, and speaking of the pickoff, that is from Bent Up, who is a substitution in. Did not play map number 1, but it's going to be coming out in map number 2 for the Stout, deep into the back line with the help of Dr. Eggman. Not pick out of the Lucio, a critical Elin if you can capitalize. Lucio, one of the fastest characters in the game, can return to the fight pretty quickly. I assume what we're seeing from Blinn here is they're going to allow maybe 1 or 2 ticks and then re-engage as a full 5. A very intelligent play that very much rewards patience if they can get out there in time. Barely able to make it up. Saki will fall, and now as Bent Up will be falling not far behind. Blinn gives up a lot of progress there, but they held on to the point, and that's the most important.
That is the most important thing. I think they got a little bit surprised by Bent Up coming out of spawn. Yeah, a little bit shocked by that one. But as I was kind of saying on the intro, the difference between the Ana and the Baptiste, specifically with this composition, is the Ana is better at the ult game, right? You can use the nano, nano on the Ramatra when Blizzard comes in for a little bit of survivability. Baptiste will give you better mid fight in the neutral, and Blinn trusts their neutral game, I think, quite a bit, as evidence from their retake.
Absolutely, and I think they're going to be trying to utilize the mentality field a lot as well, as Ana doesn't have kind of a mirrored ability. Amplification Matrix from Hutch isn't going to be as large as they want, actually giving their life for it, but clearly the rest of Blinn will be able to clean up with the help of it. Immortality Field, one of the strongest abilities in the entire game, or traditional cooldowns, that is, but it looks like, as you kind of predicted here, LaFon, Hutch has decided that's not going to be important enough. Let's go back to what we know. Yeah.
I will also say that the Cassidy pick here, you see that Cassidy's a lot better at dueling at that mid-range now with that extension on the drop-off, and the 25 HP loss is not as important when you're playing behind as much HP as Ramatra can provide. So keep an eye out on the Annihilation, because that's going to likely follow through off this Deadeye.
Yeah, the Deadeye going to be a silent one as Tiny Overwatch is kind of forced out there into the lower fields, and actually Dr. Eggman will be caught out, so no purple hug from the side of the Stout. The Annihilation might be from Jinja in this fight. Definitely not going to need it as Stout is sent back to spawn. 2 minutes left on the clock, so half the time bank still standing, LaFon, and Stout, a lot to work with in this next fight. What ultimates are we looking at?
I mean, this is the critical fight for University of Wisconsin Stout. If they don't win this one, they are in dire straits. I would actually expect them to kind of dump everything into this particular fight, especially in response to Sweft's Blizzard. You'll use the Nano for defense, and you'll use the Annihilation for the actual engage.
Here comes the Annihilation, some Dragons out from Bent Up as well. Knuckle gets traded, it's a 2-for-1 trade. Sweep falls to that purple hug, and now Jinja actually goes down next, loses the Annihilation, War of Attrition. I think this will be a very careful win, but a win regardless, and it will allow the Stout to cap that first point and add 2.5 minutes to their time bank, 3:45 remaining.
A little fortunate for University of Wisconsin Stout, actually, that they don't end up committing too many resources, right?
Definitely.
Blinn hyper engage with the Annihilation Blizzard combo, and they actually end up burning the Mei and the Lucio so quickly they don't even have time to use their ults, which is really good for them because I think University of Wisconsin Stout actually overplayed their hand a little bit when it came to the nano boost. Not expecting Blinn to turn on ahead so quickly. But, you know, rescued, perhaps by fortune, but doesn't really matter. They'll be ahead in this next fight.
Jinja takes down Ben Top with the Blizzard online. Flat could definitely force out a bit of an overextension here unless you get Hanzo momented just like that. No Blizzard, luckily enough, did not commit it. And going into the next fight, Blinn has some really interesting ultimates to work with. I think I'm going to be expecting an early nano onto Jinja, trying to farm up an extra Annihilation and get ahead of Dr. Eggman in this ult race.
I mean, the other thing, too, here for University of Wisconsin State is their ult economy has actually vanished because of this quick regen. You'll mirror Sound Barrier for Sound Barrier, and then, as you said, that nano boost either aggressively for the Annihilation. You can also use it defensively once the Sound Barrier wears out to keep Jinja alive, who's probably going to try and tank the Blizzard here.
Let's see who doesn't get to move now as Flat creates that space. There's the nano to boot, and the beat comes out from Bunny. As you predicted, Lafon, Saki is going to drop the beat just in the very same breath. Everybody dancing to a new tune on King's Row point 1.5. A lot of ultimates expended, yet nobody can declare themselves the winner of this fight quite yet. The Bionade from Hutch buys more time for Blinn, and Stout losing a lot of their own time. They forced to play slow, but as hyper-aggressive Ana, Annihilation from Jinja does come out. The nano makes it all worthwhile, dominating the Annihilation race, but unfortunately, Silent with it. Maybe one elimination if he's lucky.
I'm actually going to find Dr. Eggman isolated well outside the engagement, and with that, yeah, they won the fight. They actually won 2 fights in a row off of those cooldowns, by the way, by virtue of just catching players in choke points. They wasted a good minute off the clock here, and these stragglers are going to increase that timer ever further. And University of Wisconsin State, the big issue too is that they're not losing these fights efficiently. They're kind of just, you know, staggering around and not generating much in terms of their own resources, which is allowing Blinn to win fight after fight where they should be at a deficit normally, but just haven't been at this stage.
And it's one of those circumstances that we see a lot in Collegiate is not losing a fight fast, and you kind of waterfall yourself. It becomes very difficult to work with, but as one member has already gone down, and I think Dr. Eggman is going to get frozen as well. A very quick fight win for Blinn. Bit of a double-edged sword. You won the fight and you did it quickly, but you've allowed them at least maybe 2 more fights to try and recontest this card at least 2 more times.
And I mean, the thing is, Blinn got the nano out from University of Wisconsin Stout, and the feeling of using Blizz or using ultimates in spawn is a disastrous one.
Yes.
And that's another great freeze. The Ana's dead.
Yeah, absolutely. A triple dragon from Bentub there. Exactly what Stout needed to get back onto the card, trying to turn it into a 5-man. Only one member left standing, and it's going to be Swef who takes down the Ana in just one breath. Not quite the 5K you're looking for, but a technical team kill off the back of it. Stout get the wheels moving once again. Gotta leave 3 on cart here, I think, at least to get around this first corner, then push forward and try to take out those early strikers.
Here's the big problem is that University of Wisconsin Stout cannot leave the objective at this stage. With 30 seconds left, we are in overtime effectively. Now, it's going to be an all-out brawl for this point. University of Wisconsin Stout obviously have to commit to this particular instance, and because they do, Blinn can trade blow for blow, because even if they give up the point, they'll have a minute 30 to work off that third stage.
Yes.
They're okay trading here, I think.
I think trading is definitely going to be what they want to look for, and with the nano boost online, a couple of ultimates from Blinn getting reared and ready as well. Stout needs to use them before they lose them. The double beat, the double purple hug, a nano to boot, so Jinja comes into this with a little bit more strength on the back of it. Blizzard isn't going to be able to save anybody in time, and that Annihilation, unbelievably long of an ultimate. Swef with the late Blizzard. Should it be the fight winner we were looking for, as Jinja gets to clean house now because of it. 4 members down. Let's make it all 5, a complete and total team kill against the Stout. The win condition has been set for Blinn College.
That's exactly what I was kind of highlighting there, right? Blinn is more than willing to match blow for blow. There's no reason not to, right? The economy is either going to be reset, in which case you've been the better team in the neutral all game long, all series long, or you just straight up win as they did here. There is literally no downsides to Blinn taking that fight. And it's a rare instance when we can say that in Overwatch, right? But for University of Wisconsin Stout, it's a no-win situation. It's a tough place to be because now it's entirely dependent on your defense, and tragically for them, defense is vulnerable to hyper aggressive setups, and Blinn, I mean, we've already seen that from them. They've made their name at times on this level of aggression, and you know, I expect to see that continue here.
I expect to see an over-aggression from Blinn, and it's worked very well, so we can kind of call it an overheat or an overextension, but if it's working, it's truly not. It's just an incredibly fast pace of play, which is what Blinn has shown us they want to utilize and they want to capitalize on. The first fight is arguably the most important in a situation like this, where we're going to be seeing Blinn either roll through the Stout and really increase their chances of winning, or if they lose the first engagement, that does mean the Stout can full hold this first point. We've seen it many times before, and I think fight number 1 decides if we see it again.
I mean, this is, man, Blinn are playing a very, very cheeky play here. They open up the Baptiste once again. There's that neutral fight. Again, University of Wisconsin Stout have to play for the map, right? They don't have the luxury of playing for time here. And Blinn, a greedy pick, and one that is a very smart one, right? Greed is the wrong word, in fact, because there's no downsides.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a risk, but when you've got 3.5 minutes to work with, you're definitely feeling confident about your choices. We see Vader trying to go for the King's Row Widow as well, swapping out of the Sojourn, something that I personally remember Vader for, so I'm curious if they can make that impact we're looking for. Force tiny overwatches, both Maywalls go up, and when the Maywalls go up, somebody must go down. Jinja want to be on the wrong side of that cryo freeze, and that forces Blinn into a mild back foot. Not a full retreat, but okay, maybe not a full retreat at all, as 2 members have gone down. A great railgun takes out Ventup, and Swept being traded with a critical spawn advantage. Blinn should still have this fight unlocked, especially as Vader just single-handedly rips this squad apart.
I mean, this is what Vader was known for so long in the previous, in previous metas with when Sojourn was a must pick. And with that, I mean, this is Blinn, right? This is not a surprise at this point.
Right.
You know that they're down a player. They're not going to exit the fight if they don't have to. And University of Wisconsin Stout, unfortunately, simply do not have the tools to force them back. So if you don't make them respect you, they're not going to.
Without a doubt, this game is all about a numbers game and respect at the end of it. Swept will fall, Hunt as well, and Ventup really just deadlifting the Stout squad as hard as they can, but unfortunately, I'm not sure it's hard enough. A 3-piece in total there from this Hanzo, desperate to try and make space for the Stout, and it looks like space has been made. Vader goes down, a complete and total forced reset, exactly where Stout found themselves a couple of minutes ago. I mean, how long can they hold it?
Yeah, this is where that respect comes into play. Yep. It looks like University of Wisconsin Stout actually go for the engagement. And unfortunately, quickly find themselves on the receiving end of a couple of pummels.
Ant Matrix moment.
That's tough. That's a really tough one. I mean, University of Wisconsin Stout. Here's an inverse of the fight from their attack, by the way. When they take this engagement, they will need to commit resources because they have to stop the payload, or they're down 0-2 in match point position. It's a case now where Blinn is going to trade like for like and then force the neutral, where again, Blinn has just been stronger over the series.
Blinn has been stronger over this series through and through here, LaFon. I think we've got to compliment the fact that they continue to stand strong, even in circumstances where it feels like they may lose the engagement. They have found a way to turn things around off the back of several critical ultimates like this Venn diagram Blizzard. Vader, the best positioning to remove Sakbi from the fight. Diana falls. It's going to be over, and with an overclock committed, the rest of Stout being ripped apart. Dr. Eggman overextends far to the front line and isn't there to peel when the team needs it most. Caught into the alleyway of King's Row, and that is where that Omnic will rot the rest of known time. 3:30 left on the clock. Any touch from here on out is one of desperation. Even that won't come to fruition. Blinn dominating King's Row.
That is the map selection of University of Wisconsin Stout, stolen away here in the waning hours of what feels like their season. Ventup will get a highlight, but a highlight is not a victory. And now find themselves the unenviable task of needing to reverse sweep a team that has, I mean, frankly, been the upper hand at this point.
Yeah, I mean, to reverse sweep a team that hasn't lost a game this entire season. Yeah. This is a Herculean task at its finest, and luckily enough, they are going to have a couple of minutes during this break to talk about A, which map they'd like to pick going into Escort, and B, what they'd like to change and do next. Folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it to that break, get a snack, and get some water, but come right back here for what could possibly be the last map of the Star League playoffs here in round of 8. See you right back here in just a few. everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Star League 2023 Spring Playoffs Round of 8. If you were just now joining us, Blinn College find themselves up 2-0 over the Stouts, their opponent here, University of Wisconsin in Lafon. Going into map 3, I think, you just said a moment ago, a surprise to nobody.
Yeah, this is, coming in, we expected Blinn to be the upper, having the upper hand coming into this. University of Wisconsin absolutely was the underdog. Just both statistically and based on the evidence of the trajectory of Blinn, right? So, again, we have a lot of footage on Blinn actually over the season because of that, amount of streams that they've had, which goes to show that I think coming in, the expectation was always going to be on them. What is, I think, really impressive is that it almost feels like this is just a regular day for them, just another game that they kind of have to play through, which is an impressive thing to say in the round of 8 with how dominantly they've been handling this one. We head to Dorado next, and recall, this is now a bit of an unfortunate situation because University of Wisconsin will pick this map, but they are now in the unenviable position of having to be a must-win from here on out.
A must-win from here on out calls for no mistakes in any definition of the word. It's not an easy place to be in. It's not a circumstance in which you want to find yourself, but it's one they are unfortunately going to be in for now, Lafon. And I think we got confirmation already that Blinn is on the defense, which kind of puts them in a situation in which they set their own win condition here. This is the moment in which they decide how far the cart can get against them and how far they have to push it before they can call themselves top 4 players.
One more step indeed. This is a really awkward place because while University of Wisconsin Stout has mostly been a dive-esque team through this season, right? Dorado ends up being sort of their hometown in terms of that style, right? Dorado has a lot of high ground, especially second. But, as we already saw in map number 1, Blinn is more than comfortable running that style as well, right? The expectation here is that Blinn, I think, is, even if they choose to mirror, has showcased that they're more than capable of handling the mirror, or the near mirror. Jinja has in the past been known, was in Overwatch 1 a main tank, now plays a whole host of things, and the Winston and Reinhardt from Jinja was really quite strong, and we're already seeing that step in, right? Arguably 2 of the better tanks that he has in his pool.
Let's see how well they can work out well as the Winston matchup comes to fruition. Bentup sang in the game as well. I'm going to call on that early for the Stouts as they were really trying to deadlift that team to any kind of a win, but unfortunately couldn't pull it out on King's Row. Can that story be different here? Swaf, a player after my own heart, rocking the Junkrat. Let's see if they can get early value with it. But for the time being, Jinja really just stalling out some critical moments. Nearly half a minute already, Lafon, and nobody's gone down. Will Jinja be the first? Less than 10 HP almost at that moment, but lives to tell the tale.
That is just free all charge given over to support. It's unbelievable stuff. Jinja continues to just hold court. No one can challenge. The payload is not moved, and Dr. Eggman in the sky just finds a hit, and University of Wisconsin Stout forced to reset.
They get reset at a pivotal moment, and now the Stouts find themselves a minute off the clock, 25% of their time bank gone in the cart, hardly having moved a couple of inches, barely around that first corner. This calls for some composition changes, including Dr. Eggman on the Wrecking Ball. I think this makes a lot of sense. It should help open up the high ground a little bit more, contested a bit more. Unless you goof your rollout, in which case you take 600 damage. Barely able to make it out, but at least you've gotten into the back line a little bit. I'm keeping a close eye on that Wrecking Ball. It kind of feels like it's the win con for the time being.
It is coming to the season the signature hero of Dr. Eggman as well, so making a return to kind of the initial. Jinja playing with fire, but nearly with a Primal Rage. You can see they're about to try to take so much space off this map.
The space offline, and Rukyu will be the first one to go down. Deep into the back line, Dr. Eggman takes a 1v1 with Swef. One of the highest DPS characters in the game is that Junkrat. When you've got a body the size of Wrecking Balls, it's hard to get away from those nades. 2 minutes now off the clock, only 40 meters moved. Things looking bleak for the Stouts in this moment.
And this is all without resources being committed, right? Blinn, they don't even really need to use anything here, right? Just keep playing until University of Wisconsin Stout uses their first cooldown. Again, because UW Stout is on the low ground, they have to work harder to get into, an opening. And that just means that Blinn can reply with utility that they've earned in turn. It doesn't have to be a preemptive strike from them.
Right. Preemptive strike is not the story to be worried about. And this, Dr. Eggman goes down, Rally goes up, and one angry monkey jumps deep into the back line. Sleep Dart connects, Shield Bash connects, and even that isn't going to be enough to stop him. Sakvi darted like a soccer ball right back into that spawn. Bent up finds Vader, walks into the trap, and should go down for it. A 1-1 trade, not what the Stouts want to see in a moment like this.
I mean, this is where that trade comes from, right? Everything the University of Wisconsin Stout kind of want to use, Blinn is right there with them. Might be able to generate at least some all charge here for Sakvi, but beyond that, not much. And time is no longer anyone's friend. Blinn College has drained this time bank to a minute. And for the last second contest, you're going to have a nanoed Winston and then a Bob holding court on the objective. And you have to puncture through that in the last 45 seconds of the map.
Dr. Eggman baits out the grapple, gets a little bit of possession onto the high ground, but unfortunately it's just a giant target in this moment. Bent up finds Vader, removes that pivotal Bob that Blinn really could have used to win this fight, and as the minefield clears out the high ground as well, Stouts really putting the pieces together in a way that should work well for them. Much goes down to a pulse bomb. It's every ultimate here, just completely all or nothing, and I'd say a Tracer for a Brig is a deal you're willing to take. Pile drive out of the low ground, both characters critical, and unfortunately Eggman cannot hit that mega in time. Vader more than enough to return with awkward that we caught that, but Bob's still here.
And the Bob
nap time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. That's a sleep dart now, cannot be used for one of the players. And man, do you wish you could have had that to stop the Nano Junkrat in your backline.
Nano Junk, not something you see often, but it's always a fireworks show when you do. Mr. Rickles falls, Dr. Eggman gone. 73 meters to separate Blinn and a guaranteed spot in the top 4 of NACE Star League this season.
I mean, glass half full. University of Wisconsin Stout make progress. The glass has a bottom that has fallen out, though, because Blinn College only essentially one fight away from completing this map. And it's tough. It's a really tough setup here. Blinn has all the solutions. University of Wisconsin Stout has to play a sort of jack of all trades composition, right? They'll likely stick to the Winston. They'll likely stick to the Ana. I would expect, some level of poke, whether that be an Ash or a Torb, something in terms of range damage that constantly puts pressures on flankers. But no matter what they pick, Blinn can pick a hyper-specific composition if they want to dismantle it. And University of Wisconsin Stout does not have the luxury of changing their characters to help mitigate some of that damage, right? It simply doesn't exist. And, it's just an unenviable position to be in if you're University of Wisconsin Stout.
Yeah, never a good spot to be in a moment like this, and the Stouts desperate to find anything, but a 4-minute hold on Dorado is so rare, LaFon. I really can't even think of the last time I saw one, so I'm hoping that things can work well for this squadron, but as the story kind of dictates, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do much. We would need just an absolutely flawless hold here.
Well, miracles are sometimes what you need in games like Overwatch. We've seen stranger things happen before. University of Wisconsin Stouts season. Their playoffs are on the line here. One opportunity, 4 minutes. That's what they need to do.
Now, one shot, one moment. Would you capture it or let it slip? And the Stouts definitely don't want to let anything slip quite yet. Vader on the Widowmaker here, looking for that confirmed kill. Well, there's not technically any true meta. It's definitely a one-shot relevant play style, and Vader trying to make that work. Perfect counter with Dr. Eggman deep into the back line, makes it out alive, and the cart moving pretty slowly. If Eggman can return to the fight strong, I think this is a really strong start from the Stouts. However, the cart's moved enough that if they lose this fight, I think we're just done.
Oh, that sleep is really bad. Micro missiles, coupled with any DPS from, or any damage from the damage dealers would have been enough.
Anything could have worked well. Invader finding Vent Up makes it even harder. 5v4 in favor of Blinn College right now. Dr. Eggman trying to stall that out, but the card moves further and further. LaFon, 25% of the time bank has come to a close, but it's just becomes scarier and scarier because now it's not even one full fight, it's half a fight. It's losing your tank and the fight's already over. It's moments like this that should guarantee Blinn the success they were looking for, and I think we're just about getting ready to find it. Pulse Bomb goes down, Hutch not far behind, a great trade on to Bent Up. The Tracer is going to be able to make it out alive, but not long enough to dodge the Junkrat. It's a waterfall run now, and unfortunately, I think we have to say goodbye to the Stouts. It's their time to swim downstream.
Desperation. Dr. Eggman. That will be all it is. The good games come through in chat, and that will be Blinn College taking a 3-0 victory. Tremendous performance from them as they will move onwards from the round of 8 on to the round of 4. The semifinals, indeed, a round of applause for them. They stay alive, and the journey that they attempted to make at the start of this season is getting closer and closer to fruition. They want it to be a team, to be a program, to be genuinely worried about.
Yes.
And I think they've made not just strides, but have made statements in support of that. What a tremendous performance from them, as they'll take a 3-0 and a dominant one at that on their way forward.
Dominant indeed. LaFon, Blinn really showing up and showing off, securing their spot in the top 4 along with Boise and 2 other schools that I actually don't know, but we'll have that information for you guys tomorrow as well. But we're gonna have an interview in just a couple of minutes, and while we've got the time to plug things and talk about things, big shout out Mayvix. I was talking about it earlier. I can't get all the way out of the way. You guys can see most of the logo. That's what matters. Big shout out to Mayvix. My chair literally broke like last week, and then 2 days later Mayvix had sent me a beautiful, wonderful, comfortable chair. So a big shout out to them for that, and a big shout out to all of you for sticking around for this banger of an interview. It's going to happen in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm still Septilence, that's still LaFon, and this time we are joined by Kyle Murdo, the coach of the Blinn Overwatch team. So, Kyle, I want to ask a pretty broad question about the team. Is you guys kind of going into last year and being a little more popular? It was a bit of hit and miss, but coming into this year, fully undefeated, making it all the way up into the top 4. Do you feel like there were any kind of critical or pivotal changes you made that really kind of opened the floodgates for this level of success?
I mean, definitely the big changes that we made and the support line, bringing on Hutch and Knuckle Bunny, like those were huge pickups over winter break for us. Not to say that our support line last semester was bad or anything. They were still good. They just weren't at the level that we currently are. Swef, our flex DPS player, was also a huge pickup player. He's actually a main tank player who was a Junkrat OTP. So we needed a flex DPS player. He was on our JV team. He offered the flex DPS, and I mean, he's been able to peak like top 200. And we've been able to expand his champion pool. So those 3 pickups have been huge improvements and have been a key part of our team.
I believe it.
One of these days, we're going to have to do a quick study on what about main tank players allows them to play Junkrat so well, because this is now several in a row we've kind of found out. Kyle, we've talked a lot over this season, right? We've seen your team a lot coming into this, and we've gotten a sense of what Blinn has kind of evolved from the last season. I mean, obviously the personnel, but just the style beyond that. Now, with that kind of in the rearview mirror, I think, right? Blinn has solidified their new identity. Going into the game coming up, right? Because you are going to the semifinals. Boise State is going to be your opponent. What is sort of the culmination of all of that work expected to look like?
So obviously the match versus Boise State is going to be exceedingly difficult, but we're not disheartened over here. We're actually, even a year ago when we were like a 3-6 team, whenever we went against Boise State, we loved it. And for some reason against Boise State, no matter our team, we have always performed exceptionally well against them. Fun fact, we were the only team to take a map off them last semester in NACE. No other team, playoffs, regular season, did that except for us. And, we almost took it to map 5 as well. So I'm not concerned with that game. I expect my players to perform at an exceptional rate. Oh, God. Hi. So I'm not scared of the match. I know it's going to be a phenomenal game, and I'm looking very much forward to it.
Oh man, I mean, listen, hardy competitors. This is, I think that's one thing we've come to kind of acknowledge from Blinn over this season. I see your team agrees with us there as well. The kind of sort of next step, the next evolution, right? We've talked about kind of the growth of the Blinn. I think we can firmly say that has been attained, and it's now kind of putting the finishing touches. A quick reminiscence though of the season to this point. Has there kind of been an isolated highlight for you?
For NACE specifically, isolated highlight, I guess, would just be taking down RIT, even though that's not necessarily the biggest accomplishment in the world. There's definitely better teams out there, but they were the team that knocked us out last year. So for them to come in and beat them not once but twice, 3-0'd, and convincingly beat them, that was like the culminating point of, okay, yes, all the changes we've made for the better, because RIT is still, they're a good roster, but that just kind of solidified, all right, these changes that we made, they really paid off. And unfortunately, we didn't get to play UTD because, they said it wasn't worth their time. And, that's, maybe we'll play them one day.
Maybe one day. But hey, Kyle, we're going to let you hit the road. But one more quick question for you. Is there anybody you'd like to just give a thank you or a little shout out to while you're here with us? You've been here kind of a lot, so maybe you're out of people, but I still want to ask.
Once again, my players, as you can see them around me, they're a phenomenal group of kids. I couldn't ask for a better team. Every single semester, I'm just very grateful to have the students that I have. So, and then also to y'all, the casters as well. Y'all come out here every single week, and y'all make it a pleasure to watch. So,
hey, y'all make it a pleasure to cast. We're happy to be here, truly. But hey, best of luck to you tomorrow. We are really wishing you well.
All right, thank you so much. Y'all have a great one.
Thank you. You as well. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and call it a day. I think there's nothing left, right? I think we were the last one here at NACE Star League Playoffs 2023. So thank you all so much for joining us. For any game you tuned in today, NACE Star League could not exist without any of you, could not exist without great chair givers and creators like Mavix as well. And of course, these wonderful teams who come out and put it all on the line week after week for us. Thank you all so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. We'll see you in the next one. See you tomorrow.